biological civilization. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76. Two girls changing clothes. The willows across the house are swaying, just like the waist of a 15-year-old girl. Looking at the two girls walking slowly, Xiaoya, wearing a black tights, showed off her exquisite figure to the extreme. Her enchanting figure was like a water snake, and with a loose short windbreaker, the originally naughty and cute girl instantly turned into an enchanting queen. Duo was wearing tight pants and a smart jacket. The originally young and beautiful girl instantly exuded a heroic spirit. Chu Yuntian, who was sitting on the sofa, didn't expect that the two girls had such different sides. He stared at the two girls slowly walking towards him, and he hadn't come back to his senses yet. After the two girls came over, Xiaoya playfully patted Chu Yuntian, who was still in a daze, and said, "What are you doing? Are you looking at me in amazement? Do we look good?" Chu Yuntian coughed awkwardly and said, "Yes, we look good. We look different in an instant." Seeing him like this, the two girls all smiled happily. Duo sat over and said mischievously, "Master, who do you think is prettier between us, Xiaoya?" At this time, Xiaoya also sat on the other side, blinking her big eyes and waiting for his answer. Chu Yuntian hesitated for a moment and suddenly put his arms around the waists of the two girls and said shamelessly, "Only children do multiple choice questions. I think they are both good looking." Hearing this, the two girls both giggled. Xiaoya broke free from his arms and said, "Master, you should also change your clothes and have a look." Chu Yuntian stood up, picked up the clothes, said okay, and walked towards his bedroom. Back in the room, Chu Yuntian took off all his clothes and put on the leather jacket, harem-style leather pants, and short windbreaker. The overall look was very close-fitting. He moved his hands and feet, and there was no sense of restraint when he was wearing the clothes. He adjusted his clothes and then walked out. As soon as he came out, he saw the two girls sitting on the sofa mumbling something. Chu Yuntian walked over, stood in front of the two girls, lifted his windbreaker back, and said arrogantly, "How about it, handsome or not?" The two girls were also stunned when they saw him come out, then stood up and said with a smile, "Handsome." After that, Xiaoya stood beside him, snuggled into his arms and said, "Let's wear couple outfits." Duo said in a low voice with some annoyance, "I would have wanted the same one if I had known." Xiaoya seemed to think of something and said happily, "Yes, then we will be 3 people wearing couple outfits." Chu Yuntian looked at Xiaoya speechlessly, thinking that there are still 3 people wearing couple outfits. It was not good, and he did not care. He said to Duo, "It's okay. When we get the 3rd level animal skin, we will make the same one." Duo nodded and smiled happily. Chu Yuntian let go of Xiaoya and said, "Okay, change your clothes. Go get some food. We have something to do in the afternoon." Xiaoya asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" "Go and exchange some 1st level energy beads so that Duo can also advance to the 3rd level." Chu Yuntian said. Duo heard this and said excitedly, "Really?" Chu Yuntian said with a little emotion, "Yes, our overall strength must be improved. It seems calm now, but in fact the crisis will only get worse." Duo didn't say anything after hearing this, but just whispered thank you and kissed him on the face, then ran to the kitchen to make food. Xiaoya smiled and said, "I'll help too." After that, she also kissed him on the face and went to the kitchen to help. Chu Yuntian chuckled and shook his head, turned around and went back to his room. Standing in front of the mirror, he looked at himself in a black leather jacket and slowly injected bio energy into the leather jacket. The leather jacket slowly emitted a faint blue fluorescence, and the corners of the jacket swayed slightly, as if it had come alive. Seeing this, he smiled and took back the bio energy, and the clothes on his body slowly returned to calm. After waiting for a moment, he injected bio energy into it again, and activated the invisibility. He saw himself slowly disappearing in the mirror, and his clothes also slowly became transparent. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian was overjoyed. Finally, he didn't have to run naked anymore. He walked to the bed, took out a small box of energy beads from the cabinet, took out a few energy beads from it, and put them in the inner pocket of his windbreaker, walked to the mirror, and found that anything covered by the transparent film he secreted would disappear. Chu Yuntian stood in front of the empty mirror for a long time, before taking back the bioenergy and slowly revealing his figure. At this time, Xiaoya's voice came from outside the door and said, "Master, come out to eat." Chu Yuntian tidied his clothes, and walked out of the room. As soon as he came out, he saw that Xiaoya and the other two girls had prepared the food, and put it on the dining table. Chu Yuntian walked over, and opened Xiaoya's door, and found that Xiaoya was not in the room. The French window was also open. He must have flown out to play again. Chu Yuntian stood on the balcony, and activated his perception. He felt that Xiaoya had flown out of the city again. After he issued the command come back in his mind, he did not wait, and walked out directly. Xiaoya saw him coming out of Xiaoya's room and asked curiously, "Is He Feng not here?" Chu Yuntian nodded and said, "Don't worry about it, let's eat." After that, he sat on the dining table. Dua said with some concern, "Master, He Feng is still so young. He always flies out to play like this. What if he encounters danger?" Chu Yuntian chewed the meat in his mouth and said, "When it comes back, I will give him house arrest, and stop him from flying around." The two girls nodded, did not refute, and followed to eat. After a short while, a sharp gas sound came from the balcony. Xiaoya immediately stood up and said, "He Feng is back." Then she ran to Xiaoya's room, to open the window for him. After a while, Xiaoya came out holding He Feng. She saw that He Feng had some small wounds on his body and his feathers were messy. Dua saw it, and stood up and said anxiously, "What happened?" Xiaoya shook her head and said, "I don't know. It was like this when it came back." Chu Yuntian said indifferently, "It must have run out to fight with something else, and it hasn't fought yet." Xiaoya seemed to understand what he said, and with a gas sound, he jumped out of Xiaoya's arms, jumping and shouting "Gaga." Xiaoya picked it up again, to comfort it and said, okay, we've fought. Chu Yuntian activated his perception, and sent a signal to Xiaoya, that you can't go out, and then ignored it. Xiaoya came over with He Feng in her arms, and then took a few pieces of meat, and threw them into He Feng's mouth and said, "It's not like there's no meat at home, why do you always fly out?" He Feng swallowed the piece of meat in one gulp, and then called Gaga twice. Xiaoya threw a few pieces of meat to him, and He Feng finally calmed down, and ran back to his room. After the three of them finished their meal, they packed up, and went out to find the energy bead exchange place, but Chu Yuntian, who was unfamiliar with the place, didn't even know where to find it, so he could only ask Fatty. After walking down from upstairs, passing by the third floor, he knocked on the room that Fatty mentioned. After waiting for a while, no one opened the door. It seemed that Fatty was not at home. I don't know what he was busy with, so the three of them had to go out and ask others. After walking out of the building, Chu Yuntian led the two girls straight to the entrance of the research institute. They didn't meet anyone along the way. When they reached the entrance, they asked the two soldiers on guard, "Hello, where can I exchange energy beads?" The soldier looked at Chu Yuntian and the other two, pointed to a road and said, "Go from here. Turn ahead, and you will see a biological energy exchange place." Chu Yuntian nodded and said, "Thank you." After that, he led the two girls to the direction pointed by the soldier. Not long after walking, they saw the place the soldier mentioned. When they walked in, they saw an old man in his 50s or 60s sitting behind the counter, reading a yellowed ancient book. On both sides were a lot of dried evolutionary beast meat, just like the butcher shop in the past, not at all like a place where energy beads could be exchanged. Chu Yuntian walked over and said politely, "Old sir, can I exchange energy beads here?" The old man put down the book in his hand, looked up at Chu Yuntian, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Young man, what energy beads do you want to exchange?" Chu Yuntian took out 2 second-level energy beads from his clothes and said, "Old sir, I want to exchange some first-level energy beads. I don't know how to exchange them here." The old man saw the second-level energy beads in his hand, and said, "Second level for first level?" Chu Yuntian nodded and said, "Yes, is there any problem?" The old man smiled and said, "No problem. 2 second-level beads can be exchanged for 13 first-level beads. Do you want to exchange?" Chu Yuntian thought for a moment and felt that the price was not too bad, so he nodded and said, okay. After that, he handed over the 2 second level energy beads. The old man took the energy beads, then took out a small bag and said, there are 13 in it, count them. Chu Yuntian just counted them roughly, then nodded and said, yes. After that, he was ready to take Xiaoya and the other 2 girls out of the store. At this moment, the old man suddenly said, young man, don't be in a hurry to leave. I see that you are so generous. I have something here. I wonder if you are interested in it. Chu Yuntian turned around curiously and said, what is it? The old man smiled and said, wait a moment. Then he walked towards the inner room. After a while, he took out a big bone that was as thick as a thigh and 3 or 4 meters long. He put it on the counter and said, this is it. Chu Yuntian looked at the big bone and asked in confusion, what is this? The old man smiled and said, this is the wing bone of the ancient Quetzalcoatl. Chu Yuntian said puzzledly, old sir, what use is this thing to me? The old man laughed and said, young man, I heard that you have a pet crow, right? Chu Yuntian frowned and asked in confusion, how did you know? Who are you? The old man stood up, walked out from behind the counter and said, it's not a big deal. Everyone knows that you brought a pet back to the city. As for me, I'm not a big deal. I'm just a paleontologist. Chu Yuntian walked over, picked up the big bone, looked at it and said, old man, what is the connection between this Quetzalcoatl swing bone and my pet crow? Chapter 77 The Mysterious Old Man. In the shop, the old man watched Chu Yuntian pick up the wing bone and said, do you know anything about ancient creatures? Chu Yuntian looked at it for a moment, put down the bone, shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I used to study medicine and didn't know much about biology. The old man smiled, sat on a chair beside him and said, young man, what do you think is the difference between the earth now and the earth in ancient times? Chu Yuntian thought for a moment and said, there should be a big difference. The air and natural environment now are different. The old man looked at him and said, then why do you think the creatures now grow so big? Chu Yuntian shook his head and guessed, it may be due to environmental changes, or it may be related to the fog. The old man nodded in appreciation and said, that's right, and that's not right. In fact, about 200 million years ago, between the Carboniferous and Jurassic periods, there was a period of time when creatures grew particularly large. According to previous scientific confirmation, the environment at that time was all tropical climate, and the oxygen content in the air was about 1.5 times that of today, so the size of the creatures became so huge. Chu Yuntian asked doubtfully, do you mean that the oxygen content in the Earth's air is also increasing rapidly? The old man smiled and said, although the oxygen content in the air has increased a lot, it is still far from the Carboniferous and Jurassic periods. I used to doubt one thing, that is, it is hard to explain such a huge body size simply because of the increase in oxygen content, until I found this bone. It is a bone, not a fossil. Chu Yuntian picked up the wing bone again in shock and said, you said this is a Quetzalcoatl's bone, not a fossil? The old man nodded and said, I suspect that ancient creatures have reappeared in some places on the earth. I don't know if they are reverting to their ancestors or running out from somewhere, but what is certain is that they are also advancing, and the speed of advancement is much faster than that of current creatures. Then where did you get this bone? Chu Yuntian asked puzzled. The old man touched the bone and said, this was when the fog in the sky had just dissipated. I took a military plane to patrol the seaside and saw it on a cliff. But this is the only one left. I don't know if the others fell off the cliff or were eaten by something. Chu Yuntian became more and more confused. What did these have to do with him and his pets? He immediately asked, old man, what do these have to do with me? And what do they have to do with my pets? The old man smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he said, if my guess is correct, the wing bone should be left behind by a 6th order pterosaur after its death. Don't you want it? Chu Yuntian was surprised and said, 6th order? But what's the use of it? The old man patted Chu Yuntian on the shoulder and said, the bones of a 6th order creature. You can go to Fatty Chen to think of a way to make it into a biological weapon. When the time comes, you will know its power and understand its use. You also know Fatty Chen? The old man shocked Chu Yuntian more and more, and he couldn't help but use honorifics. The old man smiled and said, I was the one who recruited him from Shicheng. Chu Yuntian was shocked and said, are you the dean of the research institute? The old man nodded and said, Fatty told me about you. If you are willing, I can give you a sinecure. Here, as long as you don't want to, no one can force you. Then why are you here? And why did you give me the swing bone of Quetzalcoatlus? Chu Yuntian asked in succession. The old man smiled and said, this place was originally mine. Is it strange to appear here? As for this wing bone, I want you to do me a favor. Chu Yuntian nodded and said, what do you want me to do for you? The old man stood up and said, when your pet can carry people, help me go to the beach to see if there are indeed ancient creatures there. Okay, if possible, I will definitely help you to check it out. Chu Yuntian nodded and said. The old man smiled and said, okay, let Fatty Chin bring you a document tomorrow. Sign your name and you will be a researcher at the research institute. Thank you, Dean. I don't know what you call me yet. Chu Yuntian said politely. The old man stood up and said, just call me Dean Lu. Take this wing bone back if you have nothing to do. Then he walked back behind the counter and sat on the chair to continue reading the yellowed book. Chu Yuntian stepped forward and picked up the thick wing bone and said respectfully, okay, then I will leave first. After a while, seeing that the old man had no intention of talking, he turned around and took the two girls out of the bioenergy exchange office. As soon as they came out, Xiaoya hurriedly said, this is the dean that Fatty said. He is quite polite. He gave us a big bone as soon as we met. After that, she took over Chu Yuntian's injured wing bone. Chu Yuntian said with some concern, I'm afraid this is not a good thing. Duer asked in confusion, what's wrong? Isn't this good? He gave me something before I did anything. Chu Yuntian sighed and said, hey, the more he does this, the more important Ziohead is. The more important he is, the more people covet him. The more people covet him, the more troubles there will be. After that, he walked towards home. The two girls looked at each other in confusion and then followed him. Just as he walked downstairs, he met Fatty who had just come back from outside. When the Fatty saw Chu Yuntian and the other three, he immediately took a few quick steps to greet them. Brother Chu, where have you been? Chu Yuntian smiled and said, nothing. I went to exchange some first level energy beads, and I met your dean. The Fatty was a little surprised and said, you met our dean? What did he say? Chu Yuntian took the wing bone and said, he didn't say anything. He just gave me a bone and asked me to do him a favor. The Fatty took the bone, looked at it and said, what is this? A bone. Your dean said that this is the bone of a 6th level wind god pterosaur and said that you have a way to make it into a biological weapon. Chu Yuntian said. The fat man widened his eyes and said, what? 6th order? And although I have studied the transformation of biological weapons, I have never made one. Chu Yuntian said thoughtfully, that may be because your dean wants you to do more in-depth research. The fat man thought for a while and nodded and said, well, it should be possible, but it will take some time. Let's go back and talk about it. After that, he took the lead and walked into the building. Chu Yuntian and the other two followed him in. When they reached the 3rd floor, the fat man opened the door and walked in. Chu Yuntian and the other two followed closely. As soon as they entered the room, the fat man took out a file bag from his clothes and said, this is the latest information of the researcher. Take a closer look when you have time. Chu Yuntian took the file bag and nodded. Thanks, brother. After that, he handed the file to Xiaoya and said, you two go back first. I'll chat with the fat man. The two girls nodded obediently and walked out of the room with the file. Watching the two women walk out, Chu Yuntian turned around and said to the fat man, are you studying paleontology now? The fat man nodded and said, yes, we have been studying the phenomenon of biological atavism and whether paleontology can also advance. How do you know these? Chu Yuntian said thoughtfully, who is your dean? The fat man sat on the sofa and said, our dean used to be a paleontologist and one of the first natural evolutionists. Now he is a 4th level evolutionist. The biological weapons seem to be perception type. Anyway, it's quite powerful. Chu Yuntian walked over and said in surprise, what? Your dean is at the 4th level? The fat man nodded and said, yes, the heads of several major forces in Beijing are all at the 4th level. Chu Yuntian calmed down and said, so powerful, then who are the most powerful people in Beijing? The tallest should be the colonel in the army, Sitakong, who is already at the 5th level, the fat man said, after thinking for a while. Chu Yuntian was shocked again and said, level 5, how did he advance so quickly? Can't he use energy beads to advance after level 4? It's all in the information I gave you, the fat man said softly. Chu Yuntian nodded and said, well, I'll check when I get back. Have you ever caught any living ancient creatures? The fat man shook his head and said, no, but we have found some signs of ancient creature activities. I guess there shouldn't be many of them, otherwise it would be impossible to find none. Chu Yuntian sat next to the fat man and said, Fatty, do you have any plans for the future? The fat man sighed and said, what plans can there be? Given the current situation, if humans can't quickly find ways to become stronger and use more bioenergy, they won't be able to hold on for long. Those who are individually strong are okay, but the most worrying thing is the wolf pack and the situation of the stone mongoose, which are species that reproduce quickly and have strong cooperation abilities. Chu Yuntian said puzzledly, can humans no longer use thermal weapons? The fat man sneered and said, humans don't have that much energy. Do you know how much energy was consumed to build this city? In fact, the power was cut off a month ago. If our research institute hadn't discovered a way to convert bioenergy into electrical energy, food would have been a problem. What about nuclear weapons and missiles? Chu Yuntian asked again. The fat man said helplessly, it was usable at the beginning, but where to shoot? The whole world has become like this. Now there is no energy to drive those weapons. They have all turned into a pile of scrap metal. Now if humans want to survive, they have to compete with these creatures in evolution speed. Then you haven't studied why the earth has become like this? Chu Yuntian asked, all the thoughts in his mind. We have studied it. Our original world is composed of many substances, but there is no such substance as biological energy. But since the fog, this kind of energy has appeared on the earth. But this kind of energy does not only exist now, it also existed in the paleontological period, otherwise the plants and animals at that time would not be so powerful. But why this energy appeared, we no longer have the ability to explore the entire earth, so there is no way to know. The fat man said helplessly. So, humans now have no other way except to compete with all creatures in evolution speed? Chu Yuntian said with a frown. The fat man nodded and did not answer, and the two fell into silence. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 78, Advanced Analysis of Humanity. After a long silence, the fat man stood up and said heavily, Brother Chu, we have known each other for so long. I tell you the truth, work hard to become stronger, otherwise there will be no place for us on earth. Chu Yuntian also stood up, patted the fat man on the shoulder and said, Fatty, let's live together. I want to see what this world can do to us. After that, he patted the fat man's shoulder heavily and said, okay, I'm going back. After that, he prepared to go out. The fat man picked up the wing bone placed aside and said, aren't you going to take it back? Chu Yuntian waved his hand and said, keep it for research. Your dean gave me this, probably so that I can pass it on to you, so that you can concentrate on studying paleontology. After that, he walked out of the room. Back at his home, Xiaoya and the other two girls had already prepared the food. Chu Yuntian walked over and sat at the dining table and said, starting tomorrow, the two of you will begin to retreat. Xiaoya will be promoted to the 4th level, and Yuoa, you will be promoted to the 3rd level. Don't run around with me during this period. Hearing this, the two girls said in unison, what about you? Chu Yuntian smiled bitterly and said, me. I think it will be difficult to advance. After that, he remembered the document given by the fat man and asked, where is the document I gave you just now? Xiaoya pointed to his bedroom and said, I put it on the bed in your bedroom. Chu Yuntian nodded and said then walked towards Xiaoya's room. He pushed the door open and saw Xiaoya sleeping on the bed. He didn't wake it up, but closed the door directly. Back in the living room, the three of them finished their meal, and the two girls went back to their rooms to rest. Chu Yuntian stood on the balcony, looking at the dark night view outside, feeling deeply moved. Human civilization had gone from a behemoth to a toddler in an instant. For this kind of biological civilization, it can be said that they knew nothing and could only explore slowly. As a speck of dust standing at the turning point of civilization, Chu Yuntian didn't know where to go in the future. After standing for dozens of minutes, he went back to his room in a sullen manner. When he returned to his room, Chu Yuntian opened the document that the fat man gave him and found that there were only 2 pages of paper in it. It seemed that the fat man only gave him the part he needed. He gently took out the first page of paper and started to read Introduction to the Stages of Human Evolution. According to the test of our institute, the limit of human advancement should be the 10th level. This result is derived from the storage capacity of human biological cells. When humans reach the 10th level, the biological energy in the cells in the body will be full and unable to accommodate more biological energy. It is inferred that the limit of human beings is the 10th level. At present, there is no 10th order evolutionary person in the human world. The highest known stage is only the 5th order. The 3rd order is a qualitative leap in evolution. Chu Yuntian directly found the 5th order advancement method that he cares about the most. After the 4th order, humans will not be able to use energy beads to advance and can only advance to the 5th order through the following 3 methods. The first is to eat the meat of evolutionary beasts above the 3rd order. After the 3rd order, the energy beads in the body will be completely dispersed and integrated into the whole body, so that the body contains biological essence. Therefore, using the 3rd order beast meat will also absorb part of the biological essence. Therefore, long-term consumption will increase the biological essence in the body. When the amount reaches a certain level, a qualitative change will occur, that is, advancement to the 5th order, but the process is very long. The second is special fruits. Some special plants absorb biological essences. After reaching a certain level, they will produce fruits. This kind of fruit contains a large amount of biological essence. Eating it can quickly stimulate the evolutionary cells in the body and increase the content of biological essence in the cells in the body. After reaching a certain level, a qualitative change will occur, thereby advancing. The disadvantages that all plants that can produce that kind of fruit are extremely powerful or weird plants and are extremely difficult to obtain. The third type is a mysterious crystal with unknown origin, earthy yellow color, irregular shape, containing a large amount of biological essence, which will dissolve quickly in the body after use. The biological essence content of a crystal can allow a 4th order evolver to advance directly. Chu Yuntian was full of doubts when he saw this. The first 2 were easy to say, but what was the mysterious crystal mentioned in the third type? It seems that he can only find a chance to ask Fatty. Putting aside his doubts, Chu Yuntian continued to read the information. The research and development and transformation of biological weapons when evolving to the second stage. Organisms will grow extra limbs, but not all of them are useful. However, after research by the institute, all biological weapons are just a kind of biological energy application. The uses of biological weapons are different, only because the biological energy in them is different. At present, the biological energy operation methods mastered by our institute are the biological energy operation method that makes objects hard and sharp. Only the organic matter that can input biological energy is invalid for metals. The operation method of converting biological energy into electrical energy, and the operation method of biological energy detection. Detection operation mode refers to strengthening vision, hearing, smell, etc. Through in-depth research on these biological energy operation modes, we have created a series of tools to help humans survive, such as biological generators, biological telescopes, and powerful hearing aids. Chu Yuntian was shocked. He had never thought of these things. It seems that humans really have to change the way of civilization. If humans had not mastered a lot of ways to use electrical energy before, they would not have studied the operation mode of biological energy conversion so quickly. However, all these things are based on the existence of one thing, that is, biological energy beads. If there is no such thing, all of these are useless. But where can humans find so many energy beads? Relying on killing other creatures is obviously unrealistic. If human civilization wants to grow and develop, it cannot be built on this vicious cycle, but obviously humans have not found biological energy carriers other than energy beads. Chu Yuntian muttered to himself, no wonder there is still electricity now. It turns out that people have found a way to convert biological energy into electrical energy. However, the consumption of energy beads is probably not a small amount. No wonder now large transactions in Beijing use energy beads. This thing is really hard currency. After speaking, he took out the only remaining piece of paper in chapter 2, the discovery and research of paleontology. When the fog dissipated and the troops went out of the city to explore, we found a large number of signs of paleontological activities, but the population was not large and the reproductive capacity was not strong, but the individuals were very strong. There was no contact, and it is currently in the speculation stage. However, after a long period of data accumulation, we found that some powerful individual organisms have experienced atavism. However, the signs of paleontological activities found in the past were obviously not paleontological organisms produced by the atavism of modern organisms. It seems that they suddenly emerged from somewhere. After studying the atavism phenomenon of existing organisms, we found that the physique of paleontology is much stronger than that of modern organisms, and it is easier to absorb and use biological energy. However, the real reason and method of its atavism have not been found. The initial guess is that when the biological energy in the cells of the body is filled to a certain level, the cells will reversely evolve, and reversion will occur, making the individual stronger. The fact that humans will grow biological weapons in the second stage is also the best evidence of this theory. The theory proves that the most primitive organisms on the earth are prokaryotes, which evolved from prokaryotes to eukaryotic single-cell organisms, and then evolved into multicellular animals. From primitive multicellular animals, they gradually evolved into chordates, and then evolved into higher chordates. Chordates evolved into vertebrates. The earliest vertebrates were fish, which evolved from some cross-finned fish to amphibians, and then evolved into reptiles. Reptiles evolved into mammals that are now widely distributed. One branch of mammals evolved into forest apes, and we humans evolved from a branch of forest apes. This theory proves that the biological weapons evolved by humans in the second stage are nothing more than mutations caused by reversion to reptiles. Mesozoic era, the second geological era of the Phanerozoic era, referring to the era between the Paleozoic era and the Cenozoic era, 250 million to 65 million years ago, divided into 3 eras in geology: Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous. Most of the creatures at that time were reptiles, and the ancient apes evolved from these creatures. Solid, the biological weapons grown are very different. From this, it can be judged that modern creatures can be roughly divided into 2 types. One is a group living, fast reproducing, and intelligent type, and the other is a rare species, but the individual is extremely powerful. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian slowly put down the documents in his hand. He had already got the answer he wanted. He took out a lighter and burned the only 2 pieces of paper. He lay on the bed. His mind was in chaos. So much unfamiliar knowledge suddenly poured into his mind, making his consciousness a little confused. If according to the information, if he still wants to advance, in addition to eating the 3rd level evolutionary beast meat, he can only look for some special plants. As for the mysterious crystal, he didn't have much hope. Even the research institute didn't know how it was formed. He didn't know how to find it alone. As for the final study on paleontology, he was not very interested, but the explanation of the production of biological weapons was quite clear. If it was according to that statement, would humans continue to advance, and in the end, would they become like the eukaryotic water bears, and be able to survive in outer space? After a while of random thoughts, he found that those things were so unrealistic. He closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep in the messy thoughts. The next morning, until Xiaoya called him to get up and eat, he slowly woke up, put on his clothes, and walked out. He saw 2 girls and a bird waiting for him. He walked over and sat on the dining table and said listlessly, "You 2 should absorb the energy beads after eating. I'm going out for a while." Xiaoya asked in confusion, "What are you going to do?" Chu Yuntian stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth and said, "Go find Fatty. I have something to ask him." The 2 girls nodded and began to lower their heads to eat. Just after everyone finished eating, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 79. The Wang family visits. Chu Yuntian stood up and opened the door and saw a stern young man in his 20s standing at the door. "Who are you?" Chu Yuntian asked in confusion. The stern young man said, "Hello, my name is Wang Hu, from the Wang family." Chu Yuntian looked the young man up and down and said, "Wang Hu? I don't know you. What can I do for you?" The stern young man smiled and said, "Nothing, I just came to say hello." Chu Yuntian said in confusion, "Oh, did you say hello? You're welcome." He even made a gesture of invitation. The stern young man was stunned. He didn't expect Chu Yuntian to say such a thing and said awkwardly, "No, don't you want me to come in and sit down?" Chu Yuntian chuckled and said, "Then come in." The young man named Wang Hu didn't hesitate and walked straight into the room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Xiaoya and her 2 daughters wearing home clothes. He was stunned at first and then sat on the sofa beside him with a calm expression. Chu Yuntian came in and waved his hand, asking the 2 girls to go back to the house. Then he sat on the sofa and said, "Wang Hu, right? I'm new in Beijing. Please tell me what you want to say." Wang Hu smiled and said, "Nothing. I just want to go out of town with a few friends recently. I wonder if Brother Chu is interested?" Chu Yuntian also smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of going out of town hunting with strangers." Wang Hu coughed lightly and said, "Brother Chu, don't be in a hurry to refuse. It's not too late to talk about it after hearing the reward." Chu Yuntian raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, that's good. Tell me what the reward is." Wang Hu stood up and said, "If Brother Chu is willing, my Wang family is willing to offer a 3rd level biological weapon as a reward. In addition, Brother Chu can also gain the friendship of our Wang family." To be honest, Chu Yuntian was still a little moved when he heard about the 3rd level biological weapon, but he was not interested in the friendship of the Wang family. As for the details of the Wang family, it seems that there is only time to ask the fat man about the origin of the Wang family. After thinking for a while, Chu Yuntian stood up and said calmly, "It sounds good, but can I think about it for 2 days?" Wang Hu smiled and said, "Of course, if Brother Chu has made up his mind, you can come to Wang's house in Hadian. When you arrive in Hadian, just say you are here to see me, and someone will take you in naturally." Chu Yuntian chuckled and said, "Okay, then I won't see you off." Wang Hu saw that he wanted to see him off, so he didn't stay, nodded, and left without looking back. After the man left, Xiaoya and the other 2 girls also came out and said, "Master, who is that person? He looks so stupid." Hearing this, Chu Yuntian smiled and said, "I don't know, but it sounds like he is very powerful. I will ask Fatty later. You 2 don't care about these messy things. Go and absorb the biological essence. I have other things to do recently, so you should stay at home and advance as soon as possible." The 2 girls nodded, said nothing, and went back to the room to absorb the energy beads. Chu Yuntian pushed open the door and walked down to the 3rd floor. Knock, knock, knock. After a few knocks, the fat man opened the door. Seeing that it was Chu Yuntian, he immediately said, "Brother Chu, it's great. I'm just about to give you the employment contract." Chu Yuntian glanced at the file bag in the fat man's hand and said, "If it's necessary, just say that I'm a researcher here." Who wouldn't believe it? The fat man sighed and said, "Hey, it's not that simple. Although we are not under the jurisdiction of the army, there are many people from the army and several major forces here. Not everyone can come in." Chu Yuntian nodded thoughtfully and said, "Oh, then is there a Wang family among the major forces you mentioned?" The fat man nodded and said, "Yes, the one in Hadian. The whole district is under their jurisdiction." Chu Yuntian asked curiously, "Then what other forces are there?" The fat man thought for a moment and said, "In addition to the Wang family, there are Beifei and others in Chaoyang district. The rest are all level 2 and 3 evolvers. Don't worry about them." "Who are those people on the outer city wall?" Chu Yuntian asked something he had been curious about for a long time. The fat man said indifferently, "Those are mostly ordinary people. There should be some evolvers now, but the degree of evolution is not high. They are the group of people who built the city wall at the beginning." Then he handed him the inauguration document in his hand. He picked up a pen, wrote his name casually in the place for signature, and then handed the document to the fat man and said, "Just now, someone from the Wang family came to me and said that they wanted to team up with me to go out of the city. The reward is a 3rd level biological weapon and the friendship of the Wang family." The fat man took the document, put it somewhere and said, "The reputation of the Wang family is okay, but why did they suddenly find you? Did you agree?" Chu Yuntian shrugged and said, "Of course not. I agreed to think about it for a few days. As for why they found me, I don't know." The fat man said thoughtfully, "They are willing to take out a 3rd level biological weapon as a reward, which must be a very important thing. The head of the Wang family is also 4th level. They don't have any information about special plants and are ready to go out of the city to find them, right? Then do you think I should go or not?" Chu Yuntian asked. The fat man thought for a long time before saying, "I think we should go. If they are really looking for some special plants, you will know where the plants are, and then we will have hope of advancing to the 4th level." Chu Yuntian nodded, and then he seemed to have thought of something, and asked in a low voice, "Hey, fatty, what is that mysterious crystal in the information you gave me?" When the fat man heard this, he also leaned in a little, and said in a low voice, "I don't know about this either. I heard that Sitakang advanced to the 5th level so quickly because of this." Chu Yuntian was puzzled and said, "Where did he get this crystal?" The fat man shook his head and said, "How could he tell us?" "That's right. If you ask me, I won't tell you either," Chu Yuntian said with a pout. The fat man smiled and said, "Okay, I have to go to the research institute to hand in this employment information, and then I have to study that wing bone. I may be busy these days." Chu Yuntian stood up and said, "Okay, go ahead. I'll consider whether to go out of the city with Wang Hu this time." After that, he walked towards the door. The fat man also picked up the employment information, and the two walked out of the house together. After returning home, Chu Yuntian sat on the sofa and thought for a long time. He couldn't decide whether to go out of the city with Wang Hu, because he knew too little information now, and didn't know much about the Wang family. After thinking hard, he decided to go to the Wang family to investigate, at least to get more information, so that he could make a decision. Thinking of this, Chu Yuntian immediately stood up, went back to the house to change into the animal fur windbreaker, took out 2 2nd level energy beads, and walked out of the house. When he walked to the door, the 2 soldiers on guard saw Chu Yuntian coming out and said politely, "Are you going out?" Chu Yuntian looked at the soldier in confusion and said, "What? Can't I go out?" The soldier shook his head and said respectfully, "No, it's just that it's not safe outside now. There will always be some people who don't follow the rules and rob houses." Chu Yuntian smiled and waved his hand, said it's okay and walked away. Walking on the road, he took out the cell phone that he had stolen from Zhao Jian's house from his clothes, opened the map, found the direction of Hadian district, and then found a shorter building and jumped up. If he didn't have a cell phone, he would really be in the dark and didn't know where to go. Fortunately, there was electricity in the research institute, otherwise his cell phone would have run out of power long ago. This biological energy conversion into electricity is really a good discovery. Jumping all the way to Hadian, he also saw the lives of people in the city. It must be said that the collapse of modern civilization still has a great impact on human life. In the past, humans almost got rid of the scarcity of resources, but now humans have to worry about survival every day, and all kinds of dark sides of humans are also revealed. Tens of kilometers, running for more than 2 hours, finally arrived at the edge of Hadian district. He jumped from the rooftop to the road with a few leaps, and stopped a passerby and asked, "Excuse me, how do I get to Wang's house?" The passerby looked him up and down, pointed in a direction and said, "Inside. The largest villa is it?" Chu Yuntian nodded, said thank you, and walked over there. After walking a few streets, he saw a newly built villa with 2 security guards standing at the door. He found a corner and looked around. When he saw no one, he turned invisible and walked into the villa. Now that electricity is scarce, I'm afraid that only those who have no other choice will live in such a tall building. There is no elevator, and climbing stairs is exhausting. After passing the 2 security guards standing guard at the door, he quietly walked inside. Looking at the people walking back and forth from time to time, Chu Yuntian looked around in the front yard and saw a small house. He was puzzled and walked over slowly. As soon as he approached, he heard a squeaking sound coming from inside. He walked over slowly and looked inside. He saw a golden monkey more than 1 meter tall, jumping around among some wood and stones in the house at a very fast speed, playing happily. He looked for a while and prepared to explore elsewhere, but just as he took a step, the monkey seemed to sense something and suddenly jumped out of the room through the window, staring at the place where he was standing. Chu Yuntian was shocked and didn't dare to move at all. He thought, has he been discovered by this monkey? But after waiting for a long time, the monkey still stood there motionless. The man and the beast were in a stalemate. After a long time, Chu Yuntian looked at the monkey carefully and found that this golden monkey actually had 2 pairs of ears. He suddenly remembered the 4-eared golden monkey that Ding Ming's mentioned. Could this be the one? After a long stalemate, suddenly a 15 or 16-year-old, beautiful young girl walked out of a room not far away. Seeing the monkey outside the room, she walked over, picked up the monkey and said, "Why did Sia run out?" Hearing this, the monkey actually pointed at the place where Chu Yuntian was standing and cried woo woo twice. Chu Yuntian was so scared that his heart almost jumped out. He thought it couldn't be that magical. It seemed that his invisibility was useless in front of detection-type biological weapons. The girl looked at the place where he was standing for a while in confusion and said to herself in confusion, "There is nothing there." Then she held the monkey and walked towards the main building of the villa. Chapter 80, Visiting the Wang family. Chu Yuntian heaved a sigh of relief only after the girl walked away with the monkey in her arms. This was the first time he was discovered while being invisible. Although he was only discovered by a monkey, it was still frightening. After a long while, Chu Yuntian slowly walked towards the direction where the girl was walking, not daring to make any sound. He quietly approached the window of a room and looked out. He saw the girl holding the monkey and Wang Hu talking to a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Well, if he doesn't agree, let him do it." Wang Hu stepped forward and said respectfully, "Uncle, what if the boy agrees? What biological weapon should we give him?" The middle-aged man waved his hand and said indifferently, "Give him the purple gold bone sword. It can be considered as a good relationship. Also, he will be a great help in this out of the city. Do you think everyone can run all the way from Shicham?" The girl holding the monkey said unhappily, "Dad, come on, why give him a 3rd level weapon? How useful can he be as a 3rd level evolver?" The middle-aged man touched the girl's head lovingly and said, "Xianja, you don't understand. The dangers outside the city are beyond your imagination. And the boy's flying pet may be our only means to escape from the capital." Wang Hu was shocked and said, "Escape? Uncle, why should we escape? Isn't the capital fine?" The middle-aged man said helplessly, "It's safe now, but what about a few years later? If the capital doesn't produce a few high-level evolvers, the wolf pack in the north will expand, and the capital may be dangerous." Chu Yuntian was also shocked when he heard this. He just moved his feet slightly, and the monkey in the girl's arms immediately squeaked at the window. Seeing the monkey in her arms getting restless again, the girl immediately stroked the monkey's head and whispered, "Sia, don't make trouble." The middle-aged man looked out the window vigilantly and said, "What's going on?" The girl comforted the monkey in her arms and said, "I don't know. When I went to hold it just now, it pointed to a place where there was nothing and squeaked non-stop." Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately walked to the window. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian immediately jumped onto the roof, and after several leaps, he jumped out of the Wang family. The middle-aged man looked around and saw that there was no one there, and the monkey in the girl's arms had stopped barking. He said vigilantly, "Who is it that has come to the Wang family?" Wang Hu was shocked and said, "Is there someone outside?" After a long while, the middle-aged man said vigilantly in a low voice, "Someone must have sneaked in, otherwise the 4-eared monkey would not have suddenly given the alarm." Then he asked the girl, "You said just now that when you tried to pick it up, it pointed at a place where there was nothing and barked." The girl said puzzledly, "Yes, I was curious, how did it suddenly run out of the room?" The middle-aged man ordered with sharp eyes, "Wang Hu, send someone to search the villa, and don't let any outsiders go." Yes, Wang Hu said quickly, then turned and walked out. At this time, Chu Yuntian was already 2 streets away. Thinking of the middle-aged man's words just now, he felt mixed emotions. It seemed that no city now was completely safe. It was the same everywhere, and they all faced the danger of being invaded. He jumped between tall buildings all the way. Despite this, it was completely dark when he returned to the institute. When he got home, Xiaoya and the other 2 girls were already having dinner. Seeing him come back, Xiaoya stood up and said worriedly, "Master, where have you been? Why are you back so late? Come and have dinner." Chu Yuntian walked over and sat at the dining table and said sadly, "Hey, let me ask you a question. If the capital is not safe anymore, where should we go?" The 2 girls were stunned when they heard this, and then Xiaoya asked in confusion, "How could it be? The walls of the capital are so high, and there are so many powerful people inside." Chu Yuntian chuckled and said, what should we do?" Xiaoya said indifferently, "If the capital is not safe anymore, we will leave." Chu Yuntian asked, "Where to go?" Duo smiled and said, "Wherever the master goes, we will go. It's the same everywhere." Chu Yuntian smiled with relief and said, "When I was alone before, I felt that it was the same everywhere, but now that I have you too, I want to give you a safe living environment." Xiaoya stretched out her tail and shook it, saying, "It's okay, master. We will become more and more powerful. When we advance to the 4th level, we will see who dares to mess with us." Duo saw Xiaoya showing her tail, grabbed Xiaoya's tail with her hand and said curiously, "Xiaoya, what else can you do with your tail besides attacking?" Seeing that her tail was grabbed by Duo, Xiaoya retracted her tail and said mischievously, "It's not for you to play with anyway." Then the 2 girls laughed and made fun of it. Looking at the 2 girls playing, Chu Yuntian also chuckled, and there was an inexplicable urge in his heart. Even for the sake of these 2 girls, he had to work hard to become stronger and give them a place to live. Thinking of this, he coughed lightly and said, "Okay, stop making trouble. I have to go out of town for something in a few days. You 2 stay at home and absorb the energy beads." Duo stopped and asked curiously, "Why are you going out of town again? Don't we have to go with you?" Chu Yuntian shook his head and said, "No, I'm enough alone." Xiaoya also stopped and asked, "When will you come back?" Chu Yuntian smiled and said, "I'll be back when you 2 advance." Xiaoya nodded and said with a little concern, "Then you have to be careful. If we advance and you haven't come back, we will go out to find you." Chu Yuntian nodded and said then picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. 2 days passed like this. One evening when Chu Yuntian was playing with Xiaohei at home, there was a knock on the door. He walked over and opened the door and saw Wang Hu standing at the door with a long package in his hand. Chu Yuntian stepped aside, smiled and said, "Come in and talk." Wang Hu also nodded politely, then walked in, sat on the sofa, and asked, "Brother Chu, what do you think? We are going to set off tomorrow." Sitting opposite Wang Hu, Chu Yuntian chuckled and said, "I think brother you should tell me what you are going to do outside the city this time, so that I can make a decision." Wang Hu thought for a moment and said cautiously, "To be honest, brother, when our people went out hunting, they found a mutant datura flower that was about to mature in a national forest park more than 20 kilometers away. It will mature in the next few days. We just need to go there and wait for a while. When it matures, we can pick the fruit." Chu Yuntian touched his chin and asked puzzledly, "What's the danger, and what is the function of the fruit?" Wang Hu chuckled and said, "There must be some danger. There is no safe place as long as we leave the city. Not to mention the evolved creatures, the mandrake is not easy to deal with. It not only emits paralyzing poison gas, but even the unripe fruits will emit poisonous stings. We must wait until the fruit is fully ripe before we can get close to take the fruit." Chu Yuntian frowned and asked in confusion, "What is the function of this fruit? Can it promote advancement?" Wang Hu coughed lightly and said, "Brother Chu, we will give you a certain reward for going out of the city this time, but this information is not within the scope of the reward." Chu Yuntian sneered and pretended to be ignorant and said, "Okay, then what is my reward?" Wang Hu opened the long package he placed on the coffee table, revealing a sheathed sword, 5 inches wide and about 3 feet 7 inches long. The white jade hilt was shining softly. He picked up the sword and said, "This is it, the purple gold bone sword, made from the spine of a 3rd level purple gold python, and it can be regarded as a treasure of our Wang family." Chu Yuntian looked at the long sword with a sheath inside and said calmly, "There are so many 3rd level evolvers in the capital, why me?" Wang Hu smiled helplessly and said, "How can there be so many 3rd level evolvers? All the evolvers have been recruited by forces, and you are not the only new 3rd level evolver. Okay, where shall we meet tomorrow?" Chu Yuntian shrugged and said. Wang Hu stood up and said, "Let's meet at Wang's house tomorrow. I will leave this sword behind." After that, he walked out of the door. Chu Yuntian did not stand up to see him off, but just sat on the sofa and watched him walk out of the house. After Wang Hu walked out of the house, Chu Yuntian picked up the purple gold bone sword inside and gently pulled it out. The bone sword was pale white, and there were bone spurs standing obliquely on the blade, just like the spine of a real python. Slowly injecting biological energy into it, the sword body actually emitted a faint purple fluorescence. Gently waving the bone sword in his hand, what he didn't expect was that with a sew, the sword body actually stretched a lot, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. With a crack, it cut the cabinet beside it into 2 pieces, and then quickly retracted it, swiftly and fiercely. Chu Yuntian put away the bone sword, smiled happily and said to himself, "It's really a good sword, it can even be extended." The Wang family really spent a lot of money this time. Hearing the sound, the 2 girls also came out of the room. Seeing the cut cabinet, Xiaoya asked in confusion, "Master, what happened?" Chu Yuntian smiled faintly and said, "It's okay, I'm going out for a while, and will be back soon." After that, he didn't care about the doubts of the 2 girls, and walked straight out of the door, all the way to the top of the building, and pulled out the bone sword. He wanted to try how powerful this sword is when all its power is released. He took a deep breath, and injected most of the biological energy in his body into the bone sword. Then he thrust hard, and the sword stretched out with a light purple fluorescence. Chu Yuntian looked closely, and saw that it was 6 or 7 long. After the blow, the bone sword quickly retracted. He nodded with satisfaction, and was very satisfied with this attack distance. However, since he didn't know much about swords, he could only use the sword as a knife to chop and cut. But thinking back to what was said in the martial arts books before, the sword was mostly based on the movements of hitting, stabbing, blocking, washing, chopping, cutting, lifting, pulling, carrying, collapsing, and tapping. He just needed to practice the movements a few more times to make the swinging, chopping, and stabbing smoother. He didn't plan to become a martial arts master, as long as he could make the weapon in his hand more obedient. Chapter 81, Crisis. The next day, Chu Yuntian slowly woke up. He practiced sword skills until midnight last night, and became a little more proficient. Since he only has the strength of a 3rd level evolver, but the biological energy in his body is equivalent to that of a 4th level evolver, this bone sword can greatly improve his strength. Thinking that he had to go to Wang's house to gather today, Chu Yuntian got out of bed, put on his short leather jacket, put on a backpack with 2nd level energy beads, and then hung the inner handle bone sword around his waist, and walked straight out of the room. After telling Xiaoya and the other 2 girls where he was going, he walked out of the house, and walked leisurely towards Wang's house in Hadian district. It was almost noon when he arrived in Hadian. As soon as he walked in, someone came up and said, "Chu Yuntian, right? The head of the family has been waiting for you. Please come this way." After that, he walked towards the Wang's villa. Chu Yuntian followed the man slowly, and walked to the door of Wang's villa. He saw 3 men and 2 women standing there. Wang Hu stepped forward and said, "Brother Chu, you are late." Chu Yuntian walked over, and said with a smile, "I practiced swordsmanship last night, and went to bed late." Wang Hu didn't care. He took him over and said, "Let me introduce you." He pointed to a sturdy man and said, "This is Wang Ping, a 3rd level strength evolver." Then he pointed to one of the long-haired girls in her 20s and said, "This is Wang Ruolan, a 3rd level agility evolver." He pointed to the remaining 2 and said, "Wang Zirao, 2nd level, Wang Long, 2nd level." After Wang Hu introduced several people one by one, he turned to Chu Yuntian and said, "Let's set off now and spend the night outside the city." After that, he led everyone to the west gate. Chu Yuntian didn't say anything and followed them directly. all the way to the west gate. He said something to the soldiers guarding the gate, and a soldier opened the gate. After walking out of the city gate, Wang Hu said to Chu Yuntian, "The destination is at the forest park in the northwest corner. Do you know the location?" Chu Yuntian took out his mobile phone, marked the place, and said, "Then what do I need to do?" Wang Hu said to him, "You don't need to do anything. Just wait until I get to the place. When I pick the fruit at the end, you can help defend it. Of course, if you encounter any danger on the way, I hope brother Chu can also help." Chu Yuntian nodded, smiled awkwardly and said, "Of course, when we get to the place, I will seize the opportunity to take action." Wang Hu nodded, and without saying anything, he walked straight to the northwest. Chu Yuntian followed everyone silently, thinking that if it was that simple, you would still give me such a high reward. I'm afraid that I might encounter some danger by then. Chu Yuntian activated his perception from time to time along the way, but he did not encounter many evolved beasts. Presumably, the troops in Beijing had cleaned up the front door more than once. After walking for 4 or 5 hours, when it was almost dark, he encountered an evolved beast, which was only a first level lizard. The few of them dealt with it, and prepared to find a place to rest. At night, the few of them sat by the fire, roasting lizard meat. Wang Hu took the lead and said, "We will probably enter the danger zone tomorrow. The first few kilometers are the limit of the troops cleanup. At that time, we will encounter various dangers. Everyone be careful." The few people nodded, and began to pick up the meat they had roasted and started eating. Chu Yuntian took the roasted lizard meat, and ate it silently, feeling a little dissatisfied. Because he found that, since leaving the city, these people have exposed a big problem. That is, they have no idea about some basic things outside the city. However, he was paid by others, so it was not easy to say anything. At least he had not encountered any big problems, so he followed them. The next day, not long after the few people set out, Chu Yuntian sensed a powerful creature on the side, but he did not remind them. He was not ready to expose his biological weapon as a detection type. After walking for a while, they ran into a third-level evolutionary beast head-on. It looked like a cat, but not a cat. It was the size of a lion, with a mouth full of fangs and a row of bone spurs on its back. It looked very ferocious, and was biting and eating this huge wild boar. When the few people saw this scene, they immediately took an attacking posture, and Chu Yuntian also drew out the bone sword on his body. The cat-like evolutionary beast saw them and roared, gave up swallowing the food under its claws, and began to confront them. After a moment of stalemate, Wang Hu suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Do it." Then he took out a bone spear from somewhere, and rushed towards the evolution beast. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hu rushed to the evolution beast, raised his spear and stabbed it. The spear body had a faint red light, and looked extremely sharp, but the cat beast jumped over its head. Seeing this, the power evolutionist named Wang Ping rushed forward, and prepared to catch the evolution beast. Unexpectedly, the cat evolution beast was very flexible. It moved sideways a few steps, and avoided Wang Ping. It rushed straight towards the girl named Wang Zirao. She seemed to be frightened, and just stood there without even dodging. At the critical moment, the girl was about to be killed by the cat's claws. Chu Yuntian moved sideways, and blocked Wang Zirao. He stabbed with his bone sword, which was several meters long, and collided with the cat's claws, making a bang sound of bones hitting each other. Then Wang Hu turned his head, and said to Wang Ping anxiously, "Don't rush over. Go protect Zirao. We can deal with it." Then he rushed over again. The girl named Wang Zirao said thank you to Chu Yuntian with lingering fear, and hid behind Wang Ping. Chu Yuntian ignored the girl's words, and followed Wang Hu and the remaining 2 Wang family members, to attack the cat-like evolved beast together. With the advantage of numbers and the cooperation of the power evolvers, the few people successfully killed the cat-like evolutionary beast. After it was dead, Wang Hu put away his spear, smiled and said, "Brother Chu, I didn't expect you to use the purple gold bone sword so skillfully after you got it." Chu Yuntian put away the bone sword and said indifferently, "Brother Wang, you are too kind. Biological weapons are all used in the same way." Wang Hu pointed to the evolutionary beast under his feet and said, "The biological weapons of this evolutionary beast should be these bone spurs on its back, but from the fight just now, it should not be a powerful thing." Then he turned to Chu Yuntian and said, "Brother Chu, I saw that the leather jacket on you just now is not bad. It must be biological equipment." Chu Yuntian chuckled, nodded slightly, and did not speak. After a while, when the few people finished packing the evolutionary beast, they asked one of the power evolvers to carry the cat corpse on his back and continued on the road. Along the way, they killed while walking. For some first and second level evolutionary beasts, the few people dealt with them casually, dug out the energy beads, and left the rest where they were. After walking for 2 or 3 hours, they encountered a little trouble. There was a group of mosquitoes as big as human heads not far ahead, blocking the way. They looked so dense that they hid in the bushes and took a quick look before deciding to take a detour. Just as they were about to take a detour, Chu Yuntian detected a group of other evolved beasts flying over from the side they were walking on. However, he couldn't say it clearly, so he could only remind Wang Hu, "Everyone, be careful. These mosquitoes might attract something else." Wang Hu turned his head and looked at Chu Yuntian in confusion, then nodded and walked in that direction again. Chu Yuntian pouted helplessly, but didn't say anything. He just walked a few hundred meters and saw a group of bats more than 1 meter long flying over from the treetops. The scared people quickly hid in a bush and felt relieved. After the group of bats flew over, they slowly climbed out of the bushes and continued to walk towards the National Forest Park. There was no special danger, just some evolved beasts, but not a single third level beast. I guess the beasts that can advance to the third level must be the best of their kind. When they arrived at the entrance of the forest park, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Facing this situation, Chu Yuntian immediately activated his perception several times, but still did not find any powerful evolved beasts around, nor did he sense any special biological energy. Did he encounter something special again? Seeing that the people in front of him continued to walk without noticing anything, Chu Yuntian had no choice but to remind them, "Wait a moment." Hearing this, several people stopped and turned to look at him in confusion. Wang Hu took the lead and said, "Brother Chu, is there any problem?" Chu Yuntian glanced around and said uncertainly, "Don't you think it's too quiet around?" Several people looked at each other, and the girl named Wang Zhao said puzzledly, "Isn't it better to be quieter? It proves that there are no evolved beasts around. Isn't it safer?" Chu Yuntian frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "Is this your first time out of the city?" Hearing this, Wang Hu immediately stepped forward to smooth things over and said, "Brother Chu, just say whatever you want to say. Although we have been out a few times, we were all in some places that have been cleared by the army." Chu Yuntian chuckled with some disdain and said, "Most powerful evolved beasts have a sense of territory. If there are no creatures, it means that there must be some particularly powerful evolved beasts here. Of course, it is also possible that this is a GD, and no creature dares to approach." When the few people heard this, they were all shocked. After a moment, Wang Hu asked with a little confusion, "Brother Chu, have you encountered this situation before?" Chu Yuntian nodded and said helplessly, "More than once." The few people were shocked again, not knowing what the man in front of them had experienced. Wang Hu showed a respectful look and said, "Brother Chu, what do you think we should do now?" Chu Yuntian looked around and said, "Let's take a detour. I don't want to enter such a place again. If we are not careful, we might all die in it." Wang Hu showed hesitation and said with some embarrassment, "If we go through here, we will reach our destination soon. If we have to take a detour, I'm afraid we will have to walk for a long time." Chu Yuntian sneered and said indifferently, "Okay, you go through here, I'll go around. You just wait for me at the destination." Chapter 82, Distress. Hearing this, the Wang family members looked at each other and then stared at Wang Hu, waiting for him to make a decision. Wang Hu lowered his head and pondered, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, Wang Ping twitched the corner of his mouth and said awkwardly, "Brother Chu, after all, you are also hired by our Wang family. It's not good for you to talk like this." Chu Yuntian smiled disdainfully, took out the bone sword and said, "Well, if you think I'm not worth it, I'll return the things to you, and I'll turn around and go back to the city." Hearing this, Wang Hu immediately stood up and said sternly, "Wang Ping, don't talk nonsense." Then he turned to Chu Yuntian and smiled politely and said politely, "Brother Chu, then how do you think we should go around?" Chu Yuntian closed his eyes and activated his perception pointing to a direction with creatures and said, "Let's go around from here and see how big this area is." Wang Hu pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, brother Chu, I'll listen to you." After that, he walked in the direction Chu Yuntian pointed. Chu Yuntian nodded slightly and followed. But not long after they walked, Chu Yuntian waved his hand to stop everyone because he senses that there is a huge centipede blocking the way ahead. Judging from the biological energy fluctuations, it is probably a 4th level centipede, and they may not be the opponent, even if they attack together. Before Chu Yuntian could speak, Wang Hu took the lead and said, "Brother Chu, what's the matter?" Chu Yuntian said with some embarrassment, "We can't go forward. There may be danger ahead." Wang Hu asked in confusion, "How do you know?" Chu Yuntian looked at Wang Hu and said casually, "I feel it." Wang Ping stood up again and said, "We can't go forward, and we can't go inside. Are we going to turn back?" This time Wang Hu did not stop them, but looked at Chu Yuntian with others to see if he had any solution. Chu Yuntian hesitated for a moment, and said with some embarrassment, "Actually, I'm in favor of going back. It's too dangerous here. Did you have any specific information when you came?" Hearing this, Wang Ping became anxious and said unwillingly, "How can that be? We have all walked here." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wang Hu waving his hand. He said with some vigilance, "Do you mean that our information is wrong?" Chu Yuntian waved his hand and said seriously, "I don't know whether there is a problem with your information, but the current situation is not something you can handle at all." The girl who was rescued by him once said weakly with some confusion, "What can't be dealt with? Aren't there no evolved beasts nearby now?" Hearing this, Chu Yuntian frowned and said unhappily, "If you don't believe me, you can send someone to take a look ahead, or go deeper into the forest park to take a look, but I said in advance that I don't care whether it lives or dies." Wang Ruolan, who had not expressed an opinion, said unconvincedly, "I'll go to the front and take a look. If there is really any danger that we can't deal with, I will believe you." Chu Yuntian sneered disdainfully and waved his hand, saying, "Please, if you don't come back in half an hour, I will leave immediately. If I'm lucky enough to come back, we will go together." Hearing this, the other 4 people of the Wang family looked at each other, somewhat at a loss. Wang Ruolan said angrily, "Okay, if I come back and there is no danger ahead, you will completely listen to our command on the way back." Chu Yuntian shrugged and said indifferently, "Okay, if you can come back alive, I will listen to you on the way back." Wang Ruolan stomped her feet angrily and leaped towards a big tree in front. Chu Yuntian stood in place, activating perception from time to time. After a while, Wang Ruolan arrived in front of the 4th order centipede, but it seemed that she did not notice the existence of the big centipede, and she was going to go straight forward. Just when she was about to jump forward, a huge head suddenly emerged from the ground, and its sharp fangs bit her directly in the air. Just when the giant centipede's fangs were about to bite her, Wang Ruolan took out a fiery red sharp bone spur from somewhere and threw it towards the centipede's mouth. With a boom, the bone spur exploded. The huge biological energy fluctuation pushed Wang Ruolan several meters away, and she hit a big tree heavily, just avoiding the attack of the giant centipede. The giant centipede shook its head, not looking hurt at all, and roared, and rushed towards Wang Ruolan who had just landed. The Wang family members who stayed in place heard the roar, and were immediately at a loss. Wang Hu took the lead, and said anxiously to Chu Yuntian, "Brother Chu, what's going on?" At this time, Chu Yuntian was sensing with his eyes closed, and did not pay attention to Wang Hu's question. He suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Go quickly," and then ran in the opposite direction, because he sensed that Wang Ruolan was actually running towards them with the giant centipede. When the Wang family saw Chu Yuntian suddenly turn around and run, they were a little overwhelmed, but out of instinct, they followed him. However, after running for a while, they heard the sound of a big tree breaking from behind, and Wang Ruolan's cry for help. Chu Yuntian cursed idiot inwardly, and said anxiously to everyone, "Don't worry about her, we are not the opponent of this big centipede." The Wang family seemed to understand something, and continued to run without looking back. However, since there were 2 strength evolvers here, their speed was much lower than that of the agility evolvers, especially the 2nd level strength evolver Wang Long, who was gradually pulling away from everyone, and even Wang Ruolan slowly surpassed him. Wang Long was just careless, and his legs were bitten off by the big centipede. Before he could cry out in pain, he was swallowed by the big centipede. Wang Hu looked back while running away, and happened to see Wang Long being swallowed. He immediately stopped and shouted, "Wang Long," and was about to rush over, but was stopped by the two people in front of him. During this delay, Wang Ruolan also ran over, panting and saying, "Run, that big centipede is probably a 4th level one. I used my red bone thorns, but it didn't hurt it at all." The big centipede that swallowed Wang Long roared and rushed towards them again, much faster than before. Could it be that it tasted the taste and was ready to swallow them all? Seeing this scene, Wang Hu didn't have time to be sad, so he ran again, but it was obvious that the speed of several people was not as fast as the big centipede. After a while, another 2nd level Wang Zhao was about to be caught up. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian said a little depressed, "We can't outrun it, run to the forest park, otherwise we will all die here." After that, he ran into the forest park. When several Wang family members saw Chu Yuntian taking the lead and running in, they followed him and ran in. They ran a long way, until they could no longer see the big centipede and slowly stopped, panting in place. After everyone had recovered their breath, the girl named Wang Zhao came over and whispered to Chu Yuntian, "Thank you for saving me again." Chu Yuntian waved his hand and said helplessly, "Don't thank me. If I could run, I wouldn't come in here." The remaining 3 Wang family members looked around, and Wang Hu came over and asked puzzledly, "Brother Chu, we are not in. There is no problem?" Chu Yuntian sneered and pointed outside and said, "The big centipede didn't dare to run in. Doesn't it mean there is a problem?" Wang Ping also said embarrassedly, "Then what do you think is the problem here?" Chu Yuntian shook his head and said worriedly, "I don't know. Let's take a rest, wait until the physical strength recovers, and then we will go." After that, he found a place to sit down. Several people looked at each other, not understanding why Chu Yuntian was so afraid to enter the forest park, but after the previous lesson of the big centipede, no one refuted him, and they all found a place to sit down and rest. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Chu Yuntian was still worried. He always felt that something was wrong here. During this period, he activated perception several times, but still did not find any living creatures. If he was outside, in such a vibrant place, even if there were no evolved beasts, there would always be ordinary small animals. However, this place was like a dead land. Except for the biological energy emitted by some trees, there was basically nothing else. After a few minutes, Chu Yuntian finally couldn't help it. He stood up and said, "Let's go. I feel more and more that we can't stay here for long." Hearing this, several people from the Wang family also stood up. Wang Hu walked over and said, "Are we going out? Now we are not far from the mutant mandala. It will take another half a day to get there." Chu Yuntian thought for a moment, thought of a compromise and said, "Let's go out first. If everything is fine, we will come in and find the mutant mandala. What do you think?" After listening to this, several members of the Wang family nodded and followed him in the direction they came from. But after walking for a while, they found a problem. They walked for nearly an hour and still hadn't walked out of the dense forest. Chu Yuntian stopped and said doubtfully, "How far did we run when we came in? How come we haven't walked out after walking for so long?" The Wang family members looked at each other and shook their heads without saying anything. It seemed that they were so panicked when they escaped in just now that no one remembered how far they had run. Seeing that no one spoke, Chu Yuntian took the lead and continued to walk outside. This time, they walked for another hour. He couldn't help it anymore, so he turned around and said to the Wang family members, "Haven't you found the problem yet?" Wang Hu stepped forward and said to Chu Yuntian, "Brother Chu, although we didn't remember the distance when we came in, it's impossible for us to run so far, so why haven't we walked out yet?" The remaining Wang Ping and the others also looked at each other, and it seemed that they had also found the problem. Wang Ruolan said in disbelief, "How is this possible? We clearly came in from here. Are we lost?" Chu Yuntian touched his chin, closed his eyes, and activated his perception. He found that they were not far from where they had just run in. There were no traces of giant centipedes destroying trees. It was only about 2,000 meters away from here, but they had been walking for more than an hour, and they must have walked several kilometers, but they didn't seem to be getting any closer. Chapter 83 Living Forest. The people trapped in the forest didn't care much at first, but when they ran for several hours and still hadn't gotten out of the forest, they panicked. When it got dark, they slowly stopped and found that the distance didn't seem to have changed at all. They were still in the same place, but the trees around them were different. Chu Yuntian stopped and activated perception, only to find that they were still as far away from where they came in, and didn't seem to be getting closer at all. However, he clearly felt that he had run a long way, but the place didn't move at all, which made him doubt himself. Several people from the Wang family also stopped. Wang Hu came over and said to Chu Yuntian worriedly, "Brother Chu, we are afraid we are trapped here. How come we have been running for so long and haven't run out yet?" Wang Ping also came over and said worriedly, "Yes, it's almost dark. We should have gone out long ago." Chu Yuntian said a little depressed, "How should I know? I don't think we are lost, and we are indeed running, but why we didn't run out, I don't understand." Wang Ping scratched his head and guessed, "Have we walked out and are now somewhere else?" Chu Yuntian supported his chin and pondered this. He didn't listen to Wang Ping's words at all. After thinking for a long time, he said, "I still don't know why we haven't been able to get out of here, but the good news is that there is no danger here for the time being." Hearing this, the Wang family members were slightly relieved. As long as there was no danger, and they walked slowly, there would always be a way. Wang Hu hesitated for a moment and said tentatively, "How about we set up camp here and leave tomorrow?" Chu Yuntian thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Okay, let's see what it's like here at night. This is the first time I've encountered such a strange place." Hearing Chu Yuntian say this, the Wang family members looked at each other and felt unsure again. At this time, Wang Hu comforted them and said, "Okay, let's find something to make a fire. At least we are not in danger now, right?" Chu Yuntian smiled and said nothing. It seems that Wang Hu still has the ability to stabilize people's hearts. No wonder the head of the Wang family asked him to lead the team. After they started a fire, they took out some evolved beast meat, skewered it with branches, and roasted it on the fire. Several people sat around the fire. Wang Hu, who was sitting next to Chu Yuntian, said with some concern, "Brother Chu, you just said that this is also the first time you have encountered such a strange place. Have you encountered other strange places?" Chu Yuntian nodded and said with a smile, "Well, that is a small village, which is also very strange, but not as strange as this place." "Then do you think we can get out of here?" Wang Hu frowned and said. Chu Yuntian shook his head, turned the branch with meat in his hand over, and sighed, "I don't know, let's go and see tomorrow." When several people heard this, they also looked worried. After the meat was cooked, they ate a little. Chu Yuntian stood up and said to the Wang family, "I'll keep watch tonight, you guys can rest." Hearing this, Wang Hu also stood up and said a little embarrassedly, "That's not good. How about I do it? You go and rest. You'll have to lead the way tomorrow." Chu Yuntian chuckled, patted Wang Hu on the shoulder and said, "It's okay. It's not too late for you to keep watch tomorrow." Wang Hu nodded in confusion, said something to the remaining Wang family members, and then went to rest under a big tree. It was completely dark. In the dark forest, there was only the light of the campfire here. It was so quiet that Chu Yuntian leaned against a tree and sensed every few minutes. He wanted to understand what had changed here. Until the early morning, there was still no movement around, no attacks, and even no changes, which made Chu Yuntian even more depressed. He carefully explored several times, but there were no living creatures around, only trees, and even few shrubs. The big trees were connected, giving Chu Yuntian the illusion that the whole forest was one. After another hour, seeing that the Wang family members were all asleep, Chu Yuntian quietly activated the invisibility and turned around. He wanted to see what went wrong. Chu Yuntian, who had hidden his figure, walked around the edge of the fire and really found some problems. That is, some trees were moving, not branches and leaves, but the whole tree would move. However, he didn't know how they moved, but he vaguely felt that the position of the trees had changed in his perception. He turned around again, and it was still the same. The trees in his perception moved again, but there was still no effect. He slowly showed his figure, walked over, sat next to the campfire, and fell into deep thought. It was getting light, but Chu Yuntian still had no idea. He carefully sorted out the information he had. The tree could move, but he couldn't get out. There were no living things. What did this mean? Until dawn, when the Wang family members were about to wake up, he still couldn't figure out the connection between them. Wang Hu yawned, stood up, and saw Chu Yuntian stroking his chin by the fire. He didn't know what he was thinking about. He walked over and patted Chu Yuntian and asked, "Brother Chu, what are you thinking about?" Chu Yuntian suddenly came to his senses from his deep thoughts, smiled awkwardly and said, "Nothing, you guys are awake." After that, he looked at the few people who were still leaning against the tree with sleepy eyes. Wang Hu smiled embarrassedly and said, "Why don't you go and rest for a while, and we'll be on the road later?" Chu Yuntian shook his head and said indifferently, "No need, we evolvers won't die if we don't sleep for a few days." After that, he stood up, stretched his body, and said to them, "Pack up when you wake up, let's try again to see if we can get out of here." Hearing this, the Wang family members also stood up a little embarrassed and went to pack their backpacks. Chu Yuntian said to Wang Hu, "Look at our food, how much evolutionary beast meat is left. Prepare for a protracted war. We are afraid that we won't be able to get out in a short time." Wang Hu said with a little shock, "Brother Chu, did you find anything?" After that, he shouted to Wang Ping and others who were packing their backpacks, "Look at how much evolutionary beast meat is left," and then turned his head to look at Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian shook his head and said worriedly, "No, I don't have any clues at all." "Okay, let's get on the road after we pack up and walk outside. If it doesn't work, we will go inside this time." Wang Hu nodded, obviously thinking the same thing. After a while, several people who had packed their backpacks came over. Wang Ping shook the large backpack on his back and said, "There are 2 more backpacks. If we save a little, we can probably eat for 10 days or so. It's definitely enough." Chu Yuntian sneered and ignored Wang Ping. Instead, he said to everyone, "Okay, let's walk outside for half a day. If we still can't get out, we'll go inside and see what's going on." Several people nodded without objection and walked quickly outside together. After walking for half a day, nothing happened, and they didn't get out of this strange dense forest. Several people sitting under a tree all looked worried. They walked over to Chu Yuntian and asked, "Brother Chu, this is not a big deal. We have walked at least 10 kilometers in half a day. Why is it still like this?" Chu Yuntian frowned and said, "I don't know. Let's take a break. We will try to walk inside later." Several people nodded, but none of them spoke. It seemed that they didn't have any better ideas. As the sky got darker, several people stopped again. This time, everyone was a little discouraged because there was still no change around them. There were only trees, and there were still trees. There was not even an animal, let alone an evolved beast. Along the way, Chu Yuntian had been activating perception and found that no matter whether they walked out or in, their position had not changed. The strange thing was that they walked almost the same distance back and forth, but they did not find the place where the fire was set yesterday. What was even more strange was that no matter how they walked, they were more than 2,000 meters away from where they came in. Chu Yuntian's mental strength and biological energy have been consumed a lot now. Several people started a fire again, roasted some meat, and ate a few bites. Chu Yuntian said to the Wang family members, "Let's arrange someone to keep watch tonight. I'm going to rest." After that, without paying attention to the reactions of the Wang family members, he found a big tree, leaned against the tree and fell asleep. The next morning, Chu Yuntian woke up and felt much better. Seeing Wang Hu sitting by the fire, he walked over, sat next to Wang Hu and asked, "Did anything special happen tonight?" Wang Hu yawned, shook his head and said, "Nothing, I almost fell asleep." After a while, the remaining members of the Wang family also woke up, packed up their things, and came over again. They were not in good spirits today. They seemed worried about not being able to get out. Chu Yuntian coughed lightly and said, "Don't be so discouraged. Walk around and see if there are any changes. If not, we will go separately. I don't believe that we can be trapped here." After that, he led a few people to the left. It was a day without any results. They walked to both sides, but there was still no change. In the evening, Chu Yuntian told a few people about his discovery. The trees would move, and their positions would not change at all, no matter how they walked. Hearing this, they were shocked and speechless. Chu Yuntian comforted a few people and went to rest aside. The next day, everyone woke up. After some discussion, several people prepared to go separately this time. Wang Hu thought for a long time before suggesting, "For safety, I will go with Wang Ping. As for Zhao and Ruolan, I will leave it to brother Chu. Let's go in one direction each. When it's noon, we will go back and meet here." Chu Yuntian smiled and said nothing. This Wang Hu is still sympathetic to women. Seeing that no one had any objections, Wang Hu said to Chu Yuntian and Ruolan, "Be careful, we will go back at noon, don't get lost." Chu Yuntian said HMM, and led the two girls back. Wang Hu and Wang Ping did not stop, and walked straight into the depths of the dense forest. Chapter 84, Mutated Mandala. After the group separated, Chu Yuntian activated perception every time he walked a certain distance, but strangely, not long after they separated, the traces of Wang Hu and the two disappeared completely, which confused him, but he did not tell the two girls of the Wang family about this. Chu Yuntian walked with the two girls of the Wang family for several hours, but there was still no change. Seeing that it was almost noon, he said to the two girls, "Let's go back. It seems that we can't get out if we go separately. Let's go back and see what's going on with them." In fact, he wanted to say it a long time ago, but he was afraid that the two girls would be suspicious, so he kept delaying it until now. Wang Ruolan nodded and said worriedly, "Okay, I think it's better not to separate. If something happens, it will be bad." Chu Yuntian nodded and took the two girls of the Wang family to walk in the opposite direction. It was not until noon that they arrived at the place where they started, but there was no one here, and there was no trace of Wang Hu and the two. Wang Zhao said worriedly, "They haven't come back yet. Will something happen?" The two girls looked out towards the dense forest with worried expressions. The three of them waited for more than an hour, and the two daughters of the Wang family finally couldn't wait any longer. Wang Ruolan said anxiously, "Why don't we go in and look for them?" Wang Zhao also agreed, "Yes, it's not a good idea to keep waiting like this." Chu Yuntian shrugged and said indifferently, "Well, let's go towards them. If they come back, we will definitely meet them." After that, he took the lead and walked out. The situation here made Chu Yuntian have no clue. It was completely illogical. It was as if something was controlling it. No matter how you walked, you would stay in the same place, and the people who separated disappeared inexplicably. They walked for several hours like this. It was getting dark, and there was still no trace of Wang Hu and the others, but the environment had changed. A few hundred meters away from the three people, a bush about 5 or 6 meters high was blooming with bright red flowers, and there were several fruits with thorns on the shell beside it. The three of them stood there in a daze after seeing this scene. After waiting for a long time, Wang Zhao finally spoke up and said, "Mutated datura." Chu Yuntian turned to look at Wang Zhao and said in surprise, "What did you say? Is this the mutant datura you are looking for?" Wang Zhao nodded and said in disbelief, "Yes, I have seen the photo." Chu Yuntian asked in confusion, "How do you know about this plant? It is not a common thing." Wang Zhao swallowed her saliva, came back to her senses from the shock and said, "I didn't tell you that I studied plant physiology when I was in school, so I know a lot about plants." "Oh, then do you know what this thing is used for?" Chu Yuntian deliberately tried to trick Wang Zhao. Wang Zhao nodded and said nothing. At this time, Wang Ruolan came back to her senses and said in surprise, "Zhao, how long will it take for the fruit of this datura to mature? Let's pick the fruit and then go find Wang Hu and the others." Chu Yuntian frowned and looked at Wang Ruolan. He didn't expect that this woman would put her family aside when she saw the benefits. Wang Zhao said weakly, "This is not good. It won't be too late to pick it after we find brother Wang Hu and the others." Wang Ruolan said in a lecturing tone, "Listen to me, there was no mandragora when we came here last time. We finally found it this time. If we don't pick it, what if we can't find it next time?" Wang Zhao thought for a while and said hesitantly, "Okay, let's pick the fruit and then go find brother Wang Hu and the others." Chu Yuntian coughed lightly, and the two girls of the Wang family seemed to have forgotten his existence. Wang Ruolan then noticed that there was Chu Yuntian next to her and said with a wry smile, "Brother Chu, what do you think? If we pick the datura fruit now, your mission will be accomplished." Chu Yuntian said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, how do you pick this thing? Just go over and pick it." Hearing this, Wang Zirao hurriedly said, "No, don't get close. This datura flower has a strong neurotoxin, and the fruit also has considerable attack power. We must wait until the flower withers and the fruit opens, before we can pick it." Chu Yuntian frowned, and said in confusion, "Then how long do we have to wait here?" Wang Zirao smiled and said, "We don't have to wait long. The datura flower blooms for only 4 days at most. The fruit has come out now. In 1 or 2 days at most, the flower will almost wither and the fruit will be ripe." "Then what are the dangers when picking the fruit?" Chu Yuntian asked puzzledly. Wang Zirao said seriously, "When you pick the fruit, the whole plant of datura will fight back." Then she pointed at the datura and said, "Look, if you go over to pick the fruit, the vines on the side will wrap around you. If you touch them, you will be poisoned, so you must clean up the vines by yourself, and then you can pick the fruit smoothly." Chu Yuntian nodded, walked to a big tree not far away, sat under the tree and said, "Then wait here. How much food do you have?" Wang Zirao opened her backpack and looked at it and said, "There are still some, save some, enough for us to eat for 2 or 3 days." Chu Yuntian said to Wang Ruolan unceremoniously, "Hey, go and make a fire, let's eat something." Wang Ruolan widened her eyes and said, "Why should I? If you want to eat, get it yourself." Chu Yuntian said roguely, "Okay, when you pick the fruit, you go and clean up the vines." Then he sat down against the tree. Hearing this, Wang Ruolan widened her eyes, stomped her feet angrily, and went to pick up firewood and make a fire. When Wang Ruolan went to collect firewood, Chu Yuntian approached Wang Zirao and pointed at the datura in the distance and said, "Little girl, do you know what that thing is used for?" Wang Zirao nodded weakly and said lightly, with a hint of blush on her face. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuntian was a little puzzled and said in a tempting tone, "Look, I saved you twice. Can you help me once?" Hearing this, Wang Zirao's little face turned redder, nodded, and whispered, "What do you want me to do for you?" Chu Yuntian coughed lightly, pointed to the mandragora and said, "Tell me what the thing inside is used for." Wang Zirao said a little puzzled, "Ah." Then as if she reacted, she continued, "The fruit of the mandragora can allow a 4th level evolver to advance again." Chu Yuntian's eyes lit up. He really guessed right, smiled and said, "Zirao, can you tell me how to use the thing inside? Does that fruit contain a lot of biological energy?" Wang Zirao shook her head and said, "No, there is no biological energy in the fruit of the mandragora." Chu Yuntian frowned and said puzzledly, "Then how can it allow a 4th level evolver to advance?" Before he finished speaking, Wang Ruolan came over with a pile of dry firewood, put it on the ground, and started a fire. Then she came over and said to Wang Zirao, "Zirao, bring the meat over here." Wang Zirao looked at Chu Yuntian, then opened her backpack, took out a large piece of meat and walked over. Chu Yuntian leaned against a tree and watched the 2 girls of the Wang family grilling meat around the fire. In his heart, he was thinking about finding an opportunity to get the girls to say something, but with Wang Ruolan standing by, it was obvious that he was asking blatantly. After the 2 girls of the Wang family grilled the meat, Wang Zirao brought a large piece to Chu Yuntian and then ran to sit by the fire with Wang Ruolan. After the 3 of them finished eating, Chu Yuntian walked over and said, "You guys take a break. I'll keep watch and see if the fruit of the mandragora will mature tomorrow." Wang Ruolan looked up at Chu Yuntian without saying a word. At that time, Wang Zirao whispered thank you, and the 2 girls went to sleep around the fire. At night, Chu Yuntian activated several perceptions, but still did not detect the traces of Wang Hu and the others. They should be trapped somewhere, but in this broken place, everything cannot be thought of according to common sense. The next morning, the 2 girls woke up. Wang Zirao looked at the mandragora in the distance and still did not want any changes. She sat down and said to Chu Yuntian, "Brother Chu, why don't you take a break? I'll call you when the mandragora fruit is ripe." Chu Yuntian showed a warm smile and said, "Okay." After that, he leaned close to Wang Zirao's face and continued, "When no one is around, tell me how to use the mandragora fruit, okay?" Wang Zirao blushed, nodded slightly, and ran to sit next to Wang Ruolan again. Wang Ruolan saw that Wang Zirao had the same expression, so she turned around, glared at him, and then ignored him. Chu Yuntian shrugged indifferently, then sat down under the tree, leaned against the trunk, and closed his eyes to rest. I don't know how long it took, but I heard a female voice weakly saying, "Brother Chu." Chu Yuntian opened his eyes and saw Wang Zirao gently pushing his shoulders. He squinted his eyes and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Wang Zirao pointed to the mandragora in the distance and said, "The fruit is ripe." Hearing this, Chu Yuntian turned over and stood up, looking at the yellowed fruit, which was cracked into 4 petals. The kernel inside was emitting a deep black light. He was surprised and said to himself, "This is the fruit of the mandragora. This is the first time I've seen it." Wang Ruolan came over and stood beside Chu Yuntian, saying sarcastically, "Don't stand there. We feel like we have to go find Wang Hu and the others." After picking the fruit, Chu Yuntian glanced at Wang Ruolan, sneered and said, "Okay, I'll go ahead and clear those vines. You guys hurry up when picking the fruit." After that, he walked towards the mandragora. The 2 women looked at each other and followed. As soon as he approached, the vines on the mandragora quickly swept towards him. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian immediately drew out the bone sword at his waist and cut off the vines that were rolling towards him one by one. The 2 girls followed closely behind him. After walking about 10 meters, they came to the front of the mandragora. Chu Yuntian said to the 2 girls of the Wang family, "Hurry up and pick the fruits. The vines are getting more and more. It will be difficult to get out soon." Wang Ruolan also used a bone knife to cut the vines on both sides and said unhappily, "I know." After that, she took Wang Zirao to the few fruits in the innermost. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 85, Mutated Sandbox Tree. The 3 people who came to the mandragora tree were surrounded by vines. Chu Yuntian and Wang Ruolan worked hard to clear the vines around them. Wang Zirao took out a small bag and used a bone spur to pry the kernels from the cracked fruit into the small bag. After prying 4 or 5 kernels, she came over and said anxiously to Chu Yuntian, "It's done. Let's go." Chu Yuntian looked at the small bag in her hand, swung the bone sword a few times, cut off the vines on the side, and then pulled Wang Zirao out without paying attention to Wang Ruolan's situation. Just when Chu Yuntian was about to walk out of the attack range of the vines, all of a sudden, all the vines seemed to be stimulated by them and rushed towards Chu Yuntian and the others. Chu Yuntian, who had originally had some difficulty dealing with those vines, could not stand it all of a sudden. He had no choice but to input biological energy into the bone sword at all costs, and swung the bone sword several times to protect Wang Zirao tightly. When the 2 walked out of the attack range of the vines, Chu Yuntian had completely run out of ammunition and food, and the biological energy in his body was almost consumed. If there was any danger at this time, they could only sit and wait for death. Just after stopping, before catching their breath, they heard Wang Zirao suddenly scream. Chu Yuntian thought that the vines were attacking again and immediately prepared to run, but saw Wang Zirao turned her head and looked behind her in a daze. Chu Yuntian looked in confusion in the direction of Wang Zirao's gaze and saw Wang Ruolan behind them being rolled by several vines towards the mandala. After a while, Wang Zirao, who had recovered, shouted, "Sister Ruolan," and was about to rush over to save people, but was stopped by Chu Yuntian. Wang Zirao struggled and cried and shouted, "Why are you stopping me?" Chu Yuntian said sternly, "Are you going to die? If you really want to go, I won't stop you." After that, he let her go. At this time, Wang Ruolan had been pulled in by the vines, and Wang Zirao was also crying and lying on the ground. Chu Yuntian stood beside Wang Zirao, took out a 2nd level energy bead, swallowed it, and waited until the biological energy was almost restored before squatting down and whispering to Wang Zirao, "Okay, stop crying." Wang Zirao turned her head and looked at Chu Yuntian fiercely and said sternly, "Why didn't you save her just now? You obviously have the ability to save her." Chu Yuntian stood up and said viciously, I tell you, if I saved her just now, you would have died in there. What's more, if I didn't leave quickly, I would have died in there too. Wang Zirao knew in her heart that she could not blame Chu Yuntian. She was just venting her sadness. When she heard him say that, she did not refute, but just sat on the ground crying. After waiting for a long while, Chu Yuntian took a long breath and said lightly, what is your relationship with her? Wang Zirao sobbed and said sadly, she is my cousin. We have been playing together since we were young. She saved me once when the fog was not cleared. Chu Yuntian helped her up and comforted her. Don't cry. It's dangerous outside the city now, let alone places like this. Wang Zirao said lonely. Then what should we do now? Chu Yuntian looked around and said, let's go find Wang Hu and the others. We will go back to the city after we find them. I'm afraid they are in danger too. Wang Zirao grabbed Chu Yuntian's arm and said nervously, how do you know they are in danger too? Chu Yuntian pushed her hand away and comforted, calm down, I'm just guessing. Don't be nervous. Maybe they have already returned to the city. Hearing this, Wang Zirao calmed down a little, nodded and said, okay, let's go find them. Chu Yuntian nodded lightly and walked to the side. After searching aimlessly for several hours, there was still no trace of the two. Chu Yuntian said to Wang Zirao, let's find a way out. Maybe they have returned to the city. It's no use looking here. Wang Zirao thought for a moment and said, okay, I hope they have gone back. Chu Yuntian looked around, identified the direction, and said to Wang Zirao, let's jump on the tree and see if we can get out. I always feel that there is something wrong with these trees. Wang Zirao nodded with a dull expression and didn't say anything. Now she was confused and had no idea in her mind. Chu Yuntian didn't say anything when he saw her like this. He jumped onto a big tree next to him. After waiting for a while, Wang Zirao also jumped up. The two shuttled through the forest for several hours. Chu Yuntian kept using perception to find that, although they were in a certain position, they still couldn't get out of the forest. It was not until it was getting dark that the two jumped down from the tree. Chu Yuntian frowned and murmured in a low voice, what went wrong? It shouldn't be like this. Wang Zirao, who was standing by, saw that he was thinking with his head down and had no intention of disturbing him. Instead, she went to find some branches, started a fire, took out the only evolved beast meat left in the backpack, and sat beside the fire. She skewered the evolved beast meat with branches and roasted it over the fire. After a long while, Chu Yuntian came back to his senses from his thoughts. He walked over, sat next to Wang Zirao and asked, after walking for a day, have you discovered anything? Wang Zirao shook her head dejectedly and said, nothing. Then she murmured, I don't know how brother Wang Hu and the others are doing. Hearing this, Chu Yuntian sighed and said, don't worry. If we can't get out, it's useless to worry about these things, because we will be trapped here to death. Wang Zirao also sighed and said in annoyance, if I had known, I wouldn't have let Sister Ruolan come with us. For a few mandrake fruits, Wang Long and the other two all died. After that, she seemed to be about to cry again. Chu Yuntian patted her shoulder and changed the subject, saying, don't be sad. The world is like this now. The city is not necessarily safe. After saying that, he thought of something and continued, how do I use that mandragora fruit? You haven't told me yet. The simple Wang Zirao didn't hear his true intention. She took a deep breath and said, that's right. It's not a good idea to always stay in the city. Uncle said that there will be times when the city is unsafe. As for how to use the mandragora fruit, it's actually very simple. It has no effect on its own, but it can absorb the biological essence in the energy bead. Just put it together with the energy bead and inject biological energy into the fruit. The fruit will absorb the essence of the energy bead and purify it again. The mandragora fruit in a full state can replenish a large amount of pure biological essence at a time, which can also promote the advancement of the fourth order evolver. Chu Yuntian suppressed the excitement in his heart and said calmly, oh, there is also this strange plant. How many of them do you need to advance? Wang Zirao shook her head and said, I don't know either. I just found it when I was studying modern plants. I feel that it should be at least 2. Chu Yuntian looked at her sideways and said in surprise, 2. How many second level energy beads does each one need to absorb to fill it? Wang Zirao shook her head and said in confusion, I don't know about that. I feel that it must be at least hundreds of them. Chu Yuntian's mouth twitched and he didn't say anything. He thought, my god, these hundreds of second level energy beads are hundreds of second level evolution beasts. It will take at least a year or two to kill them all. The two were silent for a long time. Chu Yuntian picked up the almost roasted meat in his hand and handed it to her, saying, the meat is almost done, you eat it first. Wang Zirao smiled lightly, said thank you, and took the roasted meat. After the two finished eating, Chu Yuntian asked Wang Zirao to rest first. After she fell asleep, he activated the invisibility and turned around again, but still found nothing, and then went to rest. The two were trapped for another 4 days. The food had been eaten up. If it weren't for the energy beads to keep them alive, I'm afraid they wouldn't even have the strength to walk. At noon on the 5th day, Chu Yuntian couldn't stand it anymore. Wang Zirao beside him also looked at Hen. The energy beads she brought had been used up. Chu Yuntian only had the second level energy beads on him, so she had to rely on Chu Yuntian to move forward. After walking a few steps, Wang Zirao sat down on a big tree beside her and said with a weak breath, Brother Chu, don't worry about me, you should find a way out by yourself. I'm afraid I can't make it out. Chu Yuntian looked at her sitting under the tree and said unhappily, don't talk nonsense, wait here, I'm thinking of a way. Wang Zirao smiled miserably and said, what else can I do? I've thought of all the ways I can think of. This is really a deadly place. I should have listened to you at the beginning. Chu Yuntian took a deep breath and said angrily, there must be a way. I definitely don't want to die here like this. After that, he pulled out the bone sword at his waist, swung it hard, and cut a big tree next to him in half. Wang Zirao leaned aside without saying anything, just looking at him quietly. After a long while, Chu Yuntian's anger slowly subsided. He turned around and looked at the cut tree trunk and found that the trees here were different from those in other places. When this big tree was cut, he didn't feel any resistance. Although he used some strength, it was not possible to cut the tree that the two men hugged with one sword. Thinking of this, he swung his sword again, but this time he didn't use much strength. He still cut a big tree beside him in half. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian said to Wang Zirao happily, I found a way out. If we can't get out, we'll cut down all the trees in this forest. I don't know how it will stop us from leaving. Wang Zirao used up all her strength and barely stood up. She said weakly, where is the way? This forest is so big. How long will it take to cut it all down? Chu Yuntian went over to help her up and said excitedly, don't worry about it, just follow me. After that, he helped her and cut down the trees around her while walking. After cutting down hundreds of trees, the whole forest shook. After a while, all the surrounding trees rushed in one direction. After a while, they formed a strange tree that was more than 10 meters thick, hundreds of feet high, and the tree trunk was full of spikes. The two were shocked to see this scene. No one expected that such a large forest was just one tree. Its roots must cover such a large area. Chu Yuntian came to his senses and immediately stood in front of Wang Zirao, turning around and saying, be careful, run out now. Wang Zirao glanced at Chu Yuntian and said with a little affection, well, I'll wait for you outside. After that, she stumbled towards the normal woods. Chapter 86, Fruit of the Sandbox Tree. Seeing Wang Zirao running away, Chu Yuntian turned his head to look at the strange tree not far away and prepared to run to the woods behind him. But at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled and countless roots emerged from the ground, sweeping towards him. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian ran, but after a few steps, he was tripped by the tree roots under his feet. A root wrapped around his right leg and pulled him towards the tree. In an emergency, Chu Yuntian pulled out the bone sword on his waist, cut off the roots wrapped around his feet, and stood up, taking a defensive posture to resist the attack of the surrounding roots. After a while, the roots around were cut off by him. Chu Yuntian stood with a sword, watching the strange tree vigilantly. After a long while, seeing that the strange tree did not move, he was ready to turn around and run away. But just when he relaxed his vigilance, several spikes on the tree were like bullets, shooting at him rapidly. He was so scared that he immediately rolled on the ground several times before avoiding the attack of these spikes. Chu Yuntian turned over, stood up and ran. He was not ready to fight with a big tree. But just after he ran not far, there were several explosions behind him. Before Chu Yuntian could react, he was blown away dozens of meters by the aftermath of the explosion and fell directly into the woods in the distance. Then Chu Yuntian fainted. It was unknown how long it took before Chu Yuntian slowly woke up, shook his head to make himself more awake, and looked around. He saw that he was next to a fire, and some animal meat was roasted on the fire. He looked around, and didn't see anyone. Just as Chu Yuntian was about to sit up, he felt a sharp pain from behind, causing him to fall to the ground again. At this time, in the woods nearby, Wang Zirao came over with some branches. Seeing that he woke up, she immediately ran over to help him up and said, "You're awake." Chu Yuntian reluctantly sat up and said, "Where is this? Are we out of danger?" Wang Zirao nodded and said with concern, "Well, it's okay now. Are you feeling better?" Chu Yuntian touched his back and said, "How long have I been unconscious?" Wang Zirao picked up the roasted meat from the fire and handed it to him, saying, "You've been unconscious for almost 2 days. Eat something first." Chu Yuntian took the roasted meat and said, "How did I faint? How did you save me?" Wang Zirao said with some fear, "After I ran out that day, I looked back and saw that the big tree had thrown out a few more fruits. The fruit flew in front of you and exploded, blowing you out directly." Chu Yuntian took a bite of the roasted meat and said puzzledly, "No way, even if I was blown away, I wouldn't have to sleep for 2 days, right?" "Indeed, the explosion didn't cause much harm to you. Your clothes have blocked a lot of the damage from the explosion. But the fruit of that tree is highly poisonous. If I hadn't found the herbs nearby, I'm afraid you wouldn't wake up." After seeing him wake up, Wang Zirao seemed to be in a much better mood. Chu Yuntian asked in confusion, "Then has the poison in my body been cured? Why does my back still hurt so much?" Wang Zirao also picked up the barbecue on the fire and took a bite and said, "That kind of toxin will prevent the wound from healing and will also destroy the body's muscle tissue, so you are in so much pain, but it doesn't matter, you should be healed in a day or 2. Chu Yuntian frowned and said in confusion, "Do you know what kind of tree that is? Why is it so weird? Not to mention the attack, its ability to disperse and trap people is abnormal enough." Wang Zirao looked up and thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be a sandbox tree, but the sandbox trees in the past would not trap people. They were just poisonous and the fruits would explode." Chu Yuntian snorted and said, "No wonder it is called a sandbox tree. It is a maze itself." Wang Zirao smiled and said, "That kind of tree is very powerful. Before it mutated, the explosion of its fruit could be compared to a grenade." Chu Yuntian was amazed. "So powerful, it really has all kinds of strange things." After speaking, he took a bite of the barbecue and continued, "Where did this barbecue come from? Did you go hunting?" Wang Zirao nodded and said, "You fainted, but I can't just ignore you. I got it with great difficulty." Hearing this, Chu Yuntian smiled, turned his head to look at Wang Zirao, and after a long while, he whispered, "Thank you." Wang Zirao saw his expression. Her face turned red. She lowered her head and said weakly, "It's okay, you've saved me several times." Seeing her like this, Chu Yuntian smiled wickedly and said, "Okay, I'm full. I'm going to rest. We'll go back to the city when my injury gets better tomorrow." Wang Zirao nodded, not daring to look at him, just sitting there with her head down in the middle of the night. Chu Yuntian woke up and saw Wang Zirao still sitting by the fire. He walked over and said, "You go and rest for a while. We'll go back to the city when it's dawn." Wang Zirao nodded and said softly, "Okay." After that, she took out 2 dark fruits from her body and handed them to him, saying, "Here, I know you want them too. I won't tell the head of the family that you took 2. Chu Yuntian took the fruit and said in surprise, "Really?" Wang Zirao lowered her head, uttered a HMM, and ran to rest under a nearby tree. Chu Yuntian raised a wicked smile, shook his head gently, and thought, "This little girl is easy to deceive. Once she is moved, she will not care about anything." He took out a 2nd level energy bead from his body, swallowed it, and began to restore the biological energy in his body. After this ordeal, the biological energy in his body had long been empty. The biological energy restored by eating the evolved beast meat was only enough for him to maintain daily activities. Once he fought or fled fiercely, it would be immediately consumed. The next day, Wang Zirao woke up at dawn, packed her things, put some evolved beast meat into her backpack, and said to Chu Yuntian, "Let's go, let's get going, and return to the city early. I don't want to be outside the city anymore." Chu Yuntian opened his eyes and took a long breath. He absorbed the energy of 2 energy beads in succession, which allowed him to reach his peak. Seeing that Wang Zirao had packed up and was ready to leave, he stood up and said, "Wait a minute, I have to go meet the sandbox tree again." Wang Zirao was shocked and said, "Are you crazy? We just ran out, and you're going to die again." Chu Yuntian chuckled and said, "It's okay, you wait here for me, I'll be back soon." After that, he ran towards the direction of the sandbox tree. After a while, when he ran to the edge of the forest, he saw the huge sandbox tree. He didn't know why it didn't turn into a forest. He also didn't know if too many trees were cut down by Chu Yuntian when it was dispersing, so it couldn't form such a large area. Chu Yuntian ignored all this, pulled out his bone sword, activated invisibility, and slowly walked towards the sandbox tree. Every step he took, he was terrified, fearing that it would discover his traces, but fortunately, until he walked to the front of the sandbox tree, it did not discover his existence. Just after approaching the sandbox tree, Chu Yuntian was surprised to see 2 corpses. After careful identification, he found out that they were Wang Hu and Wang Ping. Their bodies were really hanging on the branches of the sandbox tree. They were already shriveled, and only skin and bones were left. The reason why he could recognize them was that he saw a person holding an inner odd bone gun in his hand. Chu Yuntian mourned for the 2 of them in his heart for a minute, and then ignored them. After a moment, Chu Yuntian jumped up more than 10 meters high, cut off several fruits of the sandbox tree with a sword, and immediately crawled on the ground after landing. At this time, the sandbox tree also trembled, and the spikes on the tree body flew randomly, as if it felt that someone was hurting it. Chu Yuntian lay under the sandbox tree, fearing that it would hurt him by mistake with its blind attack. After a few minutes, the sandbox tree slowly stopped, the branches stopped shaking, and the spikes on the trunk stopped flying randomly. At this time, Chu Yuntian slowly picked up 4 or 5 fruits of the sandbox tree on the ground and slowly walked towards the distant woods. During this period, he looked back at the sandbox tree behind him from time to time, fearing that it would blow him up in a rage. After walking out of the coverage of the sandbox tree, Chu Yuntian felt relieved a little, and then he launched a perception to test why he could not perceive its existence when he was trapped by the sandbox tree. After a while, he finally understood that in his perception, the current sandbox tree was just a tree with relatively strong biological energy. If it spread out, it would become no different from an ordinary tree, so it could not be distinguished. Chu Yuntian, who had figured it out, had no intention of staying. He put the fruits of the sandbox tree into his backpack and walked towards the direction where Wang Zirao was. After walking for a while, he saw Wang Zirao leaning against a tree, looking around anxiously. He walked over leisurely and said to Wang Zirao, "Okay, it's done. Let's go back to the city." Wang Zirao looked at him puzzled and asked, "Where have you been? Aren't you afraid of being trapped or blown up?" Chu Yuntian smiled and said easily, "It's okay, it's just that there are some things I don't understand, and I feel uneasy." After that, he took the lead and walked towards the capital. Wang Zirao looked at him resentfully, then put on her backpack and followed. Chu Yuntian did not tell Wang Zirao that Wang Hu and the others were dead. Leaving a glimmer of hope is better than being completely desperate. After 4 or 5 days of traveling, the 2 were finally not far from the capital. Along the way, every time Chu Yuntian senses a second level evolved beast, he took Wang Zirao to the direction of the evolved beast. They killed more than a dozen of them before they got here. Wang Zirao had suspected him more than once why there were evolved beasts waiting for them on the road he was going to take, but Chu Yuntian always evaded them. It was not until they entered the area that the troops had cleared that their speed increased. As the sky was getting darker, the 2 were preparing to return to the city to rest when suddenly 3 people flashed out from the side. One of them was as big as a big bear and said to them rudely, "Are you Chu Yuntian?" Chu Yuntian looked at the 3 people in confusion, and seeing that they looked unfriendly, he immediately pretended to be confused and said, "Who is Chu Yuntian?" Chapter 87 Beifei's Ambush. Hearing Chu Yuntian say this, Wang Zirao on the side almost laughed out loud, but she held it back. The three of them were stunned at first, and then the big guy said angrily, "Why are you pretending? I already know what you are like." Chu Yuntian rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "You know it, and you still ask, what do you want from me?" The big guy grinned and said, "Boy, sell your pet to me, and I will let you live." "Oh, so this is what you came for. What's your name?" Chu Yuntian said embarrassedly. The big guy took 2 steps forward, patted his chest and said, "Have you heard of me, Beifei?" Chu Yuntian shook his head and said jokingly, "No, did you run away from the zoo?" The big guy was about to speak, and someone next to him walked up to him and whispered, "Brother, he scolded you." Beifei was stunned for a while before he reacted, and then he said angrily, "Good boy, it seems that you are looking for death." After that, he was ready to step forward and attack. Seeing Beifei about to rush over, Chu Yuntian immediately stepped forward to stop him. Hey, wait a minute." Beifei was stunned, stopped and said, "What's the matter?" Chu Yuntian pointed at Wang Zirao on the side, decided to use the tiger's skin as a banner, and shouted, "Ha, see, you dare to attack her. She is from the Wang family. Aren't you afraid of revenge from the Wang family?" Beifei weighed the pros and cons, and then said, "Do you think I, Beifei, am afraid of the Wang family?" Although he said this, he still did not attack. Hearing this, Chu Yuntian was stunned, thinking, "But, people don't recognize this tiger skin," then whispered to Wang Zirao, "Hey, your Wang family is not that powerful. Such a fool is not afraid of you." Wang Zirao on the side seemed to have thought of something, and whispered to Chu Yuntian, "I remember. He is Beifei, Chaoyang district is his territory, no less than our Wang family." After Wang Zirao finished speaking, Chu Yuntian's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that this big fool was so powerful, and then said helplessly, "Why don't you go back to the city first? It seems they dare not touch you." Wang Zirao shook her head in embarrassment and said, "No, I can't leave you alone. He is a 4th level power evolver." Chu Yuntian's face turned cold, and he said seriously, "Go back if I tell you to. Do you need me to worry about you?" Wang Zirao pondered for a moment and whispered, "Then I will go back and find someone to help you." Chu Yuntian did not respond, but said to Beifei, "It seems that you are not going to let me go, but you don't want to go against the Wang family. Let her go, and we can talk, if there is anything." Beifei lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, "Okay, you kid, don't play any tricks. Hand over the pet honestly, and I won't bother you." Chu Yuntian smiled and nodded, and said to Wang Zirao beside him, "Okay, let's go." Wang Zirao took a deep look at Chu Yuntian, and ran towards the direction of the capital. After a while, when Wang Zirao ran away, Chu Yuntian said in a gangster tone, "Okay, you say you want to buy my pet. How many energy beads do you want to pay?" Beifei and the other 2 were all stunned. They didn't expect Chu Yuntian to say this. They thought he would never sell the pet, and the 3 were ready to capture him. Chu Yuntian saw the 3 people stunned, and then turned around and ran away. The 3 of them were left in the wind, and after a long while, Chu Yuntian had run far away before they realized what was happening. Beifei said angrily, "Chase him. You dare to play tricks on me." Then he led the 2 to chase in the direction he ran. Chu Yuntian, who had already run for a distance, raised a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that there were such stupid people who believed this. Not long after running, Chu Yuntian realized that something was wrong. The 3 people chasing him from behind were also running very fast. Even the big stupid Beifei's speed seemed to be not slower than his own. If he continued to run at this speed, it would be difficult for him to get rid of them. Chu Yuntian ran hard, and then activated perception, trying to find a more powerful evolution beast to get away, but unfortunately, there were only evolution beasts around, and he could only speed up and run towards the place where the troops had not cleared. 1 escaped and 3 chased. After an hour, the sky had completely darkened. Chu Yuntian did not get rid of the 3 people, and the 3 of them could not catch up with him. While running, Beifei shouted, "Boy, don't let me catch you, or I will peel your skin." Chu Yuntian ignored Beifei's shouting, and kept running forward at full speed with his head down. After running for a distance, Chu Yuntian suddenly turned, because he sensed that there were a lot of biological energy fluctuations a few thousand meters to the side, like a large group of creatures gathering. He planned to lead Beifei and the others over, and then he would run away in stealth. Otherwise, if he activated invisibility at such a close distance, Bayfei and the others would see him. He did not want to expose his special skill. Not long after running, he saw countless dark green eyes in the forest in front, flickering. Chu Yuntian thought that they were them, and then ran towards the dense forest where the dark green eyes were. Just as he ran closer, he saw that the owner of those eyes was actually a wolf pack, and there was a huge silver wolf in it, which looked very familiar. Chu Yuntian did not hesitate, and immediately jumped onto a tree nearby, and activated his invisibility. At this moment, Bayfei and his companions also rushed over. When they saw Chu Yuntian jumping onto a tree, they were ready to follow him, but when they saw a group of green eyes not far ahead, they immediately stopped. At this moment, the wolves also discovered the existence of Bayfei and his companions, and roared at them with bared teeth. Seeing the wolves staring at them, Bayfei and his companions immediately began to slowly retreat, ready to turn around and run away. But before they could turn around, the huge silver wolf in the wolf pack suddenly howled a woo and moved away. The wolf pack immediately became agitated and rushed straight towards Bayfei and his companions. Seeing this scene, Bayfei and his companions turned around and ran without stopping. The wolf pack behind them also chased after them, but only the silver wolf stayed where it was and did not chase them. After a while, when almost all the wolves had chased Bayfei and his companions, the giant wolf slowly approached the tree where Chu Yuntian was. Chu Yuntian's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. How could he forget that this thing's nose was even more powerful than a dog's? It must have discovered his existence. The huge silver wolf circled the tree where Chu Yuntian was several times, and then jumped onto a branch not far from where Chu Yuntian was, twitching its nose in the direction where Chu Yuntian was, but seeing that there was no one there, the giant wolf roared twice and jumped towards the branch where Chu Yuntian was. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuntian was so scared that he almost ran away, but in the end he stabilized himself and just quietly stepped back a few steps towards the tip of the branch. After the giant wolf jumped over, it twitched its nose and stunk a few times, turned its head to look at where Chu Yuntian was, roared, and jumped off the tree. Seeing the giant wolf jump down, Chu Yuntian was slightly relieved, thinking, fortunately, this thing is not so smart, otherwise it really gave me 2 claws. I'm afraid I will really be buried in the wolf's mouth. The giant wolf that jumped down from the tree howled at the smaller wolves nearby and then chased in the direction of Bayfei and the other 2. Finally gone. Chu Yuntian waited on the tree for a long time before he let out a long sigh. Then he jumped down from the tree, walked around in a big circle, and then walked towards the direction of the capital. He walked until midnight and heard the roar of wild beasts not far ahead. Chu Yuntian activated perception and found that it was the wolf pack that was besieging Bayfei and the other 2. He cursed bad luck inwardly and jumped onto a big tree and hid. He didn't plan to take a detour anymore. Not far ahead was the city wall. He was going to wait for the wolf pack to kill Bayfei and the other 2 and then go back to the city after they dispersed. Even if he reached the city gate now, it might not be opened for him alone in the middle of the night. Chu Yuntian, who was hiding in the distance, activated his perception from time to time to observe every move on the battlefield. Although there were many wolves, they were helpless in the face of Bayfei, a 4th level power evolver, and 2 3rd level agility evolvers. The wolves pounced on Bayfei and his 3 companions, as if they were risking their lives. The 3rd level evolver was fine, as he would be scratched and bitten by the wolves from time to time, and would be exhausted to death sooner or later. However, Bayfei was different. As a 4th level power evolver, he didn't care about the attacks of the wolves at all. Once a hungry wolf pounced on him, he would punch it away. Even if 1 or 2 hungry wolves fell in front of him, they would not cause any harm to him. Bayfei and his 3 companions were resisting the attacks of the wolves while breaking through in the direction of the capital. At this moment, the silver giant wolf suddenly howled, and the wolf pack attacked even more crazily, and even the silver wolf slowly approached Bayfei and his 3 companions. The silver wolf was seen hiding in the wolf pack, and suddenly it pounced, its speed far exceeding that of the average 3rd level agile evolvers. With just this pounce, one of the 3rd level evolvers was torn apart by the silver wolf's claws and was completely dead. The remaining Bayfei and the other 2 saw this scene and immediately roared and rushed towards the silver wolf. The giant wolves blocking the way were all beaten to pieces by Beifei alone, and none of them could stop the two of them. As soon as the giant wolf landed after the successful sneak attack, it turned around again and stared fiercely at the two Beifei who were rushing towards them. Before the two rushed to the giant wolf, the silver giant wolf pounced again and pounced on another third level approacher. This time, the two were on guard and naturally would not let it succeed so easily. Beifei leaped up and faced the giant wolf head on. His elbows instantly grew a circle of bone spurs several feet long, and his muscles bulged as if they were about to explode. With a bang, the man and the beast collided with each other. The giant wolf's claws scratched Beifei's arms fiercely. Beifei struggled hard and broke the silver wolf's claws free. He grabbed the silver wolf's neck with one hand and slammed it to the ground. Just as Beifei was about to continue attacking, the surrounding wolves seemed to be crazy and swarmed towards him desperately. The silver wolf had already caught its breath, so it immediately got up and hid behind the wolf pack. Beifei had no choice but to fight with the wolf pack again. For a while, wolf corpses flew everywhere, and blood and flesh were blurred. Chapter 88 Killing Beifei. After a long while, Beifei killed almost all of the wolves. You know, there were many second level evolved beasts in the pack. There were 4,000 or 5,000 hungry wolves, but only 1,800 were left. It can be seen how fierce Beifei was. However, the remaining hungry wolves were all elites. Several of them were as evolved as silver wolves, but their status in the wolf pack seemed to be much lower than that of silver wolves. When most of the hungry wolves around him were dead, Beifei panted and laughed wildly at the silver giant wolf. Bastard, you dare to besiege your grandfather Beifei with ease. Today I will kill all of you hungry wolves. Let's see if you dare to hang around the capital again. After that, he took the initiative to rush towards the silver giant wolf. The silver wolf seemed to be enraged as well. It crouched down and roared. All the hungry wolves around the silver wolf rushed towards Beifei. After a while, the silver wolf also found a dozen and rushed towards Beifei. Beifei was dealing with the wolves rushing over while keeping a close eye on the silver giant wolf. When the giant wolf pounced on him, he suddenly gave up dealing with the wolves around him and was hit by several wolf claws. But he still went to meet the silver giant wolf. This time, after Beifei caught the silver wolf, he never let go. After landing, he grabbed the silver wolf's two front paws with both hands and pulled hard. With a cry of grief, the silver wolf's two front paws were pulled off by Beifei. But Beifei didn't seem to have the intention of letting it go. He punched the silver wolf several times in a row and smashed its head, and then stopped attacking. When the surrounding wolves saw the silver wolf die, they immediately began to retreat cowardly and dispersed after a while. At this time, Beifei also sat on the ground, gasping for breath. At this time, he had run out of ammunition and food. If the remaining hungry wolves continued to attack, I'm afraid he couldn't hold on. Chu Yuntian, who senses this scene, is delighted, knowing that his chance has come. He immediately jumps down from the tree and sneaks towards Beifei's position. After walking for a while, he sees Beifei standing up and squatting to dig out the energy beads on the wolf's corpse, preparing to swallow and restore biological energy. But how can Chu Yuntian let him succeed so easily? He draws out the bone sword, rushes forward a few steps, leaps up, and the tip of the sword goes straight to Beifei's neck. Maybe Beifei feels something, or maybe it's a coincidence. Beifei's neck tilts, and the sword that could have cut off his head actually only cuts a deep button on his neck. Blood spurts out immediately. Beifei feels pain and immediately turns over and stands up. The wound on his neck is slowly healing. Seeing that the attack missed, Chu Yuntian, who was invisible, immediately turns over and jumps several meters away, stops in place and stares at Beifei, who stands up, ready to wait for him to relax his vigilance before delivering a fatal blow. Beifei stood up and immediately took a defensive posture, but when he saw that there was no one around, he immediately shouted angrily, "Who the hell dares to sneak attack me?" Chu Yuntian stood in the distance without moving. He knew that, as long as he didn't move, Beifei would definitely not be able to find him. After a long time, Beifei saw that no one came out, so he slowly squatted down again, his eyes still scanning around. Chu Yuntian was very anxious when he saw this. He must not let him dig out the energy source and swallow it. Otherwise, when the biological energy in his body recovered, he might be the one to die. But Bei Fei, who was on guard, was very alert and kept looking around. It seemed that, as long as he attacked, Bei Fei would definitely find him. Seeing that Bei Fei was about to dig out the energy bead from the wolf corpse, Chu Yuntian did not hesitate and jumped up, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Bei Fei's head, ready to pierce his forehead with a sword. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would definitely consume a lot of his biological energy. But at this moment, Bei Fei seemed to have discovered something. He stood up suddenly and punched in the direction where Chu Yuntian was attacking. The collision between the sword tip and the fist actually made a loud bang sound, and the two were bounced away again. At this time, Bei Fei also reacted and laughed wildly. "I really can't see you." I said, "How could someone attack me without me noticing it at all?" Chu Yuntian didn't say anything. He put away his sword and jumped to the side. Then he jumped lightly onto a tree and stood still again. Bei Fei only saw a footprint on the ground and then disappeared. He immediately said angrily, "Who are you, and why did you attack me?" After a long time, no one answered. Bei Fei waved his arms angrily, and the bone spear on his elbow flew towards the place where Chu Yuntian had just landed like a cannonball. Then there was a loud bang sound, and a large pit of about 2 meters was blown out on the ground. It can be seen that its power should not be underestimated. Seeing that there was still no movement, Bei Fei began to wonder, could that person have left? At this time, Chu Yuntian was driving Bei Fei on the tree and attacking randomly. He sneered in his heart, "Idiot, attack hard, I will kill you in a moment." Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't dare to rush over now. After a long time, Bei Fei saw that there was still no movement, and he began to retreat vigilantly. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuntian was a little embarrassed, thinking, "It seems that Bei Fei is not too stupid. He knows that he can't fight without seeing me, so he is ready to retreat, but this also means that he has run out of ammunition and food." Thinking of this, he stepped on the tree trunk suddenly, thrust his sword straight, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at Bei Fei's heart. This time Bei Fei didn't seem to notice his attack, and he succeeded in one strike. The bone sword went straight into Bei Fei's heart. But at this moment, Bei Fei showed a ferocious smile on his face. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed the bone sword and pulled it hard and almost pulled Chu Yuntian into his arms. He was so scared that he quickly let go of the bone sword and jumped onto the tree next to him again. Bei Fei pulled out the bone sword from his heart with a grim smile and taunted, "Humph, do you really think I'm so easy to kill? Now you don't even have a weapon. Let's see how you can sneak attack." After saying that, he actually held the bone sword in his hand. Chu Yuntian was shocked. Indeed, without the bone sword, he had nothing that could hurt Bei Fei. After a long time, Bei Fei saw that no one answered, so he could only wave the bone sword twice angrily, and ignored the wolf corpse on the ground, and walked straight towards the city. Chu Yuntian was anxious at this time. If he let Bei Fei return to the city, he would still be at his mercy. He immediately fumbled around to see if there was anything that could hurt him. Suddenly, Chu Yuntian touched the fruit of the sandbox tree in his pocket, and then a strange smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Bei Fei walked a few steps and heard the sound of breaking air behind him. He laughed wildly and turned around to slash with a sword. Then there was a boom explosion. In an instant, smoke and dust scattered, completely drowning him in it. After a long while, the smoke and dust dispersed, and Bei Fei was seen lying straight on the ground, still holding the inner bone sword tightly in his hand. After the last lesson, Chu Yuntian did not jump over Ashley this time. After waiting for a long time, Chu Yuntian picked up a small branch and threw it towards Bei Fei. It hit his forehead with a snap, but there was still no reaction. Chu Yuntian then walked carefully towards Bei Fei lying on the ground. He quietly walked to Bei Fei and took the bone sword from him. Only then did he feel relieved. Seeing that he did not seem to wake up, he should have been poisoned by the poison of the sandbox tree. Chu Yuntian did not hesitate. A cruel smile rose at the corner of his mouth, and then he raised the bone sword, filled it with biological energy, and slashed towards Bei Fei's neck. With a bang, the bone sword was stuck on Bei Fei's neck. With a full strength slash, not only did it not cut off Bei Fei's head, but it was also stuck on the cervical vertebrae. This shows the strength of the 4th level power evolver. Chu Yuntian pulled out the bone sword with all his strength and chopped several times before he completely cut off Beifei's head. However, he was still not at ease, so he cut off Beifei's limbs one after another before he put away the bone sword. Looking at the wolf corpses on the ground and Beifei who was dismembered by him, he felt a kind of bloodthirsty pleasure in his heart, and it took a long time for him to slowly calm down. After this battle, the sky was already slightly bright, and Chu Yuntian slowly stood up and went to dig out the energy beads from the wolf corpses. After more than an hour of hard work, he barely took out the energy beads from most of the wolf corpses on the ground. Chu Yuntian did not count them carefully and threw them all directly into his backpack. A full backpack of energy beads made him really rich. After cleaning up the wolf corpses, he was ready to walk towards the capital, but after a few steps, he turned back, picked up all the broken bodies of Beifei, ran a long way to the side, and buried the broken bodies under a tree. Only then did he completely let go of his worries and headed towards the capital without looking back. The journey was uneventful, and they soon arrived at the city gate. Just as they were about to enter the city, they saw the fat man coming out with 3 or 4 people. Seeing Chu Yuntian covered in blood, the fat man immediately ran over and said with concern, "Are you okay? I was just about to go out of the city to find you." Chu Yuntian looked at the people around the fat man and asked in confusion, "Why are you looking for me? Did something happen in the city?" The fat man also asked in confusion. "A girl from the Wan family came to the research institute to find me and said that you were intercepted by Beifei. She asked me to rescue you quickly. How come you are okay?" Chu Yuntian nodded and suddenly realized, "Oh, I'm okay. I fought with Beifei for 2 moves, but I couldn't beat him, so I ran away. On the way, I met a group of wolves. Beifei entangled me, so I ran back first." When the fat man heard this, he said in one breath, "I was scared to death. Seeing you covered in blood, I thought you were disabled by Beifei." Chu Yuntian smiled awkwardly and said nothing. The fat man waved and said to the people following him, "It's okay, you can go back." The people behind him responded and walked towards the city. After they walked away, the fat man said to Chu Yuntian with concern again, "You are not injured?" Chu Yuntian shook his head and said, "It's okay, it's just that the biological energy consumption is a bit serious." Hearing that he was okay, the fat man's expression eased, punched Chu Yuntian lightly and said, "You are good. You can fight with Beifei for a few moves. I don't dare to fight him." Chu Yuntian shook his head helplessly, smiled and said, "Let's go back to the city first." After that, he turned around and walked towards the city. Chapter 89. 2 girls disappear. After returning to the institute, Chu Yuntian said goodbye to the fat man and walked straight to his house. When he arrived at the door of the room, Chu Yuntian pushed it open, walked in and shouted, "Zio ya, duo, I'm back." After a long time, no one answered. Chu Yuntian curiously went to the second girl's room to check, but no one was there. He went to Zio Hen's room to check, but no one was there either. He wondered to himself, where did these 2 girls go again? They even took Zio He away. Although he was curious, he didn't care. He threw his backpack on the ground and took a shower in the bathroom. After washing off all the blood on his body, he came out wrapped in a bath towel. He was trapped by the sandbox tree for nearly 2 months. When he came back, he fought with Beifei again. It was not until now that he was completely relaxed physically and mentally. He stretched his body and walked to the sofa and fell on the sofa outside. As soon as he sat on it, he saw a note pressed by a cup on the coffee table. It clearly said, "Master, it's been a month and you haven't come back yet. Duo and I decided to go look for you. Don't worry, I've already advanced to the 4th level and Duo has also reached the 3rd level. We were afraid that Zio He would be hungry, so we took him with us. If you come back and see the note, don't worry about us. We will come back if we can't find you." The signature was Xiaoya, with a smiley face drawn on it. Chu Yuntian threw the note on the coffee table speechlessly, thinking, "If I'm in danger, can you 2 save me? You're just adding to the chaos." But thinking that Xiaoya was already at the 4th level and Duo was at the 3rd level, plus Zio He, the combination of 2 people and 1 bird shouldn't be dangerous. After a short rest, Chu Yuntian went to the refrigerator to get some evolved beast meat. threw it into the pot and cooked it. After eating a few bites, he went back to the house and fell asleep on the bed. At this time, Wang Zhao had told the head of the Wang family about all the things that happened during this trip out of the city. When he first heard that they encountered a fourth order centipede, his face did not change, but when he heard about the sandbox tree, he was also shocked. He turned to Wang Zhao and said, "Tell me about the sandbox tree in detail." After a long time, Wang Zhao told the head of the Wang family about the cause and effect, as well as how she separated from Wang Hu and the others, and how she ran away. Then he said cautiously, "Also, when we returned to the city, we were stopped by Beifei." The head of the Wang family was stunned for a moment, and then asked in confusion, "Why did Beifei stop you?" Wang Zhao whispered, "He wanted to buy Chu Yuntian's pet." The head of the Wang family was surprised and said, "Oh. Then what?" "Then he let me go first, and I don't know what happened later," Wang Zhao said timidly. The head of the Wang family thought for a long time before waving his hand and said to Wang Zhao, "You go down. You don't have to worry about the rest." Wang Zhao said with embarrassment, "What about Chu Yuntian?" Before she finished speaking, the man in front of her interrupted, "He has returned. You don't have to worry about it. Go back. You have been tired outside the city these days." Hearing that Chu Yuntian had returned, she was slightly relieved, nodded, and retreated. At night, in a large villa in Chaoyang district, a tall and thin man was reporting something to Lan Shuai, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. After a while, Lan Shuai turned her head suddenly and said in shock, "What did you say? The boy is back?" The master man said in a deep voice, "Yes, he came back in the morning and is now in the research institute." Lan Shuai frowned and said, "Where is Beifei? Why hasn't he come back yet?" The master man lowered his head and said, "I sent people out to look for him, but I didn't find him. I only saw a pile of wolf corpses outside the city. It looks like it was done by my eldest brother." Lan Shuai pondered for a moment and said, "Keep looking outside the city. If you find him, ask him to come back quickly." The master man nodded and said yes and retreated. The next day, Chu Yuntian got up from the bed, made some food casually, and sat on the sofa to eat. He tilted his head and saw the note again. He looked at it for a while, and the more he looked, the more wrong it seemed. He reached out and picked up the note and looked at it carefully for a while, and then he found the problem. That is, the note said, "It's been a month, and you haven't come back yet." That means Xiaoya and her daughter left the city a month after he left, but when he came back, it was almost a month later, which means that Xiaoya and her daughter had been out of the city for almost a month, and had not come back yet. Thinking of this, Chu Yuntian immediately dropped his bowl, stood up, went back to the house to pack up, took the energy bead and bone sword, and rushed out of the house. After walking out of the research institute, he said to the two soldiers standing guard on the side, "When you see Professor Chen, tell him that I'm out of the city for something." Before the soldiers could answer, he walked straight towards the city gate. Chu Yuntian activated his perception several times along the way, and found that the connection with Xiaohu's consciousness was also broken. He didn't know whether it was because the distance was too far, or they were in trouble. Arriving at the gate, Chu Yuntian told the soldiers guarding the gate that he wanted to leave the city. When the gate opened, Chu Yuntian ran out like a fly. The troops also received the news at this time. Sitakang asked the person who came to report in shock, "What did you say? Beifei killed the wolf pack outside the city?" The soldier with his head down said tremblingly, "Yes, we found a large number of wolf corpses outside the city. It was Beifei's trick." Sitakang said angrily, "Where is Beifei?" The soldier said, "He is missing. Lan Shuai is also sending people to look for him. It doesn't seem fake." Hearing this, Sitakang smashed the table beside him and said angrily, "Fuck, doesn't he know that the group of wolves are from the Northeast Wolf King? He has killed all the wolves now. If the Wolf King retaliates and attacks the city now, he wants to bury the whole city with him." After a long time, he took a deep breath and continued, "Go, call Lan Shuai over for me. If she dares not to come, kill her on the spot." The soldier carefully replied yes and retreated. Chu Yuntian ran westwards. As soon as he walked out of the city gate, he remembered telling Xiaoya that he was going to the west of the city to do some work, but they were going northwest. Xiaoya must have gone in the wrong direction, otherwise he would not have failed to sense their presence on the way back to the city. Chu Yuntian searched westwards for 3 days and was already more than 20 kilometers away from the capital, but there was still no trace of the two girls. He activated his senses every time he walked a certain distance, and he was just short of a carpet search. Anxious Chu Yuntian was a little at a loss and could only move forward aimlessly to the west. After walking for another whole day, he finally sensed Xiaoya's presence, and it seemed that he was not far from them. Chu Yuntian ran quickly in the direction of Xiaoya in surprise. After walking for more than 10 miles, it was getting dark before they saw Xiaoya circling in the sky, diving down from time to time, as if he had encountered some enemy. Chu Yuntian ran in that direction anxiously, and when he ran over, he saw that Xiaoya and the other girl were fighting with a huge python that was 30 or 40 meters long, with two horns on its head and exposed fangs. Xiaoya kept diving down to attack the python. Seeing that the two girls were fine, Chu Yuntian was relieved and slowly walked over and shouted, "Hey, do you need help?" The two girls heard someone's voice, turned around and saw that it was Chu Yuntian. Xiaoya immediately shouted happily, "Master, I finally found you. We were worried to death." After that, Xiaoya hit back the giant python's huge mouth and prepared to run towards him. Chu Yuntian saw Xiaoya running over and immediately said, "Let's deal with the giant python first, otherwise Duo can't stand it alone." After that, he rushed up. Xiaoya nodded when she heard this and then turned around to continue fighting. Chu Yuntian drew out his bone sword, leaped up, and slashed straight at the snake's head, but he didn't expect the giant python to be so flexible that it dodged the slash and came to a room and even bumped into him head first. With a bang, Chu Yuntian was knocked away and hit hard on a big tree. The two girls were also furious when they saw this scene and attacked the giant python like crazy. Xiaoya's tail seemed to have some ability which could be stretched out very long, and it could penetrate deeply into the body of the giant python every time. Duo assisted from the side, and every time she found the right opportunity, she would scratch off several scales. Under the siege of 3 people and 1 bird, the giant python was also a little exhausted, and its movements were getting slower and slower. Seeing that the biological energy was about to be exhausted, suddenly, the giant python raised its huge head and sprayed several balls of venom at the 3 people. When the venom was about to be poured on the 3 people, suddenly a huge black shadow appeared in front of them. It turned out to be Xiaoya, who swooped down and blocked the 3 people. With a scream of gap, he fell from the sky. Xiaoya's feathers were corroded by the venom and fell off a lot, but fortunately Xiaoya himself was not injured, just became hairless. After spitting out a mouthful of venom, the giant python ran out of ammunition and food, and its head hit the ground heavily. The 3 people ran over immediately after seeing this. Xiaoya was still flopping on the ground. It seemed that there was nothing wrong. Chu Yuntian activated perception to ask about Xiaoya's condition. After getting the answer of nothing wrong, he was relieved and said to the 2 girls, "It's okay, just lost some hair." The 2 girls were slightly relieved after hearing this. Xiaoya walked over and looked at the motionless giant python. She stabbed the snake's head with her tail several times in a bad mood and kicked it twice in anger. Chu Yuntian walked over and asked in confusion, "Why did you 2 come here? Didn't I tell you to wait at home?" Xiaoya smiled embarrassedly and said, "Master, you have been out for a month. We have advanced, but you haven't come back. We are worried about you, so we came out to find you." Chu Yuntian said unhappily, Okay, find a place to rest. When Xiaoya's hair grows out, we will go back to the city." At this time, Xiaoya also calmed down and stopped flapping his wings. Xiaoya is now nearly 2 meters tall. He was very majestic, but now most of his wing feathers have been burned by the venom, which looks very funny. Because many feathers on his wings were burned by the venom, Xiaoya can only walk on the ground like a chicken, but despite this, he still walked towards the giant python, pecked at the snake's head fiercely, pecked a hole in a few times, and actually began to eat the giant python's brain. Chapter 90, A pack of wolves besieging the city. Watching Xiaoya devouring the python's brain, the 3 did not stop him. Duo obediently went to the side to find some dry firewood, built a bonfire, and started grilling next to the python. Dua used the bone spurs on her fingertips to cut off several large pieces of snake meat, threaded them with branches, and put them on the fire. After finishing, Dua curiously said to Chu Yuntian, "Master, what have you been doing for so long?" Chu Yuntian sighed and said, "Don't mention it, I was trapped by a tree." Xiaoya asked curiously, "Tree? What tree?" "Sandbox tree, have you heard of it?" Chu Yuntian moved the meat leaning against the fire and said, "Sandbox tree?" The two girls asked in unison. Chu Yuntian nodded slightly without saying anything. The two girls shook their heads and whispered again, "I don't know." Xiaoya asked again, "Didn't you go with the Wang family? Is that tree so powerful? It trapped you all inside?" Chu Yuntian sighed and said, "Who knows what kind of hell this world is? There are all kinds of things." Chu Yuntian told the two girls about all the things he had experienced and selectively ignored some of them. Even so, the two girls were shocked. Xiaohei, who ate the giant python's brain, walked over with crooked bird steps, called out "Ga," and then lay on Chu Yuntian's body, sending out a signal to rest. Chu Yuntian patted Xiaohei's head gently and let it rest in peace. The three of them ate some roasted snake meat, and their energy was restored to a certain extent. Chu Yuntian asked the two girls to rest as well, and he stayed aside to prevent other evolved beasts from coveting the huge snake corpse. Chu Yuntian, who was sitting by the fire, saw that the two women were already asleep, so he turned around and took out the mandragora fruit from his backpack, and then took out a second level energy bead. He put the two objects in his palms, clenched his hands, and slowly injected biological energy into the mandragora fruit. Then he felt that the originally hard energy bead was slowly loosening. After nearly half an hour, Chu Yuntian slowly opened his hands and saw that the energy bead that originally emitted blue fluorescence had turned gray and white. With a light pinch, it broke into powder, while the mandragora fruit began to have a trace of fluorescence. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuntian was happy in his heart. It seemed that Wang's around did not lie to him. Then he took out another second level energy bead and let the mandragora fruit absorb it again according to this method. Over the past night, Chu Yuntian injected more than 10 energy beads into the mandragora fruit. He waited until the two women woke up before he put the mandragora fruit away. The two girls saw that he was still sitting by the fire, so they came over. Xiaoya sat beside him and said, "Master, do you want to take a rest?" Chu Yuntian, who had put away the mandrake fruit, coughed lightly and said, "No, let's take care of this giant python." "Well, you take a rest, and we'll do it together." Xiaoya stood up and pulled Dua. Chu Yuntian looked at the giant python and said, "Okay, leave the horns on its head and the spine, and take as much meat as you can." The two girls responded, and went to take care of the giant python. At this time, Xiaohei also woke up, walked crookedly to Chu Yuntian, and shouted "Ga," sending a signal that he wanted to continue eating the giant python, and then tilted his head to wait for his consent. Chu Yuntian chuckled, said "Fuddy," and let Xiaohei go over to eat the snake meat. Chu Yuntian leaned against a tree nearby, and closed his eyes to rest. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Yuntian was awakened by Dua, who held the horn on the giant python's head and said, "Master, it's done. Let's go back to the city." Chu Yuntian opened his eyes, turned his head to look at the giant python with only the spine left, and said with a headache, "It's still too big. How can we get it back?" Dua also scratched her head, confused, and said, "If it doesn't work, just forget it. What's the use of this thing?" Chu Yuntian took out the bone sword and said, "See, this is made of a snake's bones. It's quite powerful." Dua looked at the bone sword curiously and said, "Really? Then let's cut off the spine and take it away." Chu Yuntian shrugged and said helplessly, "This is the only way. Have Xiaohei's feathers grown out?" Dua nodded, pointing to Xiaohei on the side and said, "It ate a lot of snake meat, and then it grew out." Chu Yuntian turned his head to look, then stood up and said, "Okay, I'll go cut off the snake bones." After that, he walked over and cut it into 3 sections with the bone sword. Each section was folded until it could be stuffed into the backpack. After finishing the cleaning, the 3 of them prepared to return to the city. At this time, tens of thousands of hungry wolves had surrounded the capital city. Seeing this scene, the people in the city were also very nervous. Colonel Sitakong, the Wang family, the people from the research institute, Lan Shuai and others all stood on the city wall, looking at the dense wolf pack under the city. Sitakong said angrily, Lan Shuai, haven't you found Beifei yet? Lan Shuai's mouth twitched, and she said in embarrassment, Colonel Situ, my man, can I not look for him carefully? I really don't know where he went. At this time, a silver wolf more than 10 meters tall, fierce and violent, stood on its feet under the city, constantly roaring, as if expressing something. Sitakong looked at the huge silver wolf under the city, and wondered in his heart, what is it saying? Hearing this, the people around looked at each other, and whispered to wonder what the silver wolf meant. At this moment, an old man walked out from behind the crowd. It was Dean Lu. He walked over, and said in a deep voice, it said that, if you hand over the person who killed its son, it will return to the northeast immediately. When Sitakong saw the old man coming over, he immediately said respectfully, Dean Lu, you are here, does it really mean this? Dean Lu nodded and confirmed, yes, if you don't hand over the person, it will order the wolves to attack the city. Hearing this, Sitakong turned to Lan Shuai on the side and said viciously, I'll give you 1 day. If you can't find Beifei, I will hand you over to the silver wolf. Lan Shuai said embarrassedly, Colonel Situ, I have searched everywhere I can. If I can find him, I will never cover up for him. Sitakong waved his hand and said, I don't care, I'll only give you 1 day. After that, he turned around and said respectfully to Dean Lu, can you tell the Wolf King to give us 1 day? Dean Lu nodded slightly and uttered a series of strange notes to the Wolf King under the city. After a long while, the silver wolf howled a few times, then got on all fours and let out a long wolf howl to the pack of wolves behind it. A woo, then it led the pack into the dense forest. Sitakong looked at this scene, his face full of confusion. Dean Lu, who was standing by, put his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, it agreed. If it still can't find anyone by noon tomorrow, it will attack the city. Sitakong said with some difficulty, Dean Lu, I don't know where Beifei is hiding. We can't find him anywhere. Do you think we can just find someone to give to the Wolf King? Dean Lu sneered and said, do you think it's stupid? Its intelligence is not lower than that of ordinary people, and its ability is far stronger than you think. Sitakong said anxiously, Dean Lu, what do you say we should do? Dean Lu sighed and said, keep looking for people. If you can't find anyone, prepare to defend the city tomorrow. After that, he walked towards the city. At this time, Chu Yuntian was not far from the capital, but was stopped by a pack of wolves. 3 people and 1 bird hid in a big tree, looking at the wolves in the distance. Chu Yuntian frowned and said, how come the wolves surrounded the city so quickly? Duoa jumped to Chu Yuntian's side and whispered, Master, what should we do? Isn't it a death to go back to the city now? Xiaoya also interrupted, yes, why don't we go? It's not necessary to go back to the city. Chu Yuntian shook his head and said, nowhere is safe. If the capital is lost, other places will be even more undefended. Then what should we do? We can't go back now. Xiaoya said anxiously. Wait a minute, the wolves haven't attacked the city yet. Someone must have found a way to delay them. Let's find a place to hide first, and talk about it when they attack the city. Chu Yuntian said helplessly. The 2 women nodded, and they also had no good ideas. The 3 jumped down the tree, and walked towards a small hill in the distance. At this time, everyone in the city was sitting in a huge conference room. Sitakong spoke first. Lan Shuai, you are to blame for what happened this time. Tell me, what are you going to do? Lan Shuai seemed to be really scared at this time. She stood up suddenly and said in a trembling voice, Sitakong, why do you blame it all on me? It was obviously Beifei who did it. Sitakong sneered and said, there is no fool here. Everyone knows that you are the one in charge. With Beifei's brain, can he manage a district? Also, do you think we don't know that you asked Beifei to threaten this kid? Hearing this, cold sweat instantly flowed down Lan Shuai's face, and she said viciously, you ask me what I'm going to do. What can I do? The worst that can happen is that I will fight. I don't believe that group of wolves can really capture the capital. Sitakong slammed the table and stood up, saying sternly, Lan Shuai, do you mean to let the whole capital be buried with you? Lan Shuai said at a loss, then what can I do? I can't find Beifei now. The head of the Wan family interrupted in a deep tone at this time. Okay, let Dean Lu ask the Wolf King tomorrow to see if there is another way to solve it. In addition, let's prepare for war while we have time now. Sitaki sat back in his seat and said helplessly, notify everyone to prepare for war in the whole city. After that, he said to Lan Shuai viciously, you continue to look for Beifen's whereabouts. If you can't find him, don't stay in Chaoyang, go out of the city. Hearing this, Lan Shuai nodded with cold sweat on her face. You know, she is not a powerful evolver. If it weren't for Beifei and his gang as thugs, it would be impossible for her, a woman, to control a district. If she was driven out of the city, it would be no different from killing her. The meeting lasted until midnight, and they were discussing how to explain to the Wolf King tomorrow and the specific preparations for war. Chapter 91 The Wolf King's Request. Meanwhile, outside the city, the Wolf King growled something at several giant wolves that were no smaller than him. The smaller grey wolf said to the silver wolf in a sinister tone and animal language, Wolf King, with our current strength, we may not be able to gain much advantage if we go to war with humans. The silver wolf roared angrily and said cruelly in animal language, what do you mean? But you asked me to lead the tribe to attack the city. The smaller grey wolf was obviously a military character. It said in a sinister tone and animal language, Wolf King, your son died at the hands of humans. Of course we must take revenge, but we don't necessarily have to attack the city. The silver wolf looked at the grey wolf in confusion and said, what do you mean? The grey wolf approached the silver wolf and said, Wolf King, if they don't hand over the people tomorrow, we will duel with them. After speaking, he looked at the wolves, waved his claws, and continued, we have more than a dozen 4th level wolf generals. Plus you who are 5th level, we can definitely suppress the humans, but I'm afraid it won't work to attack the city. If humans rely on the city to defend, even if we can win, we will suffer heavy losses. The Wolf King bared his teeth and stared at the grey wolf and asked in animal language in confusion, are you afraid? Hearing this, the grey wolf immediately lowered his head and said in a voice of submission, Wolf King, if possible, I hope we can defeat humans at the lowest cost. If we win this duel, it won't be too late for us to rush into the city. The silver wolf lowered his head to think for a moment, growled, nodded, and walked towards the wolf pack behind him. The next day, the wolf pack gathered under the city again. The Wolf King stood at the front of the pack and roared at the city wall. On the city wall, everyone looked at the dense wolf pack below and felt a little timid. Sita Khan frowned and asked Dean Lu anxiously, what did it say? Dean Lu put his hands behind his back and sighed. It said, hand over the murderer, otherwise it will immediately order an attack on the city. Sita Khan frowned and said to Dean Lu, did you tell it that the man is no longer in the city? Dean Lu nodded and said with a heavy expression, I told you. Then he walked to the edge of the city wall and said to the Wolf King under the city in animal language, Lord Wolf King, the murderer who killed your son is indeed not in the city. I hope you can give up the siege. If you really want to attack the city, we can only fight to the death. Hearing this, the Wolf King raised his head and howled, and the wolves behind him also howled to the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone on the city wall thought that the Wolf King was going to launch an attack, and they all immediately entered a state of alert, staring at the wolves under the city with nervous expressions. After a long while, the Wolf King grinned and said in animal language, old man, tell your leader, I will give you a chance. If you, the strongest evolvers, are willing to duel with us, I can let humans go regardless of whether you win or lose. Dean Lu frowned and turned to Sita Khan and said, Colonel Situ, the Wolf King, said he wants to duel with us, and he will give up the siege regardless of whether he wins or loses. Duel? Sita Khan asked in confusion. Hearing this, everyone on the city wall looked at each other, not knowing what the Wolf King meant. The head of the Wan family came over and said in a deep voice, I must have other purposes for dueling with the wolf pack. I don't agree to duel. Hearing this, Sita Khan lowered his head and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he raised his head and said to Dean Lu, tell it that we agree. The duel time is set for tomorrow noon. It will be better if we can delay it for a day. Dean Lu nodded and went to the edge of the city to talk to the Wolf King. After a while, Dean Lu came back, and then the wolf howls were heard again from under the city. After the wolf howls gradually quieted down, Dean Lu said in a deep voice, it agreed. The rule is that humans and wolves all send out 50 people, and the location is at the foot of the city. Sitakan nodded helplessly and said, let's talk about it when we get back. After that, he took the lead and walked down the city wall. In the conference room, everyone sat in their seats without saying a word. After a long time, the head of the Wang family spoke first. Colonel Situ, I still say the same thing. I don't agree with the decisive battle. Sitakan looked at the head of the Wang family, thought for a moment and said, why? I think this is also a good way. At least it can save ordinary people in the city. The head of the Wang family sneered and said, save ordinary people. Let me ask, if you and I are all dead, and the Wolf King does not keep his promise, who will defend the city then? Hearing this, everyone present stopped talking. Sitakan said helplessly, I know that too, but do you have any other better way? If we defend the city, the Wolf King will suffer heavy losses, but we will also die without a doubt. The Wang family also fell silent. After a moment, Dean Lu said, you don't have to worry too much. Although the IQ of wolves is almost the same as that of humans, their foundation is still much worse than that of humans. Hearing this, everyone looked at Dean Lu with confusion, obviously not understanding what he meant. After a moment, Dean Lu continued, you may not understand the habits of creatures like wolves. Although the Wolf King is a Wolf King in name, this is very different from the Emperor of humans. The Wolf King is just the strongest one in the wolf pack. The head of the Wang family thought for a moment and then said, Dean Lu, do you mean that, as long as the Wolf King is dealt with, the wolf pack will disperse? Dean Lu sneered and said, of course not. Everyone was confused again, and Sitakan said anxiously, Dean Lu, don't hide it. What do you mean? Just tell me clearly. Dean Lu sat up straight and said, when the wolf pack had no wisdom, they only relied on strength to select the Wolf King. Now that they have wisdom, they will be like humans in ancient times. There will definitely be other wolves coveting the position of the Wolf King. We don't have to kill the Wolf King. As long as the Wolf King is seriously injured, there will definitely be other wolves that will attack it. Sitakan was surprised and said, you mean, we agree to a duel, and then gather everyone's strength to seriously injure the Wolf King, and then wait for them to fight among themselves? Dean Lu nodded and said, if my guess is correct, even if all creatures have wisdom, they will be like the early humans, only using violence to solve problems, without a real system, so humans are still ahead of these creatures. After a while, Sitakan frowned again and said, what if we all go out of the city and suffer heavy losses, and the wolves take the opportunity to attack the city? Dean Lu shook his head and said, it's okay, let all the third level evolvers go up to the city wall, and we can almost defend it. Let's participate in the duel, and the Wolf King will definitely participate. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then discussed the candidates for tomorrow's duel. After some consideration, more than a dozen 4th level evolvers in the city all went to fight, and Sitakan, a 5th level strongman, even participated in the battle personally, and the rest were all made up of 3rd level evolvers. This is the current gap in strength between humans and wolves. The difference in 4th level evolvers is not just 1 or 2. It seems that this battle will be very tragic. At this time, Chu Yuntian and the other two were on a mountaintop in the distance, watching the wolves besieging the city and retreating, and they were a little confused. Xiaoya looked at the wolf pack in the distance, and said with lingering fear, Master, with so many wolves, do we really have to go back to the city? Chu Yuntian looked into the distance and shook his head, uncertainly said, it depends on the situation, whether the wolf pack will attack the city, or have other solutions. There are many smart people in the city, and they must have better ideas than us. Duo walked to Chu Yuntian and said, the wolves have retreated again. It seems that they are not going to attack the city today. Chu Yuntian nodded and said, someone in the city has found a way to delay the wolves, but I don't understand why the wolves besiege the city so early. Even if they can capture the capital, their own population will suffer heavy losses, right? Xiaoya said heartlessly, the Wolf King is stupid, or the wolves want to eat people. Chu Yuntian turned his head to glance at Xiaoya, ignored her, turned around and walked back to the cave. After a while, the two women followed him back. Back in the cave, Chu Yuntian walked over to Zhao, who was eating the snake meat, and patted Zhao head and said, "You only know how to eat. Can you take me flying?" Zhao looked sideways at Chu Yuntian and cackled, flapped his wings, signaling one person is fine. Chu Yuntian looked at Zhao, who was now almost as tall as him, and said, "You're kidding. You can at least take 2 people flying now." Zhao lowered his head and cackled twice, but did not refute. When the 2 girls returned to the cave, Chu Yuntian said, "I'm going back to the city to see what's going on inside. You 2 just wait here and don't run around." Zhao asked in confusion, "Master, how are you going to go back? Can you get through the wolf pack?" Chu Yuntian pointed at Zhao and said, "Let it fly me over." Duo looked at Zhao and said, "Can it do it? Don't fall off halfway." Chu Yuntian waved his hand and said, "Impossible. Don't look at its appearance. It's very strong. It can carry both of you." Hearing this, the 2 girls burst out laughing. Duo said, "Master, I don't think it's appropriate for you to go back now." Chu Yuntian looked at Duo in confusion and said, "Why?" Duo explained, "We don't have any power in the city. Who can you go back to now? It's better to wait until the wolf pack is besieging the city. You can be regarded as a fresh force there. Only then can you attract attention." Chu Yuntian thought for a moment and nodded. "That's right. Let's wait a little longer." After that, he lay down on a stone in the cave. At this time, the wolf pack was also preparing for battle. The silver wolf growled at dozens of giant wolves standing on 2 feet, saying in animal language, "Tomorrow, you will follow me to fight and kill them all." The wolves all lowered their heads and growled. The grey wolf beside the wolf king said cunningly in animal language, "Wolf king, tomorrow you will bring all the 4th level wolves to participate in the battle. As long as the human high level evolutionists die, I will immediately lead my people to attack the human city wall. Without those high level evolutionists, they will definitely not be able to resist." The wolf king thought for a moment, nodded, and then looked at the grey wolf meaningfully. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 92 Duel. At noon the next day, the wolf pack came to the city again. The wolf king stood at the foot of the city with more than 40 giant wolves behind him. On the human side, Sita Kong, Dean Lu, the head of the Wang family and others also stood at the gate of the city. Dean Lu stepped forward and said in animal language, "Wolf King, we are here to abide by the agreement, and I hope you can abide by the agreement as well." The Silver Wolf King roared with full momentum and said in animal language, "Old man, don't worry, our wolf tribe will definitely abide by the promise." Dean Lu nodded, put his hands behind his back, walked slowly to the Wolf King, whispered a few words, then returned to the human side, turned around and said, "Let's do it." Hearing this, the humans showed their biological weapons one after another, and then rushed towards the wolves. The wolf tribe also roared loudly without showing any weakness, and rushed towards the humans. The 2 sides were very fast, and fought in one place in an instant. At this time, Chu Yuntian saw that the wolves began to besiege the city again, and immediately called out Zhao, turned over and sat on Zhao back, told the 2 girls to wait obediently, and flew towards the city. Meanwhile, the grey wolf in another place led tens of thousands of wolves to hide in the dense forest nearby. After seeing the big wolf king leading 40 or 50 wolves to fight with the human evolutionists, it growled at the tens of thousands of wolves behind it and said in animal language, "Prepare to attack the city. For the sake of the wolf clan, destroy humans." Then, with a wave of its sharp claws, tens of thousands of wolves rushed towards the city wall. At this time, the humans fighting with the wolf king saw countless wolves rushing towards the city wall from the side. Sita Kong immediately cursed, "Wolf King, you are not trustworthy." Regardless of whether the Wolf King could understand or not, the attack became more fierce. When the people on the city wall saw the wolves attacking, they had already prepared to defend the city. They took out biological weapons, as well as some boulders, spears and other weapons, and stared at the wolves rushing up from the city. When the wolves arrived at the city, they jumped suddenly and jumped to half the height of the city wall. Then they scratched the city wall with their sharp claws and used the force to climb up the city wall. The humans were afraid of the wolves climbing up, and the power evolvers lifted the boulders and smashed them at the attacking wolves. Although they didn't kill many, they could at least stop the wolves from climbing up the city wall. But they couldn't hold out for long. When the wolves were attacking the city, the wolves also showed strong fighting power. The evolution of the humans was not as high as that of the wolves, and the wolves' body structure was more suitable for fighting. They were suppressed by the wolves in a short while. The third level evolvers were about to collapse. Just when the humans were about to collapse, a crow suddenly cried "Gah" in the sky. Chu Yuntian rode on Zhao and flew towards the wolves climbing up the city wall. After approaching the wolves on the wall, Chu Yuntian waved the bone sword in his hand and instantly cut off several wolves climbing up. But Chu Yuntian didn't have the ability to turn the tide, so he could only let Zhao fly in the air and harass the wolves climbing up the city wall. But it also reduced the pressure on the human defenders. On the dual side, the wolf tribe relied on their evolutionary advantage to attack the human attackers fiercely. Only Sitakang and Dinlu and others were able to fight with ease. The others were all passively beaten and struggling to hold on. They saw that the human side was about to collapse. At this moment, the Wolf King was accidentally kicked on the head by Sitakang. He flew dozens of meters away in an instant and broke 2 large trees in succession before he stopped. Then he lay on the ground and didn't move. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. The more than 54th level wolves fighting with the humans were also stunned when they saw the Wolf King lying on the ground motionless. At this moment, Dinlu suddenly shouted in animal language, "The Wolf King is dead." The wolves stop. When the wolves heard this, they immediately looked towards a duel and stopped attacking immediately. At this time, the grey wolf who was peeking at the side saw that the Wolf King was kicked by the human and didn't move. He was also confused in his heart. How could the Wolf King be knocked down so easily? Does that human have any special abilities? But seeing the wolf stop attacking, the smaller grey wolf didn't have time to think. He immediately jumped out and roared at the wolves in the beast language, "Continue to attack. Although the Wolf King is dead, the wolf clan is not defeated. I will inherit the will of the Wolf King and destroy these humans." But after the grey wolf roared these words, the more than 50 wolf generals remained motionless and stared at the grey wolf. The grey wolf suddenly jumped in front of the wolf generals, growled, and said in the beast language, "You don't accept it?" One of the giant wolves, whose size was no less than that of a silver wolf, stepped forward and said in the beast language, "Langsu, you are not following the rules. If the Wolf King is dead, it is not your turn to give orders." The grey wolf stared at the giant wolf fiercely, growled, and said in the beast language, "Well, you say the rules, and I will abide by the rules." After that, he pounced on the giant wolf and grabbed the giant wolf's chest with his sharp claws. The giant wolf was not to be outdone. It roared and bit the grey wolf's neck and instantly fought with the grey wolf. This scene stunned the people who were participating in the duel. They didn't know why the two wolves started fighting. The giant wolf was obviously no match for the grey wolf and quickly fell behind. It was about to die at the hands of the giant wolf. Suddenly, a silver shadow pounced on the grey wolf and knocked it to the ground with one claw. Everyone was shocked again. When the silver shadow stopped, they could see clearly that it was the Wolf King who had just fallen under the tree. The grey wolf fell to the ground, looking at the awakened Wolf King with dodging eyes. He said humbly in the animal language, "Lord Wolf King, you are okay." I said, "How could that human kill you so easily?" The Wolf King looked at the grey wolf that was knocked to the ground, stepped on the grey wolf with one claw, and said domineeringly in the animal language, "Langsu, do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Aren't you just waiting for me and the human to fight to a draw, and then you attack me?" The grey wolf anxiously explained in the animal language, "Lord Wolf King, how is it possible? Don't listen to the slander of humans." At this time, Dinlu also came over and said to the grey wolf on the ground, "Do you think the Wolf King doesn't know that we won't kill his son? If it weren't for this siege, how could you show your fangs so easily?" The grey wolf stared at Dinlu fiercely and said in a brutal tone, "It's you. How do you know I want to seize the position of Wolf King?" Dean Lu chuckled and replied in the animal language, I didn't know it was you, but there must be someone who doesn't obey the Wolf King. You just happened to bump into him. The Wolf King grabbed the grey wolf's neck and lifted it up easily, shouting in animal language, it was you who instigated me to attack humans in the beginning. When we got here, you said that the losses would be too great if we attacked the city directly and asked me and the wolf general to duel with humans. You took me for a fool. Hearing this, the grey wolf immediately became cowardly and surrendered to the Wolf King in animal language, Lord Wolf King, spare my life and let me go this time. The Wolf King smiled cruelly, then used his sharp claws to twist the grey wolf's neck directly, then bit off the grey wolf's head, threw the rest of the wolf carcass on the ground, and howled to the sky. At this time, the wolf pack that had stopped attacking the city also ran over and stood behind the Wolf King. The Wolf King turned around and said to Dean Lu in animal language, old man, humans are very powerful. The thousands of years of civilization are beyond our reach now. However, your fighting power is too poor. I will not attack you, but if humans are really about to become extinct, I welcome people like you to join the wolf tribe. Dean Lu chuckled and said to the Wolf King in animal language, thank you for your kindness, Wolf King. If there really comes a day like that, I will go to the northeast to find the Wolf King. The Wolf King glanced at Dean Lu, turned around and roared at the wolf pack, then jumped into the depths of the dense forest. The wolves also slowly retreated into the dense forest. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuntian jumped off Zhao Hei, landed beside Dean Lu and said, Dean, what are your biological limbs? Can you understand animal language? Dean Lu turned his head to look at Chu Yuntian, smiled and did not answer, and said, I didn't expect that you could come back to help defend the city at this time. It's thoughtful. After that, he turned around and walked towards the city. Sitakang and others watched Dean Lu walk back to the city. They were confused about this inexplicable battle. They didn't know what Dean Lu did to make the wolf tribe retreat like this. Sitakang walked up to Chu Yuntian and said, are you the boy who followed Ding Wenhua back to the city? Chu Yuntian looked at the man next to him, who was wearing a military uniform and had a resolute face. He guessed, Colonel Situ? Sitakang nodded and said, you can return to the city this time, which is also a merit. Goal of in Chaoyang in the future. It's your responsibility. After that, he also walked towards the city. Chu Yuntian was a little puzzled. Wasn't Chaoyang already under the control of someone? The head of the Wang family also came over and said to Chu Yuntian, Wang Hu and others are dead, right? Chu Yuntian nodded lightly and said nothing. The head of the Wang family took a dejected breath, said softly, and walked towards the city with the remaining people who had participated in the duel. Chu Yuntian gave Zhao Hei the order to come down, and then he was about to turn over and sit on Zhao Hei. At this time, a sexy and charming woman in her 30s walked over and said to him, are you Chu Yuntian? Chu Yuntian turned his head to look at the woman in confusion and asked, who are you? The woman walked over and whispered in his ear, you don't need to care who I am, but I know that you killed Beifei. Chu Yuntian frowned, looked at the woman vigilantly and said, who are you, and what are you going to do? The woman chuckled and said in a charming voice, I'm Lan Shuai. I don't want to do anything. As long as you are willing to take me in, I won't tell this matter, otherwise Beifei's men will definitely make trouble for you. Chu Yuntian looked up and down at the woman in front of him, sneered and said, it's not impossible for me to take you in, but I don't like being threatened. Besides, I don't care at all. After that, he rode on Zhao Hei's back. Zhao Hei cried ga, flapped his wings, and flew towards the cave, where Zhao Yao and the other girl were. Chapter 93 Taking over Chaoyang. Lan Shuai looked at Chu Yuntian riding on Zhao Hei and soaring into the sky, feeling very depressed. She didn't expect that she had done something wrong. Then she sighed and walked towards the city. But just when she reached the city gate, she was stopped by a soldier. The soldier said in a cold tone, Colonel Situ has ordered that you cannot enter the city. Lan Shuai snorted angrily and walked towards the direction where Chu Yuntian flew away. At this time, Chu Yuntian had already ridden Zhao Hei to the cave where Zhao Yao and the other two girls were hiding. After jumping off Zhao Hei, they saw Zhao Yao and the other two girls walking out of the cave. Zhao Yao asked Chu Yuntian in confusion, Master, you are back so soon. Have the wolves retreated? Chu Yuntian nodded and said in confusion, the wolves have retreated, but I don't know why they retreated. Dua said puzzledly, what do you mean you don't know why they retreated? Didn't humans drive them away? Chu Yuntian shook his head and said, no, I don't know what method Dean Lu used to cause an internal conflict among the wolves and kill a grey wolf. Then I don't know what they said, and then the Wolf King took the wolves away. The two girls looked at each other in confusion, then looked at Chu Yuntian and said, what should we do now? Chu Yuntian shrugged and said, what else can we do? Let's go back to the city. Colonel Situ asked me to take over Cheoyang district. Let's go back and see. Dua was surprised. What? Let us take over Cheoyang district? Yes, let's talk about it when we get back to the city. After that, Chu Yuntian walked towards the capital. The two girls looked at each other and followed. Xiao Hei also shouted gap and flew into the air. They arrived at the foot of the city without encountering any danger along the way. Just as the three were about to enter the city, Lan Shuai ran out again, blocked the three people, took a few steps forward, came to Chu Yuntian and said seductively, Chu Yuntian, are you sure you don't want to take me in? After saying that, she put a hand on his shoulder. Chu Yuntian chuckled, pushed her hand away, and said jokingly, why should I take you in? Give me a reason. After the last lesson, Lan Shuai no longer said anything about whether he killed Beifei. Instead, she recommended herself. Chu Yuntian, I heard that Sitakan gave you the management of Cheoyang district. I can help you. After all, I was in charge of Cheoyang district before. Chu Yuntian looked her up and down and said with a hint of sarcasm, oh, you were in charge of Cheoyang district before. Then it was you who asked Beifei to go out of the city to rob me. Hearing this, cold sweat instantly flowed down Lan Shuai's face. She defended herself with her eyes rolling around. Of course not. I just asked him to get to know you. Chu Yuntian sneered. So it was you who really asked him to come to me. It was merciful enough that I didn't kill you. Do you still want me to take you in? After that, he prepared to take the two women into the city. Lan Shuai became more and more nervous. She didn't realize that Chu Yuntian was trying to trick her. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she anxiously called out to him, wait, I know a secret that may be useful to you. Chu Yuntian turned around with a little curiosity and said, oh, what secret? Lan Shuai bit her lip, walked over, and whispered in his ear, don't you want to know how to advance after the 4th level? Chu Yuntian took a step back, kept a distance from her, and said, no, I already know. After saying this, Lan Shuai frowned. She no longer had anything worthy of Chu Yuntian, but if she really stayed outside the city, she would surely die in a few days. Then she struck a seductive pose, her pretty face revealing a coquettish look as she said, if you are willing to take me in, I'll be yours. Chu Yuntian chuckled, walked over and lifted her chin, looked at her carefully, then looked at the two girls on both sides, each with their own merits. The contrast between lovely and mature woman, different charm, but still shook his head and said jokingly, you are too old. Hearing this, Lan Shuai's face turned red instantly, and she didn't know whether she was embarrassed or angry. The face she had always been proud of was actually despised by this boy, but she had no other choice, so she could only sigh and said, what do you want to take me in? Chu Yuntian saw that she was almost hit hard, so he called Xiaoya and the other girl and said mischievously, she is left to you two. If she doesn't listen, you can deal with her. If you are unhappy, you can take it out on her. Xiaoya said with a little surprise, Master, you really want to take her in? Didn't she ask Beifei to rob you? Chu Yuntian smiled mischievously and said blatantly, yes, that's why I took her in, and then trained her and tortured her. After saying that, he turned to Lan Shuai and said, you heard it too. If you want me to take her in, just listen to them. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the city. Xiaoya and the other girl looked at each other and followed him without knowing why. After a long while, after a fierce inner struggle, Lan Shuai took a few quick steps and caught up with the three of them. Back in the city, Chu Yuntian walked straight towards the research institute. Lan Shuai took a few steps forward and said in confusion, aren't we going back to Cheoyang district? Chu Yuntian turned his head to look at her and said with a stern face, do you have the right to speak? Lan Shuai was choked by his words and didn't know what to say. She could only lower her head and follow the three of them. As soon as he walked to the gate of the research institute, he saw Fatty waiting there. When he saw Chu Yuntian and the others, he immediately ran over and was about to talk, but when he saw Lan Shuai behind him, he pulled him aside a few steps in confusion and whispered, "Brother Chu, why are you with Lan Shuai? She is not a serious person." Chu Yuntian turned his head to look at Lan Shuai behind the two girls, chuckled and said, "It's okay, she can't do anything. Are you waiting for me at the gate?" The fat man then remembered what he wanted to say and immediately said seriously, "Yes, Brother Chu, I heard that Sitakang asked you to take over Chaoyang. Is that true?" Chu Yuntian nodded and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with that?" The fat man shook his head and said, "That's not the case. It's just that Chaoyang district has always been managed by Lan Shuai and Beifei. It's very chaotic inside, and I'm afraid you can't control the situation." Chu Yuntian chuckled and said, "It's okay, I have a way. I'll go back and pack my things and go to Chaoyang district. Send someone to find me if you have any problems." After that, he walked towards the research institute. The three women followed him in. The fat man looked at Chu Yuntian who walked in, shook his head slightly, and followed him. After returning home, he asked the three women to pack up the useful things, then sat on the sofa in the living room and said to the fat man who followed him, "Fatty, why didn't I see you when we were defending the city?" The fat man also sat over and sighed, "I didn't participate in the battle. I was studying a very important thing. Dean Lu said it was okay, so he didn't let me go." Chu Yuntian asked curiously, "What important thing? You weren't even allowed to participate in such an important thing as defending the city." The fat man smiled and said, "It's that 6th order dragon bone. It will be successful soon. I'll send someone to deliver it to you when the time comes." Chu Yuntian asked in confusion, "Then you still have time to come here?" The fat man leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Dean Lu asked me to give you a message. He said that after the dragon bone is made into a weapon, he will ask you to take a walk around Jinggang City. Can't your pet already fly? It should be okay, right?" Chu Yuntian turned to the fat man in confusion and said, "Why are you going to Jinggang City? Didn't you say you were going to the beach to see if there are any ancient creatures?" The fat man coughed lightly, sat up straight and said, "How would I know? They only asked you to pick up someone who is also a professor of paleontology." Chu Yuntian nodded and said, "Okay, send someone to notify me when you can." As soon as he finished speaking, the three girls walked out of the room. The fat man saw the three girls coming out, and he also stood up, smiled politely and said, "Okay, Brother Chu, then I will leave first. If there is anything that cannot be handled in Chaoyang district, send someone to tell me, and I will call someone to suppress it for you." After speaking, he glanced at Lan Shuai on the side and walked out the door. Chu Yuntian looked at the three girls carrying so many things and immediately said speechlessly, "Throw away the useless ones and take the important ones." Hearing this, Xiaoya and the other two girls immediately threw the useless things in their hands on the ground again, leaving only two large backpacks. Chu Yuntian glanced at Lan Shuai and said, "Lead the way. Go to Chaoyang district. Tell me about the specific situation of Chaoyang district on the way." Then he walked out of the door. Along the way, Lan Shuai honestly introduced the situation of Chaoyang district to Chu Yuntian and said as she walked, "Chaoyang district, now there are three forces. The strongest one was our group before, followed by Uncle Kun and Brother Lei. They are both 3rd level evolvers, and there are also some 2nd level and 1st level evolvers under their command, but they pay us taxes every month, which are some evolutionary beast meat and energy beads. As for ordinary people, their main job is to grow some plants, which are not what we need to manage. But you have the right to requisition some civilians to work, but you have to pay them, or at least give them food. As for the current currency, it is the ancient food coupons, and there are also evolutionary beast meat coupons, which can be exchanged for evolutionary beast meat in the army. As for the remaining two forces, if Chu Yuntian doesn't like them, he can drive them out, or collect more taxes. Also, his responsibility is to protect Chaoyang district from being attacked by evolved beasts, because from time to time there will be flying beasts flying into the city and hurting ordinary people. At that time, Chu Yuntian will need to drive them away or kill them, and repair the city walls and a series of other things. Of course, if someone does not follow the rules and bullies ordinary people, you have to take care of it. After all, you are the person in charge of Chaoyang district in name. To put it bluntly, you are equivalent to the boss there. Hearing this, Chu Yuntian said to Lan Shuai impatiently, how did you manage it before? Lan Shuai smiled and thought, I knew you couldn't solve these messes, and then flattered, I used to handle these things. If you trust me, I can take care of these things. Chu Yuntian stopped and looked at her with a smile and said, it's okay, but why should I trust you? Lan Shuai smiled awkwardly and said, aren't there others around you now? Chu Yuntian waved his hand, said nothing, and continued to walk towards Chaoyang district. Chapter 94 Handing over power to Duer. Without paying any attention to Lan Shuai, the four of them walked straight towards Chaoyang district. As soon as they entered Chaoyang district, they saw two people walking towards them from a distance, a middle-aged man and a strong young man. Seeing Chu Yuntian and his group, they walked a few steps quickly and came to them. The older man looked at Lan Shuai with a vigilant and puzzled look and said, why are you back? Didn't Sitakang not allow you to enter the city? Lan Shuai looked at Chu Yuntian, lowered her head, and did not speak. Chu Yuntian chuckled and said to the two people who were walking towards him, who are you? Lan Shuai took the initiative to step forward, pointed at the older one, and said, this is Uncle Kun. She then pointed to the sturdy young man and said, this is Gao Lei. The two men saw Lan Shuai take the initiative to introduce herself to the young man in front of her, and they immediately understood. The older one said politely, you must be Chu Yuntian, brother Chu, right? The two of us came here specially to meet you. Chu Yuntian chuckled and said, let's talk when we get back. After that, he asked Lan Shuai to lead the way, and followed her towards the big villa where Bei Fei used to live. After walking through 2 streets, they saw a villa covering an area of more than 300 square meters. There were 2 gatekeepers standing in front of the huge iron gate. Lan Shuai walked over and said a few words, and the 2 gatekeepers immediately ran over and opened the iron gate. Walking into the villa, I first saw a small courtyard with a 2-story building in the middle and several side rooms next to it. Several servants who were cleaning the courtyard were sweeping the floor. When they saw Lan Shuai coming back, they all bowed and said, you're back. Lan Shuai was quite tactful. She pointed at Chu Yuntian and said to the servants, he will be the master here from now on. You will all listen to him from now on. The servants nodded and went back to work. Entering the 2nd floor and going downstairs, several people sat down on the sofa in the living room. As soon as they sat down, someone immediately brought a few cups of tea. Chu Yuntian looked at Uncle Kun and Gao Lei and said, you two came to see me. What's the matter? The older Uncle Kun said politely, brother Chu, we heard that you will take over Chaoyang district in the future. Let's ask you, how should we determine the amount of our tax? Lan Shuai was about to talk to her, but Chu Yuntian stopped her. Just follow the previous amount. I'm not interested in changing it. After saying this, Uncle Kun and the other man looked at each other, wanted to say something, opened their mouths, and held it back. Chu Yuntian chuckled and said politely to the two of them, if you two have nothing to do, please go ahead. I still have things to do. Hearing that the host wanted to send them away, the two could only smile and nod, and walked out of the villa. Chu Yuntian stood up from the sofa and instructed Duer, from now on, all the big and small things in the house will be handed over to you. Prepare to retreat during this period, and make yourself advanced quickly. Next to her, Lan Shuai heard this, and felt a little disappointed. She thought Chu Yuntian would leave all the big and small things to her. Duer nodded gently and said nothing. Xiaoya said heartlessly, it's so beautiful here. I'll go see our room. After that, she ran upstairs. Lan Shuai was left at a loss, and said to Chu Yuntian, then what should I do? Whatever, you just follow Duo from now on. If anything goes wrong, I will find you. After saying that, he chuckled and walked upstairs. Lan Shuai was so angry in her heart. Why should Duo be responsible? But she came to me when something went wrong. But she walked to Duo helplessly and said politely, Sister Duo, please take care of me in the future. Duo chuckled and said to Lan Shuai politely, Sister, you are polite. I will have to ask you if I don't understand something in the future. Then, the two girls walked out of the building in a friendly manner. Chu Yuntian came upstairs and looked at the furnishings in the house. It was very luxurious. He chuckled and walked towards the master bedroom. After returning to the room, he threw his backpack on the bed, took out the mandragora fruit from it, and poured out all the energy beads inside, covering the entire bed. There must be at least several thousand of them. Now he is really rich. He can live a stable life in the city and don't have to go out of the city to risk his life. After a quick look, he found a locked suitcase in the room and put the energy beads in it. He didn't even count them, leaving only more than 100 second level energy beads for the mandragora fruit to absorb. After packing everything up, he sat on the bed and began to let the mandragora fruit absorb the biological essence in the energy beads. At this time, Duo was listening to Lan Shuai's introduction of the entire villa and the general situation of Chaoyang district. There are really not so many things that they need to take care of. In this world, they only need to ensure basic public safety and avoid major problems. On the surface, everything is developing in a good direction. Slowly, humans have gained a firm foothold again, but a greater crisis is still brewing. The next day, Chu Yuntian injected biological essence into the mandragora fruit for a whole day, but only injected less than 10 fruits. At this rate, it would take at least 10 days to fill a mandragora fruit. It seems that he will be busy during this period. Just when Chu Yuntian was about to continue injecting biological essence into the mandragora fruit, Xiao ran in and said mischievously, "What are you doing? Come out and eat something." Lan Shuai said she has something to talk to you about. He looked up at Xiao who ran in, smiled helplessly, stood up, put the mandragora fruit in a small box and said, "Don't break in suddenly in the future." Seeing that Chu Yuntian hid something, Xiao stretched her neck curiously and asked, "Master, what are you hiding?" He patted Xiao's forehead lightly and pretended to be angry. "You want to control everything. You just said Lan Shuai is looking for me. What's the matter?" After that, he walked out of the house. When he walked out of the room, Xiao also jumped out and followed him, saying indifferently, "How would I know what happened to her? Just ask her later." He ignored the heartless Xiao and went downstairs. He saw Duer and Lan Shuai sitting at the dining table, talking about something. Several girls in their 20s with good looks were carrying dishes and placing them on the table. He walked over and sat at the main seat. Xiao also jumped and sat next to Duer. "Hey, what do you want to talk to me about?" He coughed lightly and said to Lan Shuai indifferently. The two girls who were talking stopped talking immediately when they saw him coming. Lan Shuai heard his question and immediately said respectfully, "After dinner, go meet your subordinates. Don't wait until you leave and don't know who is the owner of this place." After the girls put the dishes in place, they walked out of the restaurant. Hearing this, she looked up at Duer and saw her nod slightly. Then she picked up the chopsticks, picked up a bite of food, put it in her mouth, and said slowly, "Okay, how many people followed you before?" Lan Shuai thought for a moment and said, "About 400 people. Most of them are first and second level evolvers. There are 4 third level evolvers. All of them are Beifei's confidants. Now Beifei doesn't know where he went, so they left too." After that, she looked up meaningfully at Chu Yuntian. "There are so many people, why didn't I see them?" Xiao said while chewing the food in her mouth. Chu Yuntian nodded and said indifferently, "Let them gather here later." After that, he ignored Lan Shuai and ate the food on the table. "Okay," Lan Shuai agreed casually, ate 2 more bites of food, and then stood up and said, "I'll go notify them now." After that, he turned his head to look at Duer again, and seeing that she had no objection, he stood up and walked out. After Lan Shuai walked out, Duer said, "Master, this Lan Shuai has a good way of managing Chaoyang district. Haha, this woman is a bit cunning. You should watch her in the future. If she dares not to tell you something, you can teach her a lesson. Anyway, she can't beat you." Chu Yuntian said with a chuckle. Duer said with a little embarrassment, "This is not good. I have never bullied others." Just when Chu Yuntian was about to speak, Lan Shuai came in again, stood beside him and said respectfully, "Everyone is here. You can go and meet them after dinner." "So fast, let's go now." After speaking, he stood up and walked out of the building. Xiaoya and the other two girls also put down their bowls and chopsticks and followed him out. When they came to the door and opened it, they saw a large group of people standing densely in the yard. When they saw someone coming out, they immediately stood in line and looked at him together. No one spoke. At this time, Lan Shuai also came out, stood beside Chu Yuntian, coughed lightly and said, "Brothers, this is Chu Yuntian, the master here in the future. If there is any major event, you need to report it here. Of course, your reward will also be paid here." After that, she whispered in Chu Yuntian's ear, "You just say a few words symbolically." Hearing this, Chu Yuntian coughed lightly and said loudly to everyone, "Everyone, don't be restrained, just be the same as before. In this kind of world, as long as you don't make excessive things, I will not interfere. Of course, I also hope that you will abide by certain rules. As for the reward, if you work hard, I will pick out some people from them and let him follow me." When the crowd below heard that everything was the same as before, they slowly breathed a sigh of relief. They heard that an unknown person from Chaoyang district came to take over and was appointed by the army, and they felt a little uneasy. It was not until now that they were completely relieved. Seeing that everyone's faces had improved and were no longer so serious, Chu Yuntian also chuckled and said, "Everyone, go and do your own things. If you have any problems, you can find her." After that, he pulled Dua to his side and continued, "She is responsible for everything here. If nothing serious happens, she can fully represent my opinions." After these words came out, not only Dua was stunned, but even the people below began to whisper to each other as they saw a little girl in her 20s taking over everything. Looking at the chaotic scene, he whispered to Dua, "You are now a 3rd level evolver. If anyone disagrees, go ahead and fight. If that doesn't work, ask Xiaoya to go with you. No one here can beat you too." Hearing this, Dua seemed to have more confidence and pretended to be serious and said, "Everyone, be quiet." Chapter 95, Retreat. Chu Yuntian looked at Dua pretending to be serious, glanced at her, didn't laugh, just waited quietly to see what she would say next. When everyone was quiet, Dua continued with a serious expression, "I hope that everyone will do their job in the future and try not to violate the existing rules. If you dare to violate the rules knowingly, don't blame us for being unkind. Well, if you have nothing to do, go and get busy." Hearing this, no one in the crowd raised any objections, and they all walked out of the villa. Looking at the people walking out, Chu Yuntian chuckled and teased Dua, "Not bad. I didn't expect you to have such a serious side." At this time, Xiaoya also came over, smiled and put her arm around Dua and said, "Sister Dua, you look so cute when you are serious." Dua smiled shyly, lowered her head and said nothing. Chu Yuntian chuckled and said, "Well, don't disturb me. If you have nothing to do, I'm going to retreat." After that, he walked into the small building on the 2nd floor. The 3 women were left looking at each other in bewilderment. They had never expected that he would just push everything to Dua so casually. After returning to the room and locking the door, he continued to inject the biological essence in the energy bead into the mandragora fruit. Due to the resolution of the threat of the wolf tribe, the capital was completely safe in a short period of time, and everyone's life slowly returned to normal. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 days had passed, and the first mandragora fruit was finally in a full state. Seeing this fruit emitting a blue light, Chu Yuntian was overjoyed. At this moment, the door was suddenly knocked. Chu Yuntian, who was in a good mood, put away the full mandragora fruit and said to the door, "Who is it?" After a while, Dua's voice came from outside. "Master, Professor Chin came to see you. He said he had something to see you and was waiting in the living room." Hearing this, Chu Yuntian stood up, opened the door, and saw Dua standing at the door waiting for him. Walking out of the room, he said softly to Dua, "Are you tired of doing these trivial things?" Dua chuckled and shook her head, saying, "It's okay, at least I can do something for the master." Chu Yuntian smiled gently, turned around and hugged Dua, kissed her on the forehead, and said with concern, "Go and have a rest. In the future, if it's not too important, let Lan Shuai do it." Dua lowered her head and smiled shyly, nodded gently, then remembered something and said, "Professor Chen is still waiting for you. I'm going to get busy." After saying that, she broke free from his arms and walked to the side. Seeing duo so well behaved, Chu Yuntian felt warm in his heart, smiled with relief, and walked to the living room downstairs. When he walked into the living room, he saw the fat man sitting on the sofa, and on the coffee table in front of him was a large box that looked like a weapon. Seeing him coming down from upstairs, the fat man immediately stood up and said excitedly, "Brother Chu, you are out. I heard that you are in seclusion. What's the matter? You have to be in seclusion. Are you cultivating immortality? Nonsense. If I could cultivate immortality, would I still be here? I'm just busy with some personal matters. What are you doing here now?" Chu Yuntian walked over and sat on the sofa and said casually. The fat man smiled and said excitedly, "I'll show you something good." After that, he opened the box on the coffee table and took out a bone-long knife from it. It is about 2 meters long, with a sharp blade, and there seems to be a faint green light on it. There are serrated grooves on the back of the knife. There is a diving pterosaur on the blade, from the handle to the tip of the knife, lifelike. As soon as this knife came out, Chu Yuntian immediately became excited, took the long knife from the fat man's hand, looked at him excitedly and said, "What is this?" "This is made from the 6th level dragon bone you gave me. How about it?" "Great," the fat man said proudly. Seeing the fat man's proud look, Chu Yuntian smiled, touched the sharp blade, and said to the fat man excitedly, "Is this for me?" "Of course, but you can't forget what you promised Dean Lu," the fat man reminded with a smile. Playing with the bone knife, he looked up at the fat man, frowned, and asked in confusion, "Dean Lu is so anxious? Who is that person?" After saying that, he put the bone knife back on the coffee table. Seeing that he had put the bone knife back, the fat man thought for a moment and said in confusion, "I don't know either. I heard him say that he was a professor, but now no one can easily cross the dense forest, so he asked you for help." Chu Yuntian touched his chin and thought for a moment, then said to the fat man, "Okay, you go tell Dean Lu that I have something to do now. I will help him make a trip in another month." Hearing this, the fat man smiled, stood up and said, "Okay, I'll tell Dean Lu now. Leave the knife here and send someone to find me at the research institute when you have time." "Okay." He stood up and prepared for the fat man to go out. But just after taking a few steps outside, the fat man turned back and said embarrassedly, "By the way, Brother Chu, what level are you now? This knife is not easy to exert its power." Chu Yuntian looked at the bone knife on the coffee table in confusion, picked it up, and looked at it, and continued puzzledly, "Does this thing require any other conditions before it can be used?" The fat man smiled awkwardly and said embarrassedly, "When we were researching, because the level of the wing bone was too high, the way the biological energy inside was used was a bit special, so it must be at least level 4 to use it, and level 7 to exert its maximum power." Hearing this, Chu Yuntian widened his eyes, looking at the bone knife in his hand, surprised. "So powerful? Then it must be very powerful too?" "Of course, according to our research, if it is used to the extreme, the biological energy can be converted into energy waves through the bone knife and emitted out of the body. It is extremely sharp. I feel that most creatures can't withstand it at that time," the fat man boasted proudly. Looking at the bone knife in his hand, Chu Yuntian was very shocked. He raised his head, smiled embarrassedly at the fat man and said, "So powerful, could it be the legendary sword energy?" "Oh, yes, almost. If you can use a Tao to the extreme, the energy waves emitted are similar to sword energy. The only difference is that internal force is used in novels, and we use biological energy. As for the difference, I don't know, and I can't use it." The fat man seemed to agree with the idea of sword energy. Putting down the bone knife in his hand, Chu Yuntian smiled bitterly and said, "Since this knife can only be used at the 4th level, it seems that 1 month is not enough. 2 months, maybe 2 more days, and I can almost advance to the 4th level. Then I will run a trip for Dean Lu." The fat man's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "You will advance to the 4th level in another 2 months? Where did you find so many 2nd level energy beads?" Looking at the fat man's shocked face, he couldn't help but find it funny. He nodded lightly and said casually, "Yes, but it will take some time. As for energy beads, I found some on the way to Beijing." In fact, the fat man didn't know that he couldn't simply use energy beads to advance to the 4th level. He would be even more surprised if he knew. Seeing Chu Yuntian's confident look, the fat man said with an excited smile, not wanting to lie, "Brother Chu, if you upgrade to the 4th level, you will have a foothold in the capital. If you really don't want to help Dean Lu make that trip, he won't have any other options." Then he thought for a moment, and continued with a little hesitation, "But I don't recommend you to do that." Patting the fat man on the shoulder, Chu Yuntian said sincerely, "Fatty, if you can't do that, even for your sake, I have to help Dean Lu make this trip. I don't care, even if it's a little dangerous." Hearing this, the fat man smiled sincerely and nodded, "Okay, Brother Chu, I'll go back first. You go ahead and do your work. When you're done, send someone to the research institute to notify me." After that, he walked out of the door again. Looking at the fat man walking out of the room, Chu Yuntian smiled, put away the bone knife on the table, and walked upstairs. When he reached the door, he saw Duo walking out in a hurry. "What's wrong, Duo? What happened?" Chu Yuntian said in confusion. Seeing him coming up, Duo took 2 quick steps to the front and said anxiously, "Nothing happened. Lan Shuai just had a conflict with a group of people outside. I'll go take a look." "Oh, who is it? How dare they fight with our people here?" After saying that, he was ready to go with Duo to take a look. Seeing that he was about to follow her, Duo chuckled and said, "Nothing serious. It's just that Brother Lei from the past is a little dissatisfied with the tax payment." After hearing this, Chu Yuntian was relieved. Then he thought of something and said to Duo, "Wait a minute. I'll give you something." After saying that, he pushed the door and walked in. He picked up the inner handle of the purple gold bone sword in the corner of the room and handed it to Duo, saying, "Take this for self-defense." Looking at the bone sword passing by, Duo was happy at first, and then said in confusion, "Master, give this to me. What will you use it for?" Chu Yuntian chuckled, shook the bone knife in his hand, and said happily to Duo, "I use this. Fatty just gave it to me. I heard it's very powerful." Duo looked at the bone knife in her hand, hesitated, and then reluctantly said, "Okay, I'll use it first and return it to you when I come back." Hearing this, Chu Yuntian immediately turned stern and pretended to be angry, saying, "I'm giving it to you, so take it." "Okay, then I'll go." Duo smiled happily and prepared to leave the room. Before she reached the door, Chu Yuntian asked, "Where did Xiaoyan go again? Let her follow." Duo thought for a while, shook her head and said, "I don't know. I don't know what she's been doing recently. I can't see her." "Okay, then don't worry about her. Go ahead and be careful. If it doesn't work, come back and tell me." Chu Yuntian said. Duo nodded, smiled happily, and walked out the door with the purple gold bone sword. When Duo left the room, Chu Yuntian closed the door again, took out another mandragora fruit from the side, and took out hundreds of 2nd level energy beads from the suitcase, and sat on the bed again, to let the mandragora fruit absorb the biological essence. Chapter 96. Get rid of Lan Shuai. Since the fat man gave him the bone knife, Chu Yuntian has never walked out of the room. He has been using the mandrake fruit to purify the biological essence in the room. More than a month has passed, and the 2 mandrake fruits have finally become full. Looking at the 2 mandrake fruits emitting a faint blue fluorescence, Chu Yuntian was overjoyed. He was going to go out to get some food, and then he would go into seclusion again until he advanced. But he didn't expect that. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Xiaoya running up from downstairs. When she saw him coming out, she immediately ran over happily and said, "Master, you finally came out. I was just about to look for you." Looking at the panting Xiaoya, Chu Yuntian asked in confusion, "What's wrong? What happened?" Xiaoya nodded, took a breath and said, "Lan Shuai was caught by the Wang family, and Sister Duo is asking the Wang family for someone." "Oh, because of why?" Chu Yuntian frowned and said. Xiaoya shook her head, pulled her hand and walked out, saying, "I don't know either. It seems that Lan Shuai has hindered the interests of the Wang family. You can ask Duo when the time comes." Hearing this, he followed Xiaoya directly to the Wang family. When he arrived in Hadian district, he saw Duo and a group of people standing at the door of the Wang family villa, talking to a middle-aged man. Chu Yuntian walked over, coughed lightly, and said to Duer, "What's going on?" Seeing him coming, Duer immediately grabbed his hand happily, pointed at the middle-aged man and said, "Master, they arrested Lan Shuai, and said she brought people to make trouble here." Chu Yuntian nodded, probably understood what was going on, stepped forward, and said to the middle-aged man, "Who are you? Where is the head of the Wang family?" The middle-aged man looked up and down at the man in front of him, and said arrogantly, "Who are you? Can you see the head of the family whenever you want?" Xiaoya stepped forward and said angrily, "He is Chu Yuntian. Let the head of your Wang family come out, otherwise we will smash your Wang family." Hearing Xiaoya say this, Chu Yuntian's mouth twitched, and he looked at her sideways, thinking, "You are too blatant." But he did not stop it. Hearing the name Chu Yuntian, the middle-aged man immediately became much more polite and said, "You are Chu Yuntian. Wait a moment, I will call the head of the family out." After that, he walked into the villa. Seeing the middle-aged man immediately become polite after hearing the name Chu Yuntian, Xiaoya, Duoa, and the group of people behind them immediately seemed a little more confident, and their backs seemed to be straightened. After a while, the head of the Wang family came out with a middle-aged man, who had just walked in. Seeing Chu Yuntian at the door, he also said politely, "Xiao Chu, you came without telling me, let's talk inside." Looking at the hypocritical head of the Wang family, Chu Yuntian didn't care, and walked in with Xiaoya and the two girls. Arriving at the living room, the head of the Wang family sat in the main seat, while the middle-aged man stood behind him. He then politely said to Chu Yuntian and the other two, sit down, sit down." After they sat on the sofa, he continued, "What are you doing here today?" Xiaoya spoke first, "You arrested our people, and we are here to ask for their return." Hearing this, the head of the Wang family frowned and said, "Is there any misunderstanding?" After speaking, he looked at the middle-aged man behind him. The middle-aged man leaned over and whispered something in the ear of the head of the Wang family, and then stood behind the head of the Wang family again. The head of the Wang family nodded gently and said to Chu Yuntian, "Xiao Chu, this is what happened. Lan Shuai, she brought people to kidnap several girls from our place and forced them to sell themselves. It was not a big deal, but there was a girl inside who was the woman of one of my nephews, so they asked Lan Shuai to come and give an explanation." Hearing this, Duer and Xiaoya looked at each other, obviously not knowing about this. Chu Yuntian, who was sitting on the sofa, frowned when he heard this. After a moment, he said, "Can you bring Lan Shuai out? If so, I will punish her personally." The head of the Wang family chuckled and waved to the middle-aged man behind him, and the man walked to the back of the villa. After the middle-aged man walked away, the patriarch of the Wang family smiled and said, "It's a small matter, Xiaochu, don't take it too seriously. I heard that you promised Dean Lu to go to Jinggang City?" Chu Yuntian looked at the patriarch of the Wang family with a little vigilance. After thinking for a moment, he still said, "Yes, is there any problem?" When the patriarch of the Wang family heard him say this, he smiled lightly, sat up straight, and said loudly, "Nothing, just Xiaochu, be careful when the time comes." Chu Yuntian became more and more confused the more he listened. After thinking for a long time, he didn't know what he meant. He could only lower his posture, smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Patriarch. Is there something wrong? Please feel free to enlighten me." Seeing that Chu Yuntian lowered his posture and achieved his goal, the patriarch of the Wang family smiled and said softly, "Xiaochu, do you know what the situation is in Jinggang City now?" Chu Yuntian shook his head, frowned and said in confusion, "I don't know. Is there any danger?" After a long while, the head of the Wang family smiled and said, "Danger? Not really. We have almost lost contact with the outside world. We have no idea what is going on outside." Chu Yuntian nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the communication was completely cut off. If he ran over without knowing anything, if there was really danger, he would not be able to find anyone to ask for help. Just as he was thinking, the middle-aged man came out, followed by Wang Zirao, holding Lan Shuai who was tied with a tendon. When Wang Zirao came up to the few people, she saw Chu Yuntian sitting on the sofa, and a trace of joy appeared on her face. Then she was about to step forward to speak, but after looking at the current situation, she stopped. The middle-aged man leaned over and whispered something in the ear of the head of the Wang family and then stood aside again. Seeing Lan Shuai being brought over, Chu Yuntian stood up, walked to her side, and asked with a gloomy face, "Did you kidnap someone from Hadian?" Hearing this, Lan Shuai's face changed, and then she vaguely explained, "I didn't. I don't know. I just asked someone to find a few ordinary girls." Looking at the incoherent Lan Shuai, Chu Yuntian sighed, shook his head and said, "Lan Shuai, I thought you had some brains, but I didn't expect. Alas, you disappoint me so much." In fact, in Chu Yuntian's heart, Lan Shuai is not that important at all. She is kept just to take over Chaoyang district with less resistance. After 2 months of precipitation, Duo has thoroughly understood all kinds of things in Chaoyang district, and keeping her is not so useful. Hearing what he said, the head of the Wang family also stood up, walked to Lan Shuai's side, and said something meaningful. "Actually, I don't have to keep her, but this woman is not only brainless, but also makes trouble. I keep her to eliminate a trouble for you, Xiao Chu." Chu Yuntian looked at the head of the Wang family, thought for a moment, waved his hand, and sighed, "Take her away." As soon as these words came out, Lan Shuai immediately struggled, but she didn't know what kind of animal tendons the Wang family used to tie her up, which were extremely flexible, and she didn't seem to be able to break free at all. "Chu Yuntian, I'm yours after all. Will there be anyone to do things for you in the future like this?" She struggled madly and said. The head of the Wang family didn't seem to want her to shout, and waved to the man behind him. The middle-aged man immediately came over and took Lan Shuai to the back of the villa. After Lan Shuai was pressed down, Chu Yuntian sat back on the sofa again and whispered to Duo, "Now without Lan Shuai, can you control the situation in Chaoyang?" Duo looked at herself sideways and nodded slightly. Seeing Duo's affirmation, Chu Yuntian was completely relieved and continued to say to the head of the Wang family with a smile, "Head of the Wang family, you just said that this place has completely lost contact with the outside world. Then why do you think Dean Lu asked me to go to Jinggang City? Did Dean Lu ask you to pick someone up?" The head of the Wang family said slowly with something else in mind. Chu Yuntian frowned and asked in confusion, "Is there any problem with this?" Dean Lu stood up, walked behind Chu Yuntian, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Chu, I won't hide it from you. When Beijing had not completely lost contact with the outside world, Xianjin sent a message that the Xianjin Research Institute had obtained 2 mysterious crystals, but Xianjin did not know the function of the crystals, so, do you understand?" Hearing this, Chu Yuntian immediately stood up and turned to look at the head of the Wang family and said with a puzzled look on his face, "You mean, Dean Lu asked me to pick someone up just for the crystals?" Gently pressing him to sit on the sofa, the head of the Wang family coughed lightly and tried, "Not necessarily. After all, we don't know the function of the crystals yet. I'm just guessing." Chu Yuntian slowly sat back on the sofa. Hearing this, he was dissatisfied in his heart. "Old thing, you don't want to reveal any important information. If I hadn't learned the function of the crystals from Fatty, I wouldn't let you play around." Although he was unhappy in his heart, he showed an expression of confusion on his face and said something pretending to be ignorant. "Master Wang, don't you know the function of the crystal? Why would Dean Lu care so much about something that he doesn't know the function of?" After these words came out, Master Wang was also confused. He frowned and looked at Chu Yuntian in confusion, thinking, could it be that this kid doesn't know the function of the crystal? After a while, Master Wang laughed, sat back on the sofa, and then looked at himself and said, "I'm also very interested in that crystal." Looking at Master Wang's actions, Chu Yuntian completely understood his thoughts in his heart. It turned out that he was also paying attention to the crystal. "Oh, that's fine. If I find it by then, I can help Master Wang secretly keep one." Hearing this, Master Wang's face showed a trace of joy, and then he smiled and said, "Xiao Chu, if you can really help me keep one, then if you are interested in Hadian, I can also give you some." Chu Yuntian's expression did not change, but he sneered in his heart. What's the use of such a large territory? If there really is the kind of crystal mentioned in the fat man's information, I will give it to you. Cut chapter 97 advance to level 4. After some discussion, and with the benefits offered by the head of the Wan family, Chu Yuntian finally pretended to agree, saying that he would secretly leave one for him if he really found the crystal. However, Chu Yuntian didn't take this matter to heart at all. If there really was a mysterious crystal that could advance to the next level with just one, how could he give it to someone else? He was crazy. After discussing everything, the head of the Wan family asked Duo to help find the girl who was captured by Lan Shuai, and then Chu Yuntian walked out of the Wan family. On the way home, Xiaoya asked curiously, "Master, what is that crystal you are talking about?" "Good stuff. If what he said is true, you will have hope of advancing to the 5th level." Chu Yuntian chuckled and walked towards Chaoyang district with the two girls. Xiaoya blinked in confusion, and it seemed that she didn't understand what he meant. After waiting for a moment, she took a few quick steps and caught up with Chu Yuntian and the others. After walking for a while, Duo suddenly said with a gloomy look, "Master, do you think Lan Shuai really went to Hadian district to catch ordinary girls?" Hearing this, Chu Yuntian stopped, knowing that she thought of her own experience, turned to Duo and smiled and said, "Duo, whether she did that or not, but the Wang family wants to catch him, we don't have to protect her. That woman seems honest now, but in fact she is always making trouble behind her. Such a person is dangerous to be around. Even if the Wan family doesn't catch her, I will get rid of her personally when I go to Xianjin." Hearing him say this, Duo asked in confusion, "Why do you have to go to Jinggang City? Didn't the head of the Wan family say just now that it is very dangerous there?" Chu Yuntian put his arm around Duo's shoulders and said as he walked, "You don't understand. It's not that easy to survive in such a world. It's not enough to be a little clever." The two girls looked at him in confusion and then stopped talking. Back home, he asked Duo to find the girl who was caught and sold by Lan Shuai, and he said something to Xiaoya. "Don't disturb me. I won't come out of retreat until I succeed in advancing." Then he went back to the house again. He locked the door and took out the 2 full mandragora fruits from his backpack. He looked at the fruit emitting a blue glow and thought for a long time. Finally, he threw one into his mouth and swallowed it. As soon as he swallowed the mandragora fruit, the pure biological essence in the fruit instantly spread in his body, flowing gently and quickly to his limbs. At the same time as the biological essence spread, the blue glow on the mandragora fruit was also slowly fading. But judging from the speed of fading, it would take at least 10 days to completely absorb it. 8 days passed in such a boring and expectant situation. During this period, he relied entirely on the biological energy in his body to support himself. He never ate anything, but his physical condition was still very healthy. After absorbing a mandragora fruit, he clearly felt that the biological essence in his body had been purified a lot. He felt that, as long as he absorbed some pure biological essence, he could completely transform himself and advance. Without hesitation, he took out another mandrake fruit and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. 10 days passed in a flash. During this period, Chu Yuntian had been absorbing biological energy in his own home and had no idea about the outside world. Until noon today, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were shining, and he took a deep breath. In an instant, the whole villa was filled with abundant biological energy. At this time, Xiaoya, who was reading a comic book downstairs, felt the same biological energy sweeping over. She looked up at his room upstairs with joy and said to herself, "The master has succeeded in advancing." After that, he ran upstairs. Just as he ran to the door, Chu Yuntian pushed the door open and walked out. "Master, you succeeded in advancing," Xiaoya said excitedly. Looking at the excited Xiaoya, Chu Yuntian's heart immediately warmed up, hugged her, and said softly, "Yes, this time we can gain a foothold in the capital." After that, he kissed Xiaoya on the head lightly, then let her go and walked downstairs. Xiaoya followed him happily and asked curiously, "Master, why is your momentum of advancement this time much stronger than when I advanced to the 4th level?" He came to the lobby on the 1st floor, sat on the sofa, looked at Xiaoya in confusion, frowned slightly and said, "Really? I was outside when you advanced, so I don't know what it was like." Hearing this, Xiaoya sat next to him and said, "Yes, when you advanced just now, the biological energy fluctuation was very strong. When I advanced, There was no such strong energy fluctuation. Chu Yuntian pinched Xiaoya's cute little face and teased, "If I wasn't as powerful as you, how could I protect Duoa and you too?" After speaking, he glanced around and asked in confusion, "Where's Duoa? Not at home?" Hearing what he said, Xiaoya smiled and snuggled in his arms and said, "How should I know? Duoa went out in the morning, and I don't know what she is always busy with." Chu Yuntian smiled gently and said softly, "Xiaoya, Duoa is now managing the entire Chaoyang district, so she must be busy. If she has something to do or is bullied, you should help her more." "Well, I know. A few days ago, someone didn't listen to Sister Duoa. I broke his leg, and that person stopped," Xiaoya said as if to take credit. Just as Xiaoya finished speaking, Duoa walked in a bit hurriedly. Seeing Chu Yuntian and Xiaoya on the sofa, she immediately walked over and said with a breath, "Master, have you succeeded in advancing? What's wrong? Why are you in a hurry?" Seeing Duoa hurried over, Chu Yuntian stood up and asked. Duoa took a breath and said to the two of them anxiously, "Master, a gorilla came to Dongcheng. Dean Lu and the head of the Wang family are all here. I came to notify you to go over." Xiaoya asked in confusion, "What gorilla? Why so many people?" "A 6th level gorilla, nearly 100 meters tall. I don't know where it ran from. Dean Lu is worried that it will destroy the city wall, so he gathered everyone and prepared to drive it away. After that, he pulled him and Duoa out the door. Along the way, Duoa told him the details. 3 days ago, the soldiers on guard on the city wall saw a huge figure more than 10 kilometers away. Hesitantly, it was still far away, and no one cared too much, thinking it was just a big monster passing by. But in the past 2 days, the gorilla seemed to have the intention to come to the capital, so the soldiers immediately reported it to the higher-ups. Dean Lu went to the city gate to take a look, and immediately called all the high-level evolvers to a meeting. Duoa represented them to attend the meeting. Finally, according to everyone's opinions, it was decided that they would find a way to lead the gorilla away. Since Duoa was only level 3, she ran back immediately and prepared to let Xiaoya go with her. When she came back, she saw him coming out, so he took the two of them away. The three of them quickly came to the city wall and saw a group of people standing by the wall. Dean Lu and the head of the Wang family were all there. Chu Yuntian walked over and looked at the huge figure in the distance. A huge head emerged from the dense forest, which was taller than the big trees in the dense forest. You must know that the lowest tree outside the city is now hundreds of meters high. From this, it can be judged that this gorilla is at least 100 meters high. Judging from the distance, it was about 7 or 8 kilometers away from the city wall. However, for such a big creature, if it wanted to come to the capital, it would be at the city gate in an instant. At this time, Dean Lu saw him, frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Chu, you are here." After that, he pointed to the giant beast in the distance and said, "What do you think about this?" Looking at the giant beast in the distance, Chu Yuntian frowned and said worriedly, "Didn't everyone decide to lead it away? I don't have a good way." There was a silence, and everyone frowned, looking very worried that the giant beast would come here. After a long time, Chu Yuntian continued, "Dean Lu, look at what this is. It looks like a gorilla, but it's too big. According to my judgment, this should be an ancient beast." Dean Lu guessed. "King Kong?" Xiaoya on the side said in surprise. The people around all looked at her. Dean Lu chuckled and nodded. "That should be about the same." Chu Yuntian turned around, looked at the giant beast and said, "Dean Lu, don't you understand animal language? Can you ask it what it wants to do?" Dean Lu sideways glanced at him, shook his head and sighed. "This thing is too big. Even if we want to ask it, we have to at least get to it. But with our strength, we might be beaten to death before we even get to it. Besides, I don't know how these ancient beasts spread information, and I may not be able to understand them." Everyone fell silent again. After a long while, Chu Yuntian looked around and asked curiously, "Where is Major Satu? What did he say? After all, he is the most evolved person in the city, and his opinion should be credible." The head of the Wang family walked over and said, "Sita Kang took a team of people out of the city a week ago. I don't know where he went." Hearing this, Chu Yuntian frowned again. This was the first time he encountered a 6th level evolved beast. He didn't know how big the gap in strength was between the two stages. If he just went over and was slapped to death by the beast, it would be really unfair. At this time, Dean Lu seemed to have thought of something and turned to him and said, "Xiao Chu, can you lend me your pet? I'll go over and find out what its intentions are." Hearing this, Chu Yuntian pondered for a moment, turned his head and looked at Duer and said, "Duer, where is Xiao Hei now?" Duer took 2 steps forward and said, "In the villa. There is someone taking care of it." "Well, go and bring Xiao Hei here." After saying that, Duer walked towards the city. Chu Yuntian turned around and said to Dean Lu with a little concern, "Dean Lu, is it dangerous?" Dean Lu shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I don't know. If it is very irritable, it will be very dangerous. If it is more docile, there will be no danger." Chu Yuntian fell into silence again. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to agree to let Dean Lu let Xiao Hei fly over. If Xiao Hei was in danger, it would be a loss. After a while, a crow's cry of "Ga" came from the air, and Duer rode Xiao Hei and landed in the crowd. Chapter 98, Billy Ape. As soon as he landed, Duer turned over and jumped off Yifeng, walked to his side, and whispered, "Master, will Xiao Hei be in danger?" Chu Yuntian saw that Yifeng had grown a lot and was almost 2 meters tall. He was carrying a saddle behind him, which should be made by Duer. He walked over and touched Yifeng's head and shook his head gently to Duer and said, "It's okay, I will let it fly higher." At this time, Dean Lu walked over and made a strange sound to Yifeng. After a while, Xiao Hei sent a signal of inquiry to Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian walked over, activated perception and asked Xiao Hei to carry Dean Lu to fly over to take a look. He also told Xiao Hei to fly high and be careful. Yifeng cried "Ga" and lowered his body. Dean Lu looked at himself curiously, and it seemed that he was curious about whether he could communicate with Xiao Hei. After a while, Dean Lu turned over and rode on Yifeng and said to Chu Yuntian, "I'll go check it out. If it doesn't work, I'll fly in another direction and try not to attract it." Chu Yuntian nodded slightly, activated perception and told Xiao Hei again to be careful, then looked at the giant beast in the distance and stopped talking. Dean Lu saw that he was not talking, so he turned his head and muttered something to Yifeng under him. Then he saw Yifeng flap his wings, soar into the sky, and fly towards the giant beast in the distance. Looking at Xiao Hei flying away, Chu Yuntian was still worried. At this time, Xiao Hei came over and looked at Yifeng flying away and said, "Master, Yifeng will not be slapped to death by that gorilla, right?" Hearing this, Chu Yuntian glanced at her sideways and said unhappily, "Can't you say something nice?" Xiao Hei stuck out her tongue and stopped talking. At this time, everyone on the city wall was looking at Xiao Hei flying towards the giant beast in the distance. At this time, the fat man ran over in a panic. When he saw where Chu Yuntian was standing, he immediately ran over and said with a gasp, "Where is Dean Lu?" Looking at the panting fat man, Chu Yuntian pointed to Yifeng in the distance and said, "Where is he? What's wrong?" The fat man said anxiously, "Oh, I found the information of this gorilla." Hearing this, Chu Yuntian asked curiously, "Oh, what information? Tell me about it." The fat man took a breath and told the origin and species of the gorilla. "This is the Billy Ape, a very mysterious species. It is huge in size and fierce in temperament, which creates the terrifying combat power of the Billy Ape. It is understood that the food of the Billy Ape is mainly lions and cheetahs, and the secondary food is fish. When eating, the sharp teeth of the Billy Ape can easily tear lion meat into pieces. Because of this, the Billy Ape is known as a lion killer." After the fat man finished speaking, Chu Yuntian was shocked and immediately activated perception and issued an order to Yifeng to come back. Looking at Dean Lu flying away, the fat man said worriedly, "Dean Lu, it's very dangerous to run over like this. When the earth didn't change, the Billy Ape was cruel, not to mention that it is now a 6th level evolved beast. I'm afraid it will be attacked before it flies close." Hearing what the fat man said, everyone on the city wall began to worry. But at this moment, they saw that Yifeng, who had already flown far away, turned around and flew back, landed on the city wall, and turned his head to send a signal of inquiry to Chu Yuntian. At this time, Dean Lu got off Yifeng and said in confusion, "Xiao Chu, why is your pet suddenly disobedient?" Chu Yuntian first activated perception to tell Yifeng not to go, and then said, "Dean Lu, Professor Chen said that he found the information of this giant ape." Hearing this, Dean Lu walked to the fat man and said, "Chen Ming, what did you find?" The fat man repeated what he had just said. After listening, Dean Lu frowned again, nodded slightly, and muttered to himself in confusion, "It turned out to be it. How could this thing suddenly appear? Hasn't this thing been extinct for a long time?" After that, he fell into deep thought. Chu Yuntian looked at Dean Lu, who was in deep thought, and said worriedly, "Dean Lu, will the method just now still work?" Dean Lu, who had come to his senses, heard him say this, and immediately shook his head, sighed and said, "No, if it is a giant ape like King Kong, it should be possible to communicate, but if it is a billy ape, it will be terrible. This thing is said to be a hybrid of chimpanzee and gorilla. Because of genetic problems, it has a violent personality and there is no way to communicate at all." Hearing what Dean Lu said, everyone looked at each other. Chu Yuntian frowned and asked, "Does Dean Lu have any other way?" Dean Lu sighed and said to a middle-aged man in military uniform next to him, "Captain Feng, can you find a way to contact Colonel Situ?" The middle-aged man in military uniform shook his head and said, "Dean Lu, Colonel Situ did not tell us where he was going when he left, and I don't know where he went." After this, everyone fell silent again. After a long time, Dean Lu sighed and said, "A solution. That was not a solution. Let's wait and see. If it is coming towards the capital, we will go out and lead it away. Of course, if it does not come here, that would be even better." After that, he walked towards the city. Seeing Dean Lu walking down the wall, the fat man looked at Chu Yuntian and the others and followed him down. When the rest of the people saw Dean Lu leaving, they all whispered about something, and they seemed to be very worried that the giant ape would come to the capital. Xiaoya and the other two girls walked to Chu Yuntian, looked at the giant beast in the distance, and said curiously, "Master, do you think there is anything else that can threaten its existence?" Chu Yuntian looked at the two girls, sighed, smiled helplessly and said, "In this world now, let alone a King Kong, I would not be surprised, even if Sun Wukong came out." After that, he also walked towards the city. Hearing this, Xiaoya, who had no sense of crisis, laughed out loud and saw him walking down the wall and followed him. Duoa glanced at the beast in the distance again, with a worried look on her face. Then she rode on Xiaohe and flew towards the villa. On the city wall, the middle-aged man in military uniform said to the soldiers standing guard, "It's going this way, notify me immediately." Then he walked down the city wall. Back at the villa, Chu Yuntian sat down on the sofa. The two girls came in and sat on the sofa opposite. Xiaoya was the first to speak. "Master, what should we do? What if that gorilla attacks the city wall? Can the city wall withstand it?" Chu Yuntian shook his head and frowned. "I feel it's terrible." "Then what should we do? If the city is broken, are we still safe here?" Duoa said worriedly. Xiaoya still said heartlessly, "Who cares? If it breaks in, we will leave." Hearing what Xiaoya said, Chu Yuntian was speechless immediately. Where to go? If we can't defend this place, can we resist other places? Xiaoya stuck out her tongue and stopped talking. Duoa stood up and said softly, "I'll ask someone to get some food and see what happens first." Then she walked out the door. Chu Yuntian leaned on the sofa, thinking about the current situation. He was not worried about the giant ape breaking in, but when it would leave. If it ran in and never left, then it would be the end. Of course, the possibility of this was not high, but if it really happened, then they would have no choice but to leave. If they just demolish some walls, he would not be very worried. They could just tear them down and rebuild them. There were so many ordinary people in the city, so these were not a problem. After a long time, Xiaoya saw him leaning on the sofa motionless, walked over and asked curiously, "Master, what are you thinking about?" Seeing Xiaoya sitting over, Chu Yuntian smiled and said, "Nothing." After that, he seemed to have thought of something, stood up, and walked towards the bedroom upstairs, leaving Xiaoya alone looking at him in confusion. After a while, Chu Yuntian walked out of the bedroom, came to Xiaoya, took out a fruit from the sandbox tree from his body, and handed it to her. Looking at this fist-sized fruit that looked like a small pumpkin, Xiaoya took it and played with it and asked curiously, "What is this?" Seeing her curious look, Chu Yuntian immediately stopped her and said, "Don't mess with it. This thing will explode. It is very powerful. If you encounter danger, it can at least save your life." Hearing this, Xiaoya looked at this strange fruit more curiously and asked in confusion, "Master, what is this? Is it so powerful?" Chu Yuntian said impatiently, "Don't worry about what it is. Keep it well. If you encounter danger, inject biological energy and throw it out." Xiaoya said in a daze and directly put away the fruit of the sandbox tree. After a while, Duoa came in from outside, followed by two girls in servants' clothes. Duoa saw Chu Yuntian and the others still sitting on the sofa and immediately said, "Come and have something to eat." After speaking, she waved her hand and asked the two people behind her to put the food on the dining table beside her, and then she retreated. Seeing the food coming, Xiaoya immediately stood up and jumped towards the restaurant. Chu Yuntian chuckled and followed. Just when the three were about to finish eating, the fat man walked in anxiously. Seeing that they were eating, he immediately walked over and said, "Brother Chu, don't eat anymore. The gorilla is moving towards this side again." Hearing this, Chu Yuntian immediately stood up and asked in confusion, "Wasn't it okay just now? Why did it start moving towards this side so quickly?" The fat man sighed, pulled him out, and said, "Oh, I don't know where a second level striped tiger came from and suddenly started attacking the city gate. The guards could only call for help. Several second level evolvers went out of the city to deal with the Banwenhu. Isn't this good?" Chu Yuntian said in confusion. "What's good about it?" The sound of fighting attracted the gorilla. "Now it is estimated that it is almost under the city," the fat man said anxiously. Seeing the fat man pulling him away, the two women also put down their bowls and chopsticks and followed him out. The four of them quickly ran to the top of the city wall and saw that the others were already standing on it. When they reached the wall, they saw that the gorilla was still leisurely walking towards the wall, and the distance was only about 5 or 6 kilometers. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 99, Leading Away the Billy Ape. At this time, the appearance of the giant ape could almost be seen. The giant ape had a flat face, a wide nose and mouth, and 2 long canine teeth protruding from its mouth. Its huge and strong forelimbs easily pushed aside the trees in the dense forest, and it was still walking towards the city wall at a leisurely pace. Dean Lu, who was standing by, saw them running up and immediately said to everyone, "It seems that we can't wait any longer. Once it reaches the city, even if we lead it away, it will destroy the city wall." Hearing this, Chu Yuntian immediately walked to Dean Lu and said anxiously, "Dean Lu, do you mean we should go to meet it now?" Dean Lu nodded heavily, as if he had made up his mind, and said to everyone, "Those above the 4th level, follow me." After that, he walked towards the city. Everyone on the city wall looked at each other and followed Dean Lu down. Arriving at the city gate, Dean Lu turned around and said to everyone, "Master Wang, there are 2 captains, plus Xiao Chu. Let's go out of the city and find a way to divert it. Remember, it's to divert it, not to fight. Try not to fight if you can. We are simply no match for it." After he finished speaking, Master Wang and 2 people in military uniforms stood up and all nodded in agreement with Dean Lu's proposal. Finally, Dean Lu looked at Chu Yuntian and said, "Xiao Chu, you go ride your pet and prepare for air support. If you see that we can't escape, you will be responsible for attracting its attention." Hearing this, Chu Yuntian immediately frowned, thought for a long time, and then said, "Dean Lu, what do you mean by this? If I attract its attention, who will help me get out later?" After this, several people looked at each other, not knowing whether they really didn't expect it, or pretended not to know. Only Dean Lu chuckled, took something out of his arms, handed it to him and said, "Xiao Chu, take this. Whenever you feel something is wrong, you can throw it to the giant ape. It will be attracted, and you don't have to fly too low." Chu Yuntian took the scarlet fruit in Dean Lu's hand, and asked in confusion, What is this? Chu, this is a mutated cherry tomato. Its explosion will release a lot of corrosive gas. Although it cannot hurt the gorilla, it is enough to attract its attention. Dean Lu said earnestly. Hearing this, Chu Yuntian thought for a long time, and finally decided to lead the giant ape away, but he didn't want to go in vain, so he said, I think it's still too dangerous. I don't know its strength at all, and I don't know how high it can jump. If it catches it, it will be a 100% death. Dean Lu looked at him meaningfully, chuckled, walked a few steps forward, and said softly, Chu, if this is successful, I will give you a copy of paleontological information as a reward. Chu Yuntian looked at him sideways, thought for a moment, nodded gently and said, okay, if the capital city is really lost, I don't know where to go. In fact, in his heart, he was interested in the paleontological information that Dean Lu mentioned. Dean Lu looked at him with a deep look, and then took the head of the Wang family, and walked out of the city. Chu Yuntian did not hesitate, and directly activated perception, let the black wind fly over, and then followed Dean Lu, and others out of the city gate. As soon as he walked out, Dean Lu said to the head of the Wang family and the two captains, let's go over now. I'll try to communicate with it. If not, we'll run to the south immediately. After that, he turned to Chu Yuntian and said, Chu, we'll go first. You take the pet, and come find us. Before Dean Lu finished speaking, a crow's cry came from the sky. Chu Yuntian chuckled and said, no, I'll go explore the way first. After that, he jumped up, and jumped hundreds of meters high. When he reached the top, and was about to fall, Hefeng flew over and caught him. Riding on Hefeng, Chu Yuntian shouted to the people on the ground, I'll fly over first, you guys go faster. After that, he controlled Hei and rushed straight into the sky. At an altitude of thousands of meters, Chu Yuntian felt that the airflow in the air was very cold. If it weren't for the bare fur windbreaker on him, he would probably be frozen to death. Seeing Chu Yuntian riding on the black wind and flying away, Dean Lu and his men did not stop, and rushed towards the giant ape not far away. Chu Yuntian in the sky saw Dean Lu and his men moving, so he let Hei fly over, and circled thousands of meters above the giant ape. At this time, the giant ape did not care about the black wind and Chu Yuntian in the sky, and continued to walk slowly towards the city wall, breaking countless thick trees along the way. Not long after, Dean Lu and his men came to a few kilometers away from the giant ape. Dean Lu made several leaps in succession, and jumped onto the crown of a big tree. The head of the Wang family and the two captains ran to one side. Once Dean Lu failed to communicate, they would immediately attack the giant ape to attract its attention, and then they would run for their lives. Dean Lu was standing on a tree crown about 100 meters high, just reaching the head of the giant ape. At this time, the giant ape was only a few hundred meters away from Dean Lu. Dean Lu suddenly mobilized the biological energy in his body, and uttered some incomprehensible language in a very loud and shocking strange voice. From the perspective of humans, Dean Lu was like a peerless master, standing on the treetops, facing the huge giant ape, with a fierce momentum. On the giant ape's side, a little man, not even as big as its finger, was seen standing on a small tree in front of it, shouting. It was not known whether the giant ape understood or not. After Dean Lu finished shouting, the giant ape did not stop at all, and directly swung its forelimbs as big as a small mountain to hit Dean Lu. The head of the Wang family and two team leaders saw that the situation was not good, and immediately launched an attack from the side. But it was too late. Their attacks could not cause any substantial damage to the giant ape. The giant ape's forelimbs as big as a small mountain had no intention of stopping, and went straight towards Dean Lu. At this time, Dean Lu saw that the situation was not good and there was no place to hide, so he actually fell directly under the tree. The tree was nearly 100 meters high, and with a bang, Dean Lu fell heavily to the ground, but fortunately, the physique of a 4th level evolver did not cause him any harm, and at most he lost some biological energy. The giant ape seemed to be enraged. After missing the first blow, it changed its front limbs from flapping to slapping, and directly smashed the nearly 100-meter high tree. As soon as Dean Lu landed, he saw a huge palm slapping down from the sky. He was so scared that he had no time to judge his image. He stood up and rushed into the bushes not far away at the fastest speed. I don't know if the giant ape didn't see Dean Lu running away or thought that it had killed Dean Lu, so it turned its huge body and looked at the little man who had just attacked it. At this time, the head of the Wang family and the two captains also reacted. They looked up at the giant ape that turned around, ran away, and fled hundreds of meters away in an instant. This time, the giant ape didn't seem to let them go. With a body of nearly 100 meters tall, it could catch up with the fleeing head of the Wang family and others in one step. Helplessly, they could only dodge left and right, and for a while they couldn't get rid of the giant ape's pursuit. The giant ape was like a child playing with ants, slapping and hitting them, making dust fly, but it couldn't really catch the little bugs in its eyes. Chu Yuntian in the air saw everything, and was shocked at first, and then a little disdainful. It seems that, although this giant ape has a high level of advancement, it doesn't seem to have anything special about it, Chu Yuntian muttered to himself on Hefeng. But at this moment, the giant ape seemed to have had enough fun with the three little ants in front of it. First, it swung its forelimbs and broke all the big trees and forcibly cleared a piece of open space in front of it, leaving the three heads of the Wang family with no place to hide. Then, it used its huge fists to hit the ground bang bang bang, leaving the head of the Wang family and the two captains with no way out. Every time they wanted to run into the dense forest again, the giant ape would force them back with a punch or a palm. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuntian finally couldn't help it and ordered Hefeng to dive down. Just when he was about to get close to the giant ape, Chu Yuntian threw the mutated fiery red fruit that Dean Lu had given him at the giant ape's head. Without stopping, before the fiery red fruit hit the giant ape, Chu Yuntian had already ordered Zero Heli to fly upwards. When they flew thousands of meters high again, a loud roar suddenly came from below. Chu Yuntian looked down and saw that the hair on the giant ape's head looked like it had been burned by fire, with a bald spot. The giant ape was scratching its head with its forelimbs, and for a moment, it could no longer care about the head of the Wang family and others. Seeing this opportunity, the head of the Wang family and the two captains were not stupid, and they all scattered and ran in one direction. Although the fiery red fruit hit the giant ape, it did not seem to cause any substantial damage. Despite this, the giant ape was still furious. First, he scratched the corroded hair on his head, and then raised his head and looked at him and Hefeng in the sky with a ferocious look. Seeing the giant ape looking up, Chu Yuntian immediately asked Hefeng to fly higher, and then flew in the opposite direction of the capital. The giant ape saw the bird and the man who hurt him preparing to run, and immediately used his huge forelimbs to knock on his chest a few times. Dong dong dong. The sound alone shook the leaves off one after another. This was not the key point. The key point was that before Chu Yuntian and Hefeng flew far, he saw the giant ape squatting, then suddenly jumped up, and his forelimbs almost hit Hefeng. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuntian immediately asked Zero Heli to climb higher, but the giant ape on the ground was still relentless, chasing after him for a few steps and then jumping. Every time he jumped up, he could jump very high, and when he fell, he smashed a huge hole in the ground. Despite this, Chu Yuntian still controlled Hefeng to change the direction, avoid the giant ape's attack, and fly farther. Chapter 100, Escape. After flying for more than 60 kilometers, the giant ape still followed behind him relentlessly. During this period, many powerful beasts attacked it, but they were all killed by him with a slap, and then thrown into his mouth to eat raw. Chu Yuntian, who was flying in the sky, watched the giant ape constantly killing beasts and eating meat along the way. He was extremely shocked. He thought that, even if humans reached the 7th level, they would not be the opponent of this giant ape. I guess even the 8th level may not be able to kill it alone. With such a huge body, if there is no weapon with great attack power, it is impossible to cause any substantial damage to it. Just fly like this, and fly more than 20 kilometers, and then see a huge lake not far away, which is about dozens of kilometers in radius. Chu Yuntian suddenly had an idea, and ordered Hefeng to fly towards the lake. The speed of flying is substantially different from running on the ground. After more than 10 minutes, Hefeng carried him to the center of the lake. Chu Yuntian asked Hefeng to lower a little, and then hover here, and not fly far away. Chu Yuntian, who was hovering in the sky, looked down and saw that the giant ape had come to the edge of the lake, looking up and staring at him. It seemed that this big guy had never suffered any grievances, and Chu Yuntian really got angry. The giant ape looked down at the lake under his feet, then looked up at Chu Yuntian in the sky, and finally decided to jump up. Of course, Chu Yuntian would never let it touch him. At the moment the giant ape jumped up, Chu Yuntian's height climbed up a lot, and he avoided the giant ape's attack without any danger. But the giant ape was in trouble this time, and fell directly into the water. With a bang, the lake water was stirred up by layers of waves several meters high. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuntian showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Just when he was about to let Feng return to the city, he saw the giant ape slowly stand up from the lake. With a height of nearly 100 meters, the lake water could only cover its waist. Chu Yuntian looked at the giant ape in shock. Just when he thought it was going to escape again, a huge python suddenly emerged from the bottom of the lake and wrapped itself around the giant ape. The giant python was 4 or 5 meters thick and nearly 100 meters long. It slowly wrapped itself around the giant ape's body from under its feet. The giant ape seemed to sense the danger and grabbed the python's body with both arms, trying to tear it apart. It didn't know what kind of creature the python was, but it just carried the giant ape's brute force and wrapped itself around it. Just when it was about to wrap around the giant ape's hands, the giant ape suddenly roared, pounded the ground with its forelimbs, and bone spurs suddenly emerged from its back, piercing the giant python that was wrapped around it into a bloody mess. But the giant python didn't seem to want to let go so easily. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit down fiercely on the giant ape's neck. 2 long fangs pierced directly into the giant ape's neck. The giant ape, in pain, grabbed the python's upper and lower jaws with both hands and pulled hard. With a sizzling sound, the python's mouth was actually torn open by it. After a while, the python's body wrapped around the giant ape slowly relaxed. The giant ape did not let go, but directly grabbed the giant python and walked to the shore, tore the python's body apart and slowly put it into its mouth. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuntian ordered Feng to run quickly without any hesitation. It seemed that the gorilla did not use its full strength when chasing him, otherwise he might not have been able to run here. It was not known whether the giant ape forgot about him after killing the giant python, or whether it was also injured. Anyway, it did not chase Chu Yuntian and let him fly back safely. Chu Yuntian rode Feng directly and landed on the city wall. At this time, Dean Lu and the head of the Wang family were waiting on the city wall. Seeing him come back, they were all relieved. He got off the Blackwind and walked directly to Dean Lu and said, "We finally got rid of it. It should be more than 80 kilometers away from here. As for whether it will come back, I can't guarantee it." Hearing this, Dean Lu smiled with relief, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Chu, you have made the greatest contribution to saving the capital this time. I will have someone send you the things I promised you in a few days." At this time, Xiao and the other 2 girls also ran over. Duo asked worriedly, "Master, are you not injured?" "It's okay, let's go back." After saying goodbye to Dean Lu, he took the 2 girls home. Dean Lu and the head of the Wang family and others looked outside the city for a while, and then walked down the city wall. The 2 captains sent a few more soldiers to stand guard on the city wall. The turmoil was finally completely calmed down. Walking on the road, seeing those ordinary people still arguing for food and some ordinary daily necessities without knowing anything, Chu Yuntian had a strange feeling in his heart and said to the 2 girls beside him, "Don't you think it's good to be like them?" Xiao said heartlessly, "Yes, it's good." Chu Yuntian glanced at her sideways and didn't say anything. It was Duo who pondered for a moment and said, "Master, they can't see their own destiny, nor can they control it. They can only accept it passively, so they look carefree." Hearing this, Chu Yuntian fell into deep thought. When they returned home, it was already dark. Duo asked someone to make some food. After eating, they went back to their rooms to rest. The next day, Chu Yuntian had just gotten up and was about to go downstairs to get something to eat when he saw Fatty waiting for him in the living room. He walked a few steps and came downstairs. He sat next to Fatty and asked, "Why are you here so early? Are there any monsters?" Fatty smiled and took out 2 file bags from the side behind him. He took out a bag and said, "Here, Dean Lu asked me to give it to you." Chu Yuntian took the file and looked at it carefully. He asked curiously, "Is this the information about paleontology that Dean Lu mentioned?" "Yes, I don't know these. In the past, all this information was kept in Dean Lu's hands. Fatty said with a smile. Seeing that Fatty was also curious, Chu Yuntian directly opened the file bag, took out a few files from it, and invited Fatty to read it together. After a while, looking at the words on the information, Chu Yuntian still looked confused because he didn't understand most of it. It was all about paleontology and some types of biological energy conversion, etc., which were all beyond his cognitive scope. But Fatty was reading with relish. Chu Yuntian decided not to read it halfway through and would ask the fat man what he was talking about at the end. After a long time, the fat man put the document into the information bag with a shocked look on his face. Seeing the fat man's expression, Chu Yuntian curiously patted him and asked, "Is it necessary to be so shocked? What does it say?" After being patted by him, the fat man came back to his senses and said to him in shock, "Brother Chu, it says here that the appearance of ancient creatures is not a phenomenon of modern creatures' reversion, but suddenly appeared from some mysterious place, and the cells in their bodies are still hundreds of millions of years old. Then what? What's the matter?" Chu Yuntian said puzzledly. "Oh, Brother Chu, you still don't understand. It means that there is some place on the earth that humans don't know yet, where there are creatures hundreds of millions of years old," the fat man said anxiously. Chu Yuntian still didn't understand, scratching his head and said, "If there is, then there is. Do we have the strength to find that place now? Besides, even if we find it, what can we do?" Hearing him say this, the fat man took a breath, sorted out his thoughts and said, "Brother Chu, you may not understand. What I mean is that the creatures that are preserved hundreds of millions of years ago in a certain place on the earth are not reproduced to the present, but preserved to the present, just like being frozen and now revived." Hearing this, Chu Yuntian was also a little shocked, but still felt that this was useless. After a long time, he continued to ask, "So what? What does it have to do with humans now?" "It has nothing to do with it, but think about it. When the environment has not changed, humans have explored the earth to what extent, but they have not found the existence of ancient creatures. This proves that humans' understanding of the earth is far from enough," the fat man explained. "Oh, I just want to know if there is anything useful to us now. Why do you keep talking about these things?" Chu Yuntian said impatiently. Seeing him like this, the fat man said helplessly, "Brother Chu, you still don't understand. The place where the ancient creatures are preserved is probably the real reason for the current environment." Hearing this, Chu Yuntian became more interested and asked curiously, "Where should we go to find that place?" The fat man shook his head and said, "I don't know either, but it should be related to the earth. Think about it. Human civilization has developed to that level, and it has not been found, let alone the current human beings." Chu Yuntian looked at the fat man speechlessly and said angrily, after talking for a long time, "There is nothing useful?" The fat man thought for a moment, smiled and said, "It's not useless at all. At least there is a clue that the earth has become like this." Taking the file from the fat man, Chu Yuntian said angrily, "Damn, Dean Lu fooled me. This thing is not as useful as what you gave me." The fat man smiled awkwardly, took the file bag, took out a piece of information from it and said, "Not really. There are still some useful things in it, such as this." After speaking, he handed the information to him. Chu Yuntian took the information and read it carefully. After a moment, he put the information on the coffee table in front of him and said, "What is this? The flesh and blood of ancient creatures can stimulate the human body to advance. Isn't this something we have known for a long time?" The fat man picked up the information and said seriously, "Brother Chu, take a closer look. Here." He pointed to a line of small words on the information. It said that the space where the ancient creatures existed may contain a large number of mysterious crystals. Otherwise the ancient creatures would not have evolved so fast. If we really find that place, humans will also enter a state of rapid evolution. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian took the information and read it seriously again. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.